Saygıdeğer konuklarımız, programımız başlamak üzere lütfen.
Our dear guests, our program is about to start. Please take your places.
Dear guests, our program is about to start. Please take your seats. Thank you. Dear Excellencies, Ministers, Ambassadors, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and valued teachers and students of Turkish Marif Foundations. Welcome to the second annual Istanbul Education Summit. I'm Rümeysa Çodar. A journalist from TRT World, and it's also a big honor to be one of the presenters of the summit.
And I'm Furkan Yürük, also from TRT World, will be hosting this summit with my colleague. Turkish Marif Foundation contributes to enhancing cultural and civilizational interaction as a non-profit public educational foundation. It works in every country in order to carry out effective activities at every stage of education, from preschool to higher education.
In addition to this, Turkish Marif Foundation seeks to be part of the global voice on education-related discussion, as well as reports and goals of international institutions and organizations to highlight the future of education.
Turkish Marif Foundation is among the world's leading institutions in terms of the vastness of its education network. With its advantageous position and mission, the Istanbul Education Summit aims to be an international platform for people and institutions, with outstanding activities and works in the area of education, where future perspectives, theoretical approaches, and practices are open to discussion.
Last year, the first edition of the summit was held online due to the COVID-19 pandemic, with the theme of the new trends and transformation in education, hosted 40 speakers across the world, including education ministers, state officials, academics, activists, and so on.
This year's theme, The Future of School, Post-Pandemic Needs of Education, will also bring together academics and experts to discuss different aspects of education. Within these 2 days, we'll have a high-level meeting, 4 panels, and a teachers panel. They'll discuss back to school, the future of COVID-19 generation, differentiated instruction, and alternative pursuits in education. Without further ado, let's start the second annual Istanbul Education Summit. We have a promo video for you. Let's now watch it together.
Istanbul Education Summit 2022, an international platform where developments and experiences in education are to be shared. Future perspectives, theoretical approaches, practices, and policies. With a different theme every year, the Istanbul Education Summit is the meeting point for institutions and actors in education. This year, we are gathering on the theme, The Future of School, Post-Pandemic Needs of Education. The Istanbul Education Summit 2022 is taking place in Istanbul on the 4th and 5th of November. Stay tuned.
Thank you. You can watch Istanbul Education Summit live on its YouTube channel and the website istanbuleducationsummit.com. Turkish, English, French, and Arabic language options are also available. And also you can share your comments on social media with hashtag Istanbul Education Summit.
The opening remark of the summit will be given by our guest of honor, the President of Republic of Turkey, His Excellency Mr. Recep Tayyip Erdoğan.
Şimdi açılış konuşmalarını gerçekleştirecek olan onur konuğumuz, Türkiye Cumhuriyeti Cumhurbaşkanı Sayın Recep Tayyip Erdoğan'ın video mesajını izlemek üzere canlı yayına bağlanıyoruz.
Kıymetli bakanlar, saygıdeğer misafirler, sizlere en kalbi duygularımla, hürmetle, muhabbetle selamlıyorum. Eğitim zirvemizin ikincisi münasebetiyle sizleri Türkiye'de ağırlamaktan büyük bir memnuniyet duyuyorum. Kültürlerin, medeniyetlerin ve
Cultures and the parallel cities. Welcome to Istanbul, and I hope that summit will be beneficial to all. And I would like to thank all experts, academicians who are here, the Turkey Shmar Foundation directors. Along with them, I would like to congratulate all of our foundations and institutions. So, which started with the health crisis and continued with the economy. We are facing a trial. Our guardians, teachers, and other shareholders of the education's common idea is that the pandemic caused a significant damage on the education, from the learning, reading, and from that to education itself. Our students are facing problems they never got used to, and regardless of the level, our sons and daughters' educational life should be continued healthily, and we care about that. And for that purpose, to better that, to strengthen our teaching staff and implementing new methods, and from that to developing students' talents, we are working on various areas. Our goal is to have equipped, researching, inquiring, successful, and moral youth. We are aiming to have that. And as Turkey, we call them techno-fast generation, this generation which we will entrust our future, not only in terms of academic, also in terms of spiritual way. We are trying to give whatever we can as government. While doing so, we never forget our friends and brothers and sisters, and we continue to share our knowledge about education, our mother foundation, the values of our nation, by representing us outside Turkey, is very successful in the 6 continents of the world, who rises the flag of our life in terms of education, and that strives to development of our goals. We are very proud of that. And the second Education Istanbul Summit, I hope that this summit will provide useful in terms of providing benefits, and I believe that it will be beneficial to all. And again, I wish this summit to be successful, and I would like to greet you all with all my heart.
I'd like to thank His Excellency Mr. Recep Tayyip Erdogan for his valuable speech.
Thank you. Now we have another promo video of Turkish Mari Foundation. Let's watch it all together.
Founded in 2016, Turkish Mari Foundation has taken its place within the world of international education. As a non-profit organization, Turkish Mari Foundation is authorized to open educational institutions abroad on behalf of the Republic of Turkey, along with the Turkish Ministry of National Education. Turkish Mari Foundation carries out activities in many countries at all levels of education, from preschool to higher and vocational education, and it offers an accommodation services. With the vision of becoming a pioneering educational institution by training virtuous people who contribute to the peace of world, Turkish Mari Foundation offers an education that combines the wisdom of Anatolia with the common heritage of humanity. With the slogan, valuing education, we give hand to everyone without distinction. Because we know that everything begins with reading, because we know that education goes beyond all boundaries, all colors and all distances, because we are aware of our role and responsibilities in this world for a future with greater hopes, for the peace and serenity, for the solidarity and understanding, for the salvation of the humanity. Valuing education.
With hundreds of schools, Turkish Maarif Foundation has thousands of teachers committed to education with passion. They work hard to manage the problems they face, and they strive for the best for their students. Now we have Maarif teachers sharing video. Let's watch it together.
Some common issues we face when teaching language are the disparities in children's language skills, thus making it crucial for teachers to differentiate their lessons. Now more than ever, teachers need to offer extra support to students when they learn a new skill or concept.
The solution to overcoming the post-COVID challenges and opportunities is to embrace this opportunity by following a hybrid education model that is better than just online or face-to-face. This combines the best from online education, flipped classrooms, and face-to-face education. Important design factors include more learner focus, education content, engaging content, opportunities for interaction with teachers and peers, fostering a sense of belonging, and support for learners and their teachers, including emotional support. It does not have to be expensive. Enormous success can be achieved with optimal use of resources we already have, like Google services and Microsoft Office. Every student and every teacher already have a smartphone and access to a computer and the internet.
Ba'zida noto'g'ri bir harakatni ijro qilganlarida bizlar ularga mas'uliyat berish orqali ularni yo'llantira olamiz. Chunki bag'irib-chaqirib sinfdoshlarini bezovta qiladigan shogird ayni amallarga ma'ruz qolgandir. Unga faqat bu amalini, manbasini topish yo'li bilan yordam bera olamiz xolos.
It is a challenge task for me to try to keep students' attention on myself throughout the lesson without boring them. To draw attention, I always do unexpected, play again, vary participation, structure, and style. I also allow my students to regularly share their opinions on the subject within their group. Connecting the topic covered in the lesson with their daily life increase their attention and ensure that what they learn is permanent. The use of technology is another way to get the attention of the students. For example, open up, display a little work of art at the beginning of the lesson and ask questions. It can engage and increase the students' interest.
روش اولی است که به شاگردان ما باید حق انتخاب بدیم. یعنی وقتی که یک استاد، یک مربی به شاگرد حق انتخاب میده، او میتونه که به راحتی امو پروژه یا امو بخش را که خودش دوست داره بالای از امو کار بکنه. و موضوع بعدی که میتونیم در نظر بگیریم این است که ما باید به شاگردای خود اعتماد داشته باشیم. وقتی که اعتماد داشته باشیم به شاگردای خود، اونا بدون شک کوشش میکنن که ما رو ناامید نکنن. و این یک بخش بسیار اساسی و مهم میتونه باشه در انگیزه‌دهی شاگردان. منظم بودن شاید یک بخش خوب باشه، اما باعث خستگی و ناامیدی میشه در نهایت. بعضی تغییرات و کوچک، به طور مثال در روش تدریسی، ما میتونیم اگر معلم هستیم فضایی را در نظر بگیریم که متفاوت از فضای صنف باشه در تدریس و آموزش. بدون شک در خلاقیت شاگردان، در اعتماد به نفس اونا بسیار کمک میکنه.
We are opening an exciting new chapter in education. The best is yet to be.
Thank you. Marif teachers are doing their best to deal with the post-pandemic conditions in education. Like the last teacher in the video said, we are also very excited about the new chapter in education that they are opening. This is why we are here today, to learn the future of school and needs of education after the pandemic.
Today, our Deputy Minister of National Education is also with us. I would kindly invite him to the stage. Please welcome Professor Dr. Osman Sezgin.
Milli Eğitim Bakan Yardımcımız Sayın Profesör Doktor Osman Sezgin de bugün bizlerle birlikte. Kendisini konuşmasını yapmak üzere sahneye davet ediyorum.
Kıymetli eğitim bakanlarımız,
dear ministers and dear Marif Foundation and all the members and the president, and the highest ranking is the one in the education and the training, the education, and all of the representatives here. You are all welcomed with my sincere feelings, and I'm saluting you all, and you are all welcome here. As you know, yesterday there was some meetings related to the budget, and we were in the governmental place, and our minister was having some issues there, and therefore he couldn't attend today, and he sent his salutes to all the representatives here and to all the academicians and teachers here, and I'm very happy to say you that. And as you know, in the world, actually, there are lots of disasters and important events occurring. And in other words, the catastrophes we always see, and we can see them. And the important thing is how resistant we are against them, and how we should focus on these topics, and how much can we resist against it. It's important. And in other words, we can say that the crisis can be opportunities, and giving hope to the humanity is the main aim of the education. And nearly 19 million of students and 1,200,000 teachers, the Turkish Republic, the Education Ministry in the pandemic periods, we went through a very cautious process, and we create opportunities from the crisis. And I need to say that our minister took lots of important steps and did lots of important services, and especially to our high schools. And just like he felt that before and was ready for it, and in the pandemic period, our high schools were not having lots of. We created lots of important products in the high schools, which are the business high schools, and also lots of our neighbor countries, we gifted these masks, etc. Also in our country, to get rid of this crisis with our students, we gave lots of important tablets, and in the periods where the schools were not open, we also did some summer schools to get rid of this deficiency, and we did lots of important services to get rid of our deficiencies. We always try to achieve these things, but I need to say that whatever happened, the teacher and the student communication the face-to-face education is the best thing. But anyway, to get rid of our deficiencies, we always tried as the ministry. We created TV channels for the elementary schools and for the middle schools and also for the high schools. And these TV channels called as IVA, we created opportunity equality in the education and tried to spread it to all places. But unfortunately, the communication cannot be created the same in all the places. But the summer courses especially, and also the learning all the life for the peace and for the psychology of the students, we always try to solve these problems. And as you know, there should be a philosophy behind the education, and also there should be a method. And this method and the philosophy, whatever we live, the training, education should not be stopped. And even if there is a problem, it can be solved quickly with a philosophy and with a method. And today in the world, the training goals, when we look in the area of the philosophy of the training, education, the first aim is to create a good citizen. And with the improvement of the communication and being a good citizen is not enough, and the main aim is to be a global citizen. But in our culture, especially in the 67 countries, in the 55 countries also having educations, the Mary Foundation, our aim in education, we can say it like that. The first thing is to create to educate the child in the best way, and when they get older, they should get the praying of their parents. The second is that we can teach them to be a good citizens, but thirdly, after being a good child and good citizen, also to create to be the good human, it's important. And when we ask who is the good human, and I should also say that a good one is not damaging anyone with his or her tongue or anything, and you should also request the same thing for the others as you want for yourself. And if you do not want something for yourself, you should not also want it for the others. If we can get this as a principle for the world, then there will be no world war or no energy war. And so, as a result, in our culture we have this, and we need to invite the world to this aim. And so the good humanitarian person, so one of these is the Mevlana, His Holiness. I want to say his words: come, and wherever you are, you can come. It doesn't even matter what you relive, what you believe, and you can come. And this place is a holy place. And in the same century, Yunus says, we read the Elif, and we went to the Hazar, and we like the people since the one who created them. And we are a people of a nation that doesn't have a damage on any other country. And I'm welcoming you all once more, and I'm inviting people to also create happiness and the best education possible. Thank you very much.
Teşekkür ederiz Sayın Bakanım. Sizleri hediyelerinizi almak.
Thank you, our dear minister. I would like to invite you to the stage to receive your gifts. So I would like to invite the head of the Turkish Mary Foundation.
The minister, thank you. Teşekkür ederiz. Sayın Başkanım.
Thank you, directors. Mr. Bayrakgün, we are not letting you go. So I would like to invite the head of Turkish Mar Foundation, Bayrakgül. We are inviting him to the stage. Our esteemed Minister of Education, our dear municipalities, our board of directors of our foundation, Istanbul Education Summit, valuable attendees, and the precious representatives of our press and media world, those who watches us from all over the world. I would like to welcome you all to the Istanbul Education Summit. And this Istanbul Education Summit, which we held the second of it, we hoped it to contribute to the international education, and I would like to thank our dear ministers, diplomatic mission representatives, academicians, students, and every participant who gave their hearts to the education. And while starting my speech, I would like to mention the 99th anniversary of the Turkish Republic, which we first declared in 23rd of October, 29th of October, and while we are entering our 100th year, I would like to mention which our President Recep Tayyip Erdogan's Turkish century vision and our goals in the future and our strong and determined proceedings. We are aware of our duty as Turkish Mar Foundation, and I would like to say that we are proud to be an international brand. So Turkish Mar Foundation is the window of Turkey that's open to the world, and our foundation is it was founded in 2016 by the Turkish Council, and our goal is to make educational activities on behalf of Turkey. It does to build bridges in social and cultural means. And other than that, the Mar Foundation has no other religious, political, ideological, or religious agenda, and our activities are as defined in the United Nations establishment constitution, and which was declared in the various sources. Our goal is to education for sustainable goals, and they coincide with the goals defined in OECD. Thus, the Mar Foundation, by means of education, helps a more livable world, establishment of a more livable world, and world peace. And currently, the various countries of the world, in 51 countries, we have more than 400 education institutions, and 418 of them are K-12 education institutions, from preschool to high school, and we also have a university in Arnavutluk, and in the 12 different countries we have 21 education centers. Our foundation has been accepted and connected with all kinds of various institutions all over the world, And currently we have close relation with 105 countries in the world. We have offices in 55 countries and in 51 countries. We have education institutes that spread to 6 continents, and we are serving educational purposes to more than 50,000 students. And as Turkish Maarif Foundation, we have close relationship with education ministries, and we are striving to do so. And we respect the curriculum and policies of every country, and we consider their educational needs, and I would like to mention that clearly. And I would like to thank those who come here, our dear educational ministers who came here, will Prumright, and we have educational ministries from Cameroon and Mali, and I would like to welcome them all again. And the curriculum that we apply in our schools are being used by the permission of the said countries, ministries, and we have others curriculums that are applicable in schools and while leaving behind the 6th year of our establishment, thanks to our experience and field works in 51 countries, and by combining them with Turkish experience to create, strive to create an international education program. So the international education program, which we call IM program, measurably completed, and education materials, and with other things in the future years, it will be a Turkish-specific, unique to Turkey, international education program. It will be. Originally, regardless of the curriculum that our foundation applies in whichever country, we have 5 fundamental issues, and we believe that they should be considered. These are modern STEM education, critical and analytical thinking, to adapt our methodology to educate people in social and critical thinking, and to provide critical thinking, and to prioritize educational language learning. Also, to have our students to be more sensible to their environment under these basics, especially Turkish as a foreign language, second language. We are striving to have it be taught by correct methodology and sufficient content. We strive to do that, and we try to do that by the foreign languages chamber, and we are doing many important things about that. And our curriculum program to teach foreigners Turkish as a second language was completed under the guidance of our Ministry of Education, and they are being transferred to the digital world. And following these works, the Turkish international teaching and our works towards that was found worthy of an award by Turkish Language Foundation, and in this term to have our Turkish to be produced in the international area, and who received and who strive to receive that award. I would like to thank them all. Our esteemed participants, as Turkish Maarif Foundation, we don't provide an uniform standards curriculum, but we are flexible and we strive to provide country-specific flexible modules, and we strive to do so in order to raise quality people that every country needs. We consult to relevant countries, and at the same time we are implementing, as we mentioned in this summit, we try to implement what we learned from the other countries, and we strive to have the problems of education discussed, and we are trying to create an education platform where all of the problems, international problems, are being discussed. And last year, while we were discussing the general trends in education now, as the after post-pandemic, as the face-to-face education has just started, we wanted to discuss its problems, and for this purpose our main topic of our summit is the post-pandemic school and student future. And as you know that many topics, many problems in this time, especially which we call in literature COVID generation, who had intermittent education in the last 2 years and who claimed that they had irregular education, and also which was supported by many academical researchers. And these were proven by many academic researchers, and to combat against COVID-19 virus, the face-to-face education was stopped, and it was tried to reduce the speed of the pandemic, and thus 1.6 billion students were affected, or at least it is what's claimed to be. According to the UNESCO, the generation that are affected by the pandemic facing the risk of facing a large amount of monetary loss, and this is a significant amount. And in the last years, the justice and equality between generation ideas will be discussed in the future. And by considering all of these risks, the Turkish Mar Foundation, from its foundation, is an international education institution, has been closely interested in the education technologies, and we abide to the LMS rules. We inspected LMS rules and remote education from the inception of the pandemic. We researched what are the current technologies in the world regarding to that. We educated our student, our teacher army, and we tried to dodge the pandemic with the least amount of damage. And our main motto was, in every place of the world, to provide uninterrupted education. That was our motto, and we strived and we spent effort in that matter. There are teachers from different countries here. They are the witness to that, and we have been the prominent leaders of that in all countries that we have been in. So while all of the schools were closed by, we never stopped education classes, and we used online classes, and we tried to turn this into success. And I would like to thank the central staff of the Mar Foundation, all of the principals in the field, and all of our teachers. I would like to thank them for our success, and I would like to congratulate them. Our dear guests, which we there was a situation which we experienced in pandemic. We can provide short-term alternatives to schools. There can be remote education, but society without school is not possible in today's world. That's what we understood, and we also understood how important was the school. And the pandemic term revealed the importance of school once again. But post-pandemic, when the schools were opened, there were two prominent issues. First, getting the students who were away from school for a long time to get used to school again. Today, social psychologists mentions closed generation who don't go out, even quality people, even them do not want to leave home, do not want to continue the normal work life. They want to work online. Students don't want to go to school, so the people are not attending to school. So how should we motivate them to going to school in this term? How should we remedy the education losses that we had? This is a great test for all of us, and we will mention how will we overcome that. And the second subject is the socio-psychological effects of the pandemic. The student, teacher, and family with these aspects, it deserves to be sensibly treated, and there are many academic researches about the effects of the pandemic and how long they will be effective for, and to support our students and to strengthen them against uncertainties. There are many discussions among educationers, and the Istanbul Educational Summit is a place that all of these problems are being discussed, and it's an important education platform where all of these are discussed, and the foundational problems and new approaches towards that. We are striving to make it a platform as such, and in such transaction time where we face serious situations, to find solutions, and for the future of the next generations, we believe that it's important to create a discussion environment as a global education brand, as Turkish Mar Foundation. We believe that going forward and being able to solve problems, we believe that the way to do that is the international cooperation. And as a Turkish-based education institution, we think global and act locally in this scope. Our first panel, where our esteemed ministers will attend to, we will discuss after the stopping of the face-to-face education and how it affected different countries. This will be our topic, and the main actors of this process, our teachers, will be considered in the future sessions and their problems, and in 4 different panels today and tomorrow. The academic analysis of the back to school and our youth and children who were the most affected ones with the pandemic, and we will consider their education struggle. And with these thoughts and considerations, I would like to thank all of our ministers who supported us, academicians and teachers. In your presence, I would like to thank them, and I would like to thank our dear esteemed president, also our external ministry and all of his personnel, and who sponsored us in these works. All of these institutions, I would like to thank them very much. And As last, I would like to thank who spent the effort, intellectual, and I would like to thank our board of managers, members of it, and the students on the field, and maybe other hidden heroes that we can't even count. And I would like to thank them in your presence. And I hope the summit will be successful. And I would like to thank all of our participants. Thank you very much.
Sayın Başkan'a konuşmaları için teşekkür ediyoruz. We all know that education is the key for children, for societies, for countries, and for the world. Turkish Maarif Foundation serves this fundamental element, but it's more than that. Turkish Maarif Foundation has a purpose beyond education. Its mission is to help children to become virtuous human beings, to become a person who strives to do useful work for his or her own country and humanity.
Now we'll see a very special story here. We're going to Sudan to listen to Marif student Mahtum Abdullah's story. Let's watch it all together.
Küçükken çok kötü şeyler gördüm ben. Çocuklar yemek olmadığından dolayı uyuyorlar ya da bilgi sahibi olmayan aileler vardır kampta. Ve onlara yardım ya da tavsiye verecek bir kişi yokmuş. Benim adım Mahtum Abdullah Bakır. Sudanlıyım. Baş kampında duydum. 17 yaşındayım. Türkiye Maarif Vakfı'nda okuyorum. Gıda mühendisliği okumak istiyorum çünkü insanlara yardım etmek için bu mesleği seçtim. Sınav 8'de okuyorken en yüksek bir derece aldım. Vilayetin 4. oldum. Okumak istiyordum. Ben yeni dilleri öğrenmek çok istiyordum. Bunun için Türkiye Maarif Vakfı'na gittim. Biraz yabancı okulları seviyorum çünkü yeni insanlarla bir tanışabileceksiniz. İse yeni bilgiler alacaksınız. Gıda mühendisliği okuduğumda ise beslenme bölümü de okuyacağım. Ondan sonra Sudan'a dönüp hastanelere de çocuklara ya da annelere bilgiler vermek, beslenme hakkında. Bu şekilde Sudanlı insanlara bir yardım edeceğim.
It's very nice to see Abdullah achieve his dreams and he'll become a food engineer as he wishes. He's saying he'll back to Sudan to help people in need. And like Mahtum Abdullah and hundreds of students around the world, Turkish Maarif Foundations will continue to work very hard to make dreams come true. Now is the time, and I would like to introduce our first session, which is the high-level meeting called The Future of School, Post-Pandemic Needs of Education. The long-term social isolation process was experienced due to the coronavirus pandemic. Countries around the world have searched for new ways to address the pandemic's negative impact on education and implemented emergency action plans. Post-pandemic education, which has become a global issue, calls for reshaping the future of school in line with changing needs. Now the ministers of education around the world will be joining us to discuss the future of school. I'd like to kindly invite the Minister of Secondary Education from Cameroon, Pauline Nalova Lyonga. Please welcome her. Ms. Layonga, you can sit there, please. Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Layonga. And please welcome. You can sit there. Thank you. Please welcome Minister of Public Education from Republic of Uzbekistan, Bahtiyar Saidov Odilovich. Welcome, Mr. Odilovich. And please welcome Minister of Education from Mali, Stibe Usman Dedu. Welcome, Ms. Dedu. And I'll kindly invite Deputy Minister of National Education from Turkey, Professor Dr. Osman Sezgin. Welcome, Mr. Sezgin. And Minister of Education from Zambia, Douglas Kalima, will be joining us with his video message. And last but not least, I would like to invite to moderate the first session of the Istanbul Education Summit, the President and the Chairman of Turkish Marif Foundation, Professor Dr. Birol Akgün. Welcome, Mr. Akgün. The floor is yours. I'll wish you a fruitful panel. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody, again. I would like to... Good morning, everybody. And I would like to welcome all participants, all of our ministers from different countries, from Turkey, Deputy Minister of our Minister of Education, from Cameroon, from Mali, from Uzbekistan. Again, we are very glad to have you here in Istanbul, in Turkey. Welcome, and your contribution today will be certainly enlighten and enhance our Istanbul Education Summit to make it part of international education networks and debate program for all of us. Well, as the theme of this today's Istanbul Education Summit apply, actually we will focus on the post-pandemic remaining effects of the experience that we have hardly gone through during the pandemic. I will ask some of the questions directly, and I will request each of the participants to respond their experience first. I mean, how they experienced actually during the pandemic in terms of providing education in your individual countries. Perhaps I should start from the lady just next to me from Cameroon. Would you please, Madam?
How did we experience the pandemic in Cameroon?
Yes.
Is it okay?
Yeah, it's okay. That's just fine.
Yeah. I think that is a very easy question in the sense that it is an experience that affected all the countries in the world, including Cameroon. And one characteristic was particularly important. That characteristic is that it affected schools. And it affected schools in the way that the head of state actually decided that to protect all Cameroonians, all schools were going to be shut down. From kindergarten to primary schools to secondary education to what we refer to as the big school, to make people understand that we meant the universities. What happened is that the head of state decided to shut down all the schools. And I don't know, I think everybody knows that it's a very terrible feeling to know that you'll be going for an undetermined period without school. And at the time, I had just come to the Ministry of Secondary Education. And I was wondering how I was going to go around sitting down, knowing that children could not go to school. So I decided, with the help of the political class, that is the head of state of Cameroon, who was very, very involved in what was happening to the youth, who gave us the encouragement and money and funding to do something alternative. He agreed that schooling was going to go on, but in a different manner. It was going to go on by the adoption of distance education. Cameroon had not done distance education at all. And this was the first time we were introducing our teachers into something very new. Because everybody knew that teaching by distance is not very easy. Some people thought it was easy because they thought that it was just like standing in front of the television and telling a story. And yet, that was not it. This was a new experience for the teachers. And so what did it involve? It involved that we had to teach, we had to train the teachers who were coming into this field. And no sooner had we started that than the teachers themselves understood that it was a very new experience and that they in fact needed to be trained on how to do this. They needed to train how to communicate. They needed to train in talking to the students. They needed to train in editing their lessons. They needed to do things totally differently. They discovered that you could not take your lesson and come and stand in front of students for 30 minutes or 1 hour and just give the lesson away. There were things that you had to do, break the lessons into bits and bring in technology and make sure that you had the attention of the students. In fact, it was a whole new experience, as I've said before. So the pandemic threw us all into a new experience. Apart from the fact that it closed some schools. It was not all the schools that were able to come on. But in fact, we were able to train train a few teachers as quickly as possible to get into the whole business of teaching with technology. So that is the new thing. So we got into it. And you can think about the fact that in Africa, everybody will say, how are you going to do distance education when you don't have energy? There's no distance education if there is no energy. So that was the other problem. And nobody could believe us, of course, because you are in a situation where the electrical lights go off any second, anytime when you don't anticipate it, the lights go off. You know, that is if you don't have at all. Sometimes you don't have electricity at all. You know, therefore, how are you going to do education in that situation? Very difficult. So that was the main difficulty that we had, how to go about this. Second of all, you needed money because it meant a whole new system that required new equipment to get into it. You needed money. It was not planned for. So again, how do you do this? The political class had to be ready to engage in this new system. So when you ask me, how did you approach it? This is what we did. By being bold, by finding the money, by training the teachers, and we did that. Now, I mean, what next is another story, which I think we can go on.
The next time.
As okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Leonga, for your sharing experience. Next, let's from the far left from Turkey, Professor Osman Sezgin, Deputy Minister.
Öncelik tanıyorum.
First, okay, for acting as gentlemanly. Maybe we can listen from Mali, from Minister of Education of Mali, Sidiba Osman Tedao. Please, your response to and your experience with regard to pandemic.
Merci beaucoup. Madame, Monsieur les ministres, Monsieur le Président de la Fondation Marif, chers participants, permettez-moi d'exprimer à l'entame de mes propos tout le plaisir que j'ai à être présente ici ce matin pour partager avec l'ensemble du monde de l'éducation l'expérience du Mali.
And here, sharing experience with you is very good feeling for me and for the future of the training education we will talk. And after the education, what kind of needs we have. The training system in Mali, I need to tell that there are two different training systems. One is the formal one and the other one is the informal one. The formal one, when we look, the ministry, not only before the managing before the school, also the secondary ones and also the vocational high schools, they are also looking to, and also the one in the special needs, they also, as a minister, looking, for example, the disabled children of us. And right now, totally, we have 4,400,000 students in our institutions, and also in our kindergartens we have 140,000 students. And after from the 6th grade to the 9th grade, we have 2,400,000 students. And when we look at the technical education, we don't have much opportunities, actually, and the conditions. We only have 7,000 students there, and the middle school and high school level, and the informal. When we look at the informal, we have different training centers, educational centers, and with integration, we are trying to create literacy on the people, and especially for the women, for the girls, we have centers. So we have lots of children, and unfortunately, they don't have the opportunity to go to the school for second chance for them. The fastened education systems we created, and after 9 months in this kind of a period, they get informal education. So it's a complex system. So before this pandemic, also we had important problems, and before the pandemic, we had a safety crisis, and this was a quite important safety crisis in Mali, and it had lots of different impacts on the training education system. So it has lots of negative effects. Thousands of schools, because of these safety problems, became not usable, and 500,000 students couldn't able to use their right to go to school. So before the pandemic, we had this kind of problem, and as a result, 1,700 schools we needed to close. So we were far away from the aims we had. So the COVID-19 pandemic in this kind of so we had lots of important problems. On March 2020, the government closed all of the schools in our country, and from March to the May it continued. And on May we went into the second phase with the exams. We also started our courses again. I want to say that in Mali, the education system, we have lots of important problems. There is a health problem on one side and the safety problem on the other side. We couldn't be able to discriminate them. And the budget problem we had also we had some funding problems, especially students in the school. They couldn't go to the schools because of the problems in their economy. They couldn't go to the school, and also all of the education calendar went into nothing. Like also we had some food problems in the schools as a result of the safety and health problems. Also, they couldn't get the necessary nutrition they need. And in Mali, unfortunately, the children, we saw that they were working because of the economical problems. They worked and they were being exploited, and even the sexual harassment they got, and the parents also lost their motivation, and they also affected the motivation of the children. And in all of the country we had a psychosocial problem, and the stress level of the parents and the children increased a lot. And we also note that the children going away from the school entered to the crews with weapons, unfortunately. And in Mali, unfortunately, we cannot say that there is a good image right now. We are in a different stage than the other countries because we have a crisis in different areas.
From Mali, return to another Minister of Public Education from Uzbekistan, Mr. Bahtiyar Saido, please.
First of all, Assalamu alaikum to everybody. I would like to express my deep gratitude for invitation, for inviting me to this, I would say, very important event. And with your permission, I would like to just continue my vision and speech in my native language. Avvalambor, man barcha hozirgi panelda qo'shilishimni man izhor etmoqchiman.
Firstly, to all the ministers, I was approving their opinions. In Uzbekistan, in the pandemic period, we saw that in this period, our training education system was not ready, and we understood it very well. And also today in the education summit, the second one, here we are face to face. And for being here, I'm very happy to be here. And this summit is face to face, which makes us very happy. And also, the first summit of the education summit was online because of the pandemic. And today, like a pandemic, these kind of crisis, how can we behave in this kind of situation? It shows us. And the pandemic, the problems, hardness in the education area, and also the education area had lots of important problems because of the pandemic. In different areas there were also problems, but especially in the education area it was a big crisis. And to manage this crisis, we had to create our own education system. And afterwards, not only in the health area, but also different crises we needed to manage, we need to improve ourselves in the education area. And the biggest aim, the biggest reason is that there is no global education system. And the world leaders also are presence of Uzbekistan in the pandemic process. He created lots of good quality education for the 6.5 million of students. All of the opportunities were being used in the country. And in addition, in the pandemic process, the Uzbekistan Republic President also did the best thing he can do, especially in the education area, with the experiences in the global area as well. We tried to apply all of them, and I can say that we were successful. For example, in the pandemic process, in the city and also in the rural areas, for all the students, we wanted to create the equality of opportunity. 13,085 television programs were recorded and was published in the Uzbekistan TV, and on the daytime, like 24 hours, in all of the students had this opportunity with the TV programs. We gave the necessary education, and the wage of the teachers were paid in a regular way, and also the students, teachers, and the parents were able to use the system easier. With our most experienced teacher, we gave them responsibilities. Even the retired ones, we mobilized them. Apart from that, in Uzbekistan, for the TV programs, for teachers, students, and the parents, there was a new online system, and this system was called as Maktab.uz. And this platform is the online system with a central system. And as a result, all of our education was given on the TV. Also, the teachers, we didn't decrease their wage, and also used try to increase their experience with different programs. For example, the education level in the schools was were in the same level with the science level of the teachers, so we always try to improve their level, and without not seeing it also in the pandemic period. With a positive approach, we always try to increase their level of information, and we worked on this topic. The systems, without looking into this topic, it's impossible, and we always trying to create new calendars, so the teachers in the current, they know what kind of practice they should have, and this with our new association we did it, and with 7 different skills, all of the teachers had to have these skills, and with the improvement of the education area in a fast way, the teachers always try to improve themselves to create their own areas of expertise. And in Uzbekistan we have more than 500,000 teachers, and with the practices they always try to increase their experiences. We try to contribute to this topic. And now today at this summit, all of the participants, especially I want to say that all of the governments in the pandemic process has different experiences they created for themselves and different education systems, and we need to share these experiences with each other. And in Uzbekistan, with experienced system we created, we can say that, and as I can say, the 7 different practice skills with UNICEF, we did this system, and so it was a big result for us. And in addition, we are always telling it in the pandemic process, with the crisis, we were always trying to look into it. So from now we need to think about it, and we need to be ready for that. We need to be ready all together. And of course, in the next speeches, I want to talk about that. We wanted to share our own experience with you.
Dealt with, and certainly will come to the next step. But now we are going to listen Minister of Education of Turkey, Deputy Minister of Education of Turkey, Professor Osman Sezgin. Sayın Hocam buyurun.
Sayın Başkanım, 2 tur.
Şimdi 2.
Now the second tour, maybe there will be a third one, but from now on, the problems we have encountered so far and the solution advices, and the floor is yours. So I would like to thank you very much. I have benefited from our guest ministers' informations, and I would like to welcome them all again. And I would like to welcome you also. You have participated. We will be benefiting from your speeches, from your ideas. The world needs it, and to remedy that, I would like to thank you for every step you take. The Turkish Republic is a large country. This is for the both quality and quantity. So, as I mentioned before, we have 90 million students and 1,200,000 teachers. So, these numbers reflects the scope and quality of what we strive for. And these are also sufficient arguments to the seriousness of that. But in my first speech, I would like to mention what we have done as the Turkish Minister of Education, what we have done, and I would like to mention them with numbers. And if our moderator permits, so I would like to mention the deficiencies of the education system, and I would like to try to answer what have we done wrong to have us so devastated by COVID. Mr. Mahmoud Özer, our Minister of National Education, was Deputy Minister of Education before, and the occupational schools were really devastated back then. And with thanks to our minister, the development of the occupational schools, vocational schools, benefited us all and almost prepared us to pandemic. We would like to thank him for that. The vocational schools manufacture their own masks for themselves and for others, and also produced hygienic materials also by exporting them. They contributed to the country's economy, and also we have sent them as gifts to our friend countries. And with the pandemic, so what can we do while we were thinking about what can we do in this pandemic? We, in two different areas, for primary schools, middle schools, and high schools, we have established our televisions and we tried to provide education in there, and we tried to keep the motivation high in teachers. But as you all know, that it was not possible to reach everywhere with television. So in order to do that, 160 million helping sources we have prepared, and books we have published. While doing so, we have developed a system called Village Help System. We have renovated the buildings in villages unused. We tried to renovate the unused buildings in villages, and we tried to have them to be used for the benefit of all, and we tried to support that. So literacy has never reached such highs in the Republic period. We have reached 90% in per school, and this is a very happy news for us. Also, we have disadvantaged students, which we call special children. For them not to be adversely affected, we brought education to their homes. Along with it, we have provided them with the equipment that they would need in their education, and we have manufactured them and delivered to them. So especially the most important aspect of the education, our teachers. We have supported our teachers in terms of occupation, career, moral, and motivation. And we have supported them with special activities. As I mentioned, more than 19 million students and more than 1 million students, while we were doing so, we distributed tablet computers to many, and by distributing them, we tried to equal opportunity in education. We tried to reach that, and this was to remedy the damages of a current situation. And these were all reactionary, and a reactionary person cannot succeed. So that means, how should we perceive the situations like pandemic, which is already exist? How can we overcome? And in order to do so, we have to breed the actionary and to review our education understanding. must be important for us and for all of the world. With these feelings, I would like to present you all with my gratitude.
Deputy Minister of Education of Turkey. Now, actually, we have one more Minister of Education from Africa, from Zambia. He is with us online. Mr. Douglas Sekalama from Zambia. Now we are asking the same question and we will listen his answer.
The chairperson of the Turkish Mary Foundation, Professor Bayro Akan, fellow ministers, academicians, and honorable guests. Zambia experienced its first case of COVID-19 on March 2020. This resulted in a directive to immediately close schools on 20th March 2020, while the country was exploring ways of ensuring the safety of all citizens and learners in particular. Various stakeholders came together to discuss solutions and mitigation measures to the closures of schools and ensure that the disruption in learning was not unnecessarily prolonged. After much cross-sector deliberations and with support of the Global Partnership for Education GPE, COVID-19 Relief Fund of 10 million administered by UNICEF, the Ministry of Education developed guidelines for mitigating the impact of COVID-19 in May 2020. This resulted in the opening of examination classes in June 2020 to pilot the implementation of the COVID-19 guidelines, as well as to ensure that the learners in examination classes did not fall too far behind with their learning and stayed on track with the examination schedule. Now, how can we evaluate the education models, the course of education, the future of the school, which changed with the impact? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the advent of COVID-19 exposed many education systems in Africa as regards the use of integrated models to provide education. Most countries embraced the schooling model, which ultimately proved inefficient when schools closed. We need to implement remote learning plans involving multi-platform programs that combine online and offline lessons, television, radio, smartphone, and paper-based materials with explicit policies to reach disadvantaged households, including children with disabilities. Doing so will help close the current digital divide between disadvantaged and privileged populations, thereby making our education system more resilient and inclusive in providing continuity of learning at home, further flexible and accessible contents to reach all children. Remote learning provision should also be strengthened through creating linkages between teachers and learners, embedding assessment and feedback mechanism, and CPD for teachers. Now, if we talk about the changing post-pandemic competences and qualifications of education stakeholders, which competences could be argued to stand out? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, most of our teachers were glued to the traditional way of preparing lessons, where physical lesson plans were prepared and delivered was in classrooms. This did not have any impact during the pandemic. With the advent of COVID-19, we saw our teachers and learners develop skills such as internet-based competencies, online material uploading and downloading of materials, and digital skills. The use of tablets, computers, and phones became frequently used. Learner support services were also enhanced during the same period. The likely continued resurgence of COVID-19 cases requires that government plans for blended education provision, where some schools in low-risk localities, such as rural areas, can remain open, while those in high-risk localities, like cities, can close and revert to remote learning as they go in temporary lockdowns because of renewed COVID outbreaks. Now, what is the impact of the digital competences which increased during the pandemic on education? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the use of internet, web-based, that is to say, radio and television competences became more pronounced during the pandemic period. However, it must be stated that these platforms were marred with lack of internet connectivity in most rural parts of the country, which disadvantaged teachers as well as learners. There is need, therefore, to upscale the internet, more especially in rural areas, as this will enable effective delivery of lessons. The competence to undertake interaction with such models by both teachers and learners were not evenly distributed. Most schools in urban areas had enough manpower and equipment to deliver online lessons and provided feedback. This was not the case in most rural parts of the country. There is therefore an urgent need to simplify the curriculum by prioritizing a minimum set of ICT competences to be delivered both at teacher training colleges and schools. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, how then can the home schooling model be evaluated on a platform where formal education is discussed? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, homeschooling is very delicate in the sense that it is difficult to monitor and ascertain the number of learners and parents who are fully involved in the process. There is need to have mechanisms that will enable management to establish the number of learners that are enrolled. There is need also to establish the performance of the learners who are fully engaged in home schooling and those that are not, as they attend the face-to-face lessons. Another issue that needs to be established is the number of dropouts from school after schools reopen. School management needs to establish the category of learners that drop out between those attending home schooling and those that do not. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, it is necessary, therefore, that countries devise their own plans to mitigate the devastating impact of COVID-19 on education. There's need for creativity, planning, and increased investment. This was more evident given that remote learning, which was believed to be effective enough to reach all children after the closure of schools due to COVID-19 pandemic, had limitations. Although countries like Zambia developed platforms for remote learning that combined online lessons, television, and radio, employed interventions designed to reach disadvantaged households resulted in only children from wealthier and educated families benefiting from remote learning interventions. Nevertheless, we are of the unwavering belief that education is the best possible platform for socio-economic progress any government can and should make available to its citizens. I thank you for your kind attention. God bless you.
We are very much thankful for his valuable contribution to our panel today to Minister of Education of Zambia. Well, we understand, I mean, during the pandemic, everybody has somehow get affected in rich countries, poor countries, developed countries, because it was universally affected all, but that's what we call pandemic rather than epidemic. So it was maybe 100 years of impact that we will follow in our socio-cultural economic life. But in the second round of our discussion, I would like to listen from our participants their most recent experience in the post-pandemic era. Okay, the pandemic is over, but what's next? I mean, the question is, what problems the policymakers and practitioners now facing with, and what measures politically and practically they are trying to overcome these difficulties now in your individual countries. I think we will follow the same line. Madam Minister, please, Leonga.
I would start by talking about the fear of repetition, the fear of seeing the pandemic again. This is one thing that most of us I mean, most countries that experienced the pandemic are worried about, are concerned about. If it comes again, are we ready? That is the question.
Wow.
If the pandemic or another pandemic, if it comes again, are we ready? What are the things that we have put together to make sure that we are ready when it comes? The next point that I will talk about is the fact that the pandemic has shown us that school after the pandemic can only be a hybrid experience.
Mm-hmm.
That is to say, no more are we going to school in a specific site, in one big site which is referred to as school. School is everywhere today. School can be at your home. You sit in your home and you read your books and do what your teachers want. School can be somewhere in the market where you go and do your research and give your results, but school is everywhere. No longer is school in a designated area by a community. We have to remember that. And if that is the case, then again the question of are we ready comes in. Are the governments ready to embrace this? The next point also is that the expectations of the pandemic and the anticipations have grown very much. Everybody is expecting to benefit from distance education. Everybody says, even the governments think that if you build less schoolrooms and have a few rooms with technology, you will be able to meet the remote areas that you had not met before. And not only they, what about the girls? Girls are expecting that they will have the opportunity of education because there is distance education. What about where there is war? Those who have war and who are unable to go to school because maybe the warmongers say that you mustn't go to school are now expecting that they will have education because of distance education. That is to say that these expectations are multiplying themselves. Mm-hmm. Governments are in trouble because they have made their populations expect more. It's not that they're in trouble, but that is a good way to live, because these health pandemics occur periodically. Therefore, one can say that another one will come again. So the best way to live is to live by anticipation. And therefore, what it means is that there should be a lot more spending from the government in education. That is to say, the governments may have realized that distance education is very important, but I don't think they have realized that distance education needs a lot of money. Because it does need a lot of money. The next thing is that the pandemic, more than anything else, made us realize that the world is one. Because from a third world country, we jumped into being a developing country. Because we were doing the same things that the West, European West, that they were doing. We're doing distance education like America was doing. It was no longer a developing country, therefore we cannot, or an advanced country, they can, we cannot. Because if people are dying in New York, the next person may be you in Africa. And if you're curing people in New York, we were also curing people in Africa. So we were doing almost the same things throughout the globe. So it raised the consciousness of oneness. No longer did we say, this is not fit, this one is fit, that one is not fit. Even in the African countries, there was no more dichotomy about the city and the village. Everybody was doing the same thing. The pandemic has raised our consciousness to such a point that it leads us to the next point, which is that of sharing. Whether we like it or not, we have to share. We have to share our experiences. We have to share our medical findings. We have to be able to talk to one another. And it has told us that the world must be peaceful. If the world is not peaceful, you cannot cure a pandemic. Because China will not talk to America, maybe others will not talk to others, etc. And that lack of communication can only increase the risk of death. So there are positive and negative things that the pandemic has done. And we have to sift these things. And in sifting the things, we must be able to work together. The globe, you know, as being a global village, as being that village where everybody is one, was made more of a reality through the pandemic than any other experience of war. It's the health crisis that has made the world recognize that they are one more than anything else. It's not political wars. It is the health. Everybody has health. Political wars may be different, but everybody must live. So it's health, that oneness. Those are the challenges that come. And as humanity, we have to begin to think how we share. That is why I prize, you know, by that I'm speaking for Cameroon, I prize our closeness to Marif. We have been working with Marif in Cameroon very closely, especially me as an individual, because it has values of humanity, which are the values that we need today. It has values of sharing, which are the values that we need today. We must, whether we like it or not, compare the curricula that have been developed in different areas of the world. We must see what we have done. You know, in Cameroon, Cameroon is very different. Cameroon is a very difficult nation. It is very difficult to be a Cameroonian, because in Cameroon, if I talk only of the modern languages, the Western languages, English and French, you have to know who you are. Who am I? Am I Anglophone? Am I Francophone? Am I a Cameroonian? What am I? Very important. And if I'm developing a curriculum post-COVID, what are the points of emphasis that bring out the sort of identity problems that I'm talking about? What are the contents, the points of the content that are supposed to be developed to make this country more, more valuable to other countries of the globe? What are they? Are we thinking globally? And if we were thinking, I would challenge you, we would not be having a Russian-Ukraine fight. We would not be having, what do you call it? A democratic Republican context of difference. We will not be having, coming back to my own country, would not be having differences between Northwest and Southwest. That is to say, we still need to do a lot to think globally. I'd like to end there.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Leanga. Not only pandemic actually taught us as a humanity full of wisdom, what your experience and what your vision with regard to keeping the peace first to survive as a humanity which come under to real threat to ontological insecurity of whole world. I think we have learned a lot. Thank you very much. Now, again, we are turning back to Ms. Ziba Osman Dido from Mali. Please, Madam.
Merci beaucoup, Président. Alors, pour la transformation.
There's a problem in the microphone. I can't hear the missus. I can't hear it.
Du système éducatif. Face aux crises.
Just a moment. Just a moment. There's a problem.
Ça va? It's okay?
Okay, now I can hear him. He hear her. So what I was saying, yes. Pandemic taught us the importance of increasing resistance of the education system. We have to increase the resistance of our system, and the current education system, we can sustain them as is, and the traditional education methods should change. So does the pandemic pushes us to make new trials, tests. We tried new education models. We started to bringing up new methods. So if we look at in the context of Mali, these new efforts has close relationship with the reestablishment of our country. As I mentioned, we are in a transition period due to different problems in our country. We are almost rebuilding our country, and in this transition, our authorities takes new initiatives. So by establishing the all education system, it requires a rebuilding of the education system, and the goal of that is to actually has started to take shape in an already created program. We have started a program to develop a program. So Mali government especially invests in remote education. We have defined that this is the most important method to increase our resistance and development. So we have to increase the share of education in our public investments. So we have to increase the importance of the education. We have to use our budget in a more innovative style. As my Cameroonian friend mentioned, that remote education is important, but we need funds and we need budget for that to have mobilized the remote education. And also, we should have an excellence in education system, and for this purpose we not have a strong infrastructure, especially in middle education, for vocational and technical education. We have to strengthen our infrastructure. So the employment of our teacher, bringing up our teachers, we have to improve our techniques regarding to that, and we can see the importance of the teachers in the scope of Mali. Mali is a huge country, more than 1 million square meters, has a large area, but in our countries, the 2/3 of our country is host to terrorist attacks, terrorist groups, so it's hard for us to locate our teachers to different positions. So the teachers that we can send do not want to go, cannot go to the other areas, and they will have to fall back to the one-third, the safe zone of the country. And we have to also consider the educational and economical system, so we have to establish a special education areas. We mentioned our disabled students, we mentioned our rural students. It might be harder to reach those, so sometimes their parents are not that educated persons, and also for the poor families, the children in poor families also struggle. Also girls have limited reach to high school and middle school. So according to the UNICEF's information, our girls that are going to primary school, only 30% of them continues to their middle school and high school. So we have to increase the contribution of the girls. So like this, the young adult, only that with this we can increase the competencies of young adults in our schools. We have 13 different languages in Mali, and thus when we look at our curriculum, we can see that the students starting the primary school, what I mean is our students between the 6th grade and 3rd grade, if they know the national language, if they receive the necessary language information training, they perform well in other classes. So our minister, our deputy minister, so we had an important education summit in New York in the 17th of this month, and we last month we mentioned the importance of cooperation. So this cooperation education should last and continue after pandemic. So all countries can learn many things from each other's education system. So we need to cooperate as never before. So no country can overcome all of the things that face alone. The education needs cooperation dialogue, and for that reason we try to open new areas of cooperation with Turkey as Mali. So we already had very well functioning channels, but we want to add some more. We already have health relationship with Turkey Mar Foundation, and on behalf of our President, I would like to give you our deepest thanks to you, and I would like to thank all authorities in under the leadership of President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. And Recep Tayyip Erdogan mentioned the importance of solving the Mali crisis, and in the terms of, he mentioned the importance of overcoming the security problem in the Mali in his BM speech, and I would like to thank him for that. I would like to emphasize that as Mali Minister of Education, we have a strong relationship with the Turkish Mar Foundation. Before coming to this summit, we had chance to visit the Marif schools. So the Marif schools in our country went transferred to brand new facilities. I would like to mention that only with this we can provide high quality education to our students. We can only then provide our students and teachers. So we mentioned hard exams made under hardships. So our students were really beneficial for that. We have problems in terms of education. So despite that, our students were performing well. So they gained the first 3 position in the first 10. So So I would like to thank you for giving me a chance to speak on this platform, and together them had chance to cooperate in terms of solutions. So we think a new initiative should be taken in terms of technical and vocational education. Also, the Deputy Minister of Education has also mentioned that, and we have to prepare our students to the new realities of the working conditions. So automotive sector is getting more important in our country. So for that person, we have to use, for this purpose, we have to use new devices. So this provides us with change, with opportunities that could support our children, especially in the apprenticeship. And education is an important way to increase the economical richness, but it's also important to strengthen the institution of our republic. So the Mali requires a healthy education system. Thank you very much.
In the post-pandemic era, but also your appreciation of the Shmar Foundation work over there. We always have been in close contact with the local education authority. That's our policy, as just I mentioned during my own speech. Now, return back to Uzbekistan. What is your policies in the post-pandemic era? What problems you are facing with, and how do you deal with them?
Thank you. Albatta, hozir yuqorida gapirilgan gaplar, ayniqsa mana ikkita
Here
boshqa hamkasblarimni gapirilgan gap.
I agree with all the words the other ministers says, and in Mali and Cameroon there were lots of problems, as we heard, and in the international area right now, with the new innovations and with new integrations. And here a new concept, a new education integration is added, and this integration is also in the upcoming years with the new crisis. Also, it can be a solution, and between the countries, the international education integration between the countries should be improved. It's very important. And then also here I want to mention that a new offer is in an international area or between our countries. We need to share our experiences. Recently in New York, I was there in the education summit, and in the pandemic process, the importance we saw it, and it needs to be improved. And also, this is the future for us. Without the education, you cannot. Without improving the importance on education, we cannot improve our countries. For Uzbekistan and for the we have a 5 years of education program, and there not only for the universities, also for all the country, for all the education. We have a new education schedule, and we want to improve it more. Also, this education schedule program it requests lots of budget, and also in the technical area. In 5 years in Uzbekistan, all of the national education, we want to improve ourselves one by one. Also, the computer systems, we want to improve ourselves. We want to teach our teachers We need to teach our teachers because the education they can give to the students is improved by their improvement as well. As I said, 500,000 teachers in their own areas getting improved, and we are improving their programs. We are trying to create the educational programs with the TV, with the videos. We are talking about them much. These are good things for create improvements in the educational area, but of course in the pandemic period here all the participants they know what the education system is now. With a face-to-face communication is very different thing, and we in this kind of the summits here we are asking ourselves, are we ready for the problems we will have in the pandemic problems? So the experiences, we should look to them in the world, and as I said, the education integration concept is quite important. And now in Uzbekistan we have a saying, bicycle is invented and you don't need to invent it again. So the thing I want to say is the other countries' inventions, we should use them. We don't need to invent again. For example, Korea, Japan, Turkey, in the education area, their experiences are quite important for us. And for the application, and to include them in our own education system, it's quite important. All of the states have their own mentality, culture, and values. And this is quite important in the system to be given in the educational area. And we need to create and change and apply the educational program in accordance with our culture and system. So the thing I want to say is Uzbekistan, not because of the problems it has in the pandemic period, all of the educational area in the technological area, so the school, all of these organizations, universities and institutions had a new training system. And we gave importance to it. So we can say we focus on them. For example, international, with the help of international associations, UNICEF, for example, one of them, there is a new platform by UNICEF, and with this platform, none of the students can be excluded from the training, and so we took it as a motto to ourselves. So it's the basis of our educational system, and we have some program platforms. We always talk about education, but also we have disabled people, so we should not forget it. In the educational area, the improvement is not only for the ones that can take the education, but also for the disabled person. It should focus on, and the same level of the education should be given to them as well. And I also agree with all the things that the participants said. I can say that I agree with them, and also in Uzbekistan we want to collaborate with them. We are ready for the collaboration with them. I want to say, and Uzbekistan in the pandemic process, also in the different conditions with the new experiences we had, we want to share them, and we want to get the experiences of yours as well. Thank you.
For your great speech, for the setting a new agenda, especially for the pandemic era with regard to a part of reform agenda as well. Sayın Hocam, Sayın Bakanım buyurun lütfen Türkiye tecrübesini.
When our president said, please gave me the word to me, I said, please give the word to the colleague, because in our culture, the ladies are first. So the ladies should be first, and afterwards, in our culture, we have a saying that guest from the God. So we had a room in the home in the past, so when the guests come, they were staying there. So thanks for all the thing you said, and I also want to say that the Turkish Republic is the law and the education and all the things we want to share with our colleagues, and the problems they say. We also have another problem, because when there's a problem in Balkan, it comes to Turkey. When there's a problem in Middle East, immigration comes also from, like, we are getting lots of immigration, and these students and the people, we are making them employed, and so this can even be a country with themselves. So we have another problem like that. So I want to say that I want to ask a question. Is the world in crisis like this only right now? In the humanitarian history, in the sociologic area, also in the educational area and economical area, lots of traumas we had. So then, how we did overcome? For example, for our country, when we say in the 13th century, like 11, 12 times we had crusaders, and in these kind of periods we had Mevlanas, Yunus Emre's, and Hacı Bektaşi. So I want to say that the world is not having this kind of crisis for the first time. In the humanitarian history, all of these things happened and will be. So the important thing is how our education philosophy should be, and after this kind of crisis, how our human can stay strong and can create opportunities from the crisis. So in the globalization today, there's a deficiency in this topic. Unfortunately, all the world is applying this, and so this crisis is been happening. The Orthodox psychology is also is looking to our age as a depression age. So with the medicines, although there are lots of pills, people are having problems, and so people are not resistant. So that is because of the education philosophy. We need to look into it. People can die, people can have earthquakes and accidents, and there can be global problems. How they can stay strong? We need to focus on that. On 1918, it started. I want to look to the education history, but I just want to say that on 1918, with Imam Pavlov and with Watson, it continued. The behavioral approach is with it tries to teach people with their behaviors. Then we need to ask when you are looking to the conditions of the behaviors, you are also look with the mind and with the creativeness, you are also making conditions. So therefore, when you make people like this, how can you wait innovative things from a person? When they have an incident, how they can create opportunities from the crisis? Therefore, the world, when the years 1990 came, they understood they were wrong and said we were wrong, and they created the constructivist education. And with the constructivist education, it's actually not a perfect one. So behavioral one was like a clock, and this is like a computer. So it sees the people as like a mechanical. We need to understand the people as people, and so this kind of we need to focus on the mind and the behaviors and also sensations, and all of these things should be in education. If today, when we are teaching our children, when we think about it like if conditions are hard, then the success will be bigger. When we look to the topic like that, if we can be strong against the topics, then it's okay, but otherwise it will be a mechanical structure, not a person. And if we look which kind of topics we should look, positive or negative, if we cannot teach it, then if we cannot create the humanitarian ideals to them, how much we can get profit from them? So this kind of problems we have right now on the education, and so it's not only focused on the skills. For example, we have a cultural phenomenon that says so also there's logic, and moreover we have heart. So when we include these things in the education, then we can overcome this crisis. Then the world can, for the humanitarian things, can progress. And we are trying to understand and think together, all together. A person in an individual way, for example, having a settling issue, how should they think? When we look in one philosophy, when there is when you have a problem, I mean, it's an important thing. So if you are not get patient, how can you understand you are having a problem? So when we have an egg, so we should take it into consideration as indicators. So the world is in a crisis, yes, a pandemic crisis, but the sociological and the economical and also the political problems it made occur. So how can we overcome these things? How can we create opportunities? I want to say last thing before I end my words. The pandemic crisis made us stay in our home, so we felt lonely. And afterwards, what happened? We remembered our family lives. We improved our family relations. So between like husband and wife. Also, if you don't know your mother, father, so we understood our family life once again. We understood the importance of sister, brother. So it was important. And also, we say like, without saying that we are present in our home, it can be also considered as the chosen loneliness. If we make a journey to our inside world, if we can focus on the new skills, hidden skills of us. In the strange moments, people can learn their different skills, so we will be stronger. And none of these things are happening right now. They were there and also yesterday, and they were calling it differently, and it is called as the loneliness in Turkey. And in all of the mystical approaches it is in the world. So this loneliness to understand our insight. If people were educated about it before, if we could make it before, then we will not talking about this crisis today. So there's a crisis, and the political, economical, and psychological, all of these things we have, yes, and they can have a therapy. But if we have something like that again in the future, the schools, not only with the quantity, with also the quality of the people it should focus on. And with the love given to the students, if we create this kind of philosophy, all of these kind of crises will be an opportunity. Thank you very much again, and to our ministers. I'm also very thankful for them to be in here. Thank you very much.
Our dear participant here as well. I mean, we might have a couple of more minutes if minister will have to say a couple of more words, the last words. If not, we can stop here.
Thank you very much.
Okay. No. Thank you. Well, some of the underlying...
Just a moment.
Yeah.
Bu imkanları bize
for this opportunity, we are very thankful to the Üsküdar mayor and all of the people working here.
From all this discussion today, I just summarized a couple of points. One is, I think we have to reimagine the education, not only classical way of understanding, one class, teacher, and book. Okay, there are a lot of opportunities over there. Just make use of them. We had to learn these new technologies, new innovative way of teaching and learning because of and during the pandemic. I think that was a lesson. Second, yes, reform agenda of education, I think, must also certainly be renovating our infrastructure physically, but new technologies and new methods. This is education. Yes, a little cold from outside. It may also bring some opportunities, especially for the idea of inclusiveness for the girls, disadvantaged, and those who are living in villages and in the country areas. I think it's also opportunity. The aim of these reforms and the lesson that we have learned, the idea is we have to strengthen resilience of our social, political, economic system, and as part of its education system. I think it's a key. And the last point, as our deputy minister just underlined, philosophically, I think we have to rethink existentially, ontologically again, who we are, what we are trying to accomplish, and how can we create a better world altogether, a sustainable way of life. For this, as Madam Minister just mentioned, the key is solidarity, cooperation, and share of experience. With all these regards, I really would like to thank again all ministers who really came all the way from different countries, from Africa, from Central Asia, from Ankara, and yourself, all participants who are interested in our great discussions today. And we will discuss all this issue today and tomorrow. Please keep this majority here in this salon, in this hall, and we will learn a lot together. Thank you very much. I would like to give applause to everybody who participated, who make this possible. Thanks a lot, really.
Thank you. It was a great discussion. We thank Professor Akgün and all the ministers for sharing their perspectives with us. But we are not leaving you. Şimdi Sayın Bakanımız Osman Sezgin'i ödülleri takdim etmek için buraya davet ediyorum lütfen.
A small ceremony. Go ahead.
And now our education minister will present gifts to our esteemed ministers.
Each one. The name?
Sorry. Professor Pauline Nalova-Lyonga.
Professor Lyonga.
Please take you. Please.
Thank you very much. It's very great. Yeah.
Uzbekistan. Now our minister will present the gifts to our education minister to Uzbekistan. Now we'll present the gifts to Sidip Usman Dedu. Miss, can we take you to here, please? In the middle of the stage, please. Thank you.
Now all together. Beraber hocam.
May I kindly invite all of our ministers to take a family picture, please? Thank you. We thank all our esteemed ministers for their valuable contributions to Istanbul Education Summit. We thank all of our ministers. And before taking break, we'll watch a video of one of our sponsors, Vakıf Bank.
Bugün size bir yolculuktan bahsetmek istiyorum. Her bir sayfası bizim hikayelerimize dolu bir yolculuk. 68 yıldır Türkiye'nin nice hikayelerinde beraberdik. Bundan sonra da Vakıfbank daima seninle, daima ülkesiyle. Birlikte nice 68 yıllara.
Dear guests, thank you so much for your contributions. Now we'll have a 2-hour break, and after the break, my colleague Furkan Yürük will be with you for the first panel of Istanbul Education Summit. Hope to see you again in 2 hours.
Küçükken çok kötü şeyler gördüm ben. Çocuklar yemek olmadığından dolayı uyuyorlar ya da bilgi sahibi olmayan aileler vardır kampta. Ve onlara yardım ya da tavsiye verecek bir kişi yokmuş. Benim adım Mahtum Abdullah Bakır. Sudanlıyım. Baş kampında duydum. 17 yaşındayım. Türkiye Maarif Vakfı'nda okuyorum. Gıda mühendisliği okumak istiyorum çünkü insanlara yardım etmek için bu mesleği seçtim. Sınav 8'de okuyorken en yüksek bir derece aldım. Vilayetin 4. oldum. Okumak istiyordum. Ben yeni dilleri öğrenmek çok istiyordum. Bunun için Türkiye Maarif Vakfı'na gittim. Biraz yabancı okulları seviyorum çünkü yeni insanlarla bir tanışabileceksiniz. İse yeni bilgiler alacaksınız. Gıda mühendisliği okuduğumda ise beslenme bölümü de okuyacağım. Ondan sonra Sudan'a dönüp hastanelere de çocuklara ya da annelere bilgiler vermek, beslenme hakkında. Bu şekilde Sudanlı insanlara bir yardım edeceğim.
After COVID, the learning process and behavior of our students are different. The COVID pandemic accelerated the transformational aspect of the fourth industrial revolution on education. Teachers learned how to teach online, students learned how to learn online, and the parents learned how to support the online learning of their children. The major challenges that we had to overcome was a steep learning curve and buying the necessary IT equipment. After the pandemic, things will never be the same again because the communities experience the many advantages of online education and they want more of it. Like everything in life, the decisive factor is how we react to the post-COVID educational challenges and opportunities. The solution to overcoming the post-COVID challenges and opportunities is to embrace this opportunity by following a hybrid education model that is better than just online or face-to-face. This combines the best from online education, flipped classrooms, and face-to-face education. Important design factors include more learner focus, education content, engaging content, opportunities for interaction with teachers and peers, fostering a sense of belonging, and support for learners and their teachers, including emotional support. It does not have to be expensive. Enormous success can be achieved with optimal use of resources we already have, like Google services and Microsoft Office. Every student and every teacher already have a smartphone and access to a computer and the internet. We are opening an exciting new chapter in education. The best is yet to be.
Because all students come from different backgrounds, their behavior and attitudes differ from each other. Mostly all the time, teachers face numbers of difficulties, which include indisciplined cases of older students. Irrelevant questions aimed to distract appears, talking without teachers' permission, bringing their family issues into the class. To me especially, students bursting into strong laugh is the most destructive one. Method can differ from a teacher to teacher. Walking around the classroom is one of the most way of monitoring the classroom. Also, keeping students busy, giving them something to do within allocated time, including attractive materials, stating the rules for the procedures and the activities, emphasizing the consequence of breaking the rules and arranging the personal time with interactive students are various ways of managing the classroom. Yes, as a teacher, I must have unique ways to maintain order in my classroom. I strive to build a strong bond with my students, stating my expectations and the classroom rules clearer than before, while working closely with parents. Those are the methods that help me to maintain order in my classroom. There are plenty of ways of lessening classroom interruptions. On my side, I usually give clear instruction to avoid the classroom interruption. I speak to my students privately, and I always do my best to avoid a negative approach to the student. It is a challenge task for me to try to keep students' attention on myself throughout the lesson without boring them. To draw attention, I always do unexpected, play again, vary participation structure and scenario. I also allow my students to regularly share their opinions on the subject within their group. Connecting the topic covered in the lesson with their daily life increase their attention and ensure that what they have learned is permanent. The use of technology is another way to get the attention of the students. For example, open up, display a riddle, work of art at the beginning of the lesson and ask the questions. It can engage and increase the students' interest.
I believe there is a change in language learning due to COVID. Students now face additional challenges in language acquisition because of the lack of social interaction during the pandemic. Also, the use of technology has caused a shift in language learning and in education in general. This digital environment is becoming the main means of communicating and interacting among students, which requires teachers to adopt their learning techniques so they're more easily and conveniently acquired by students. Some common issues we face when teaching language are the disparities in children's language skills, thus making it crucial for teachers to differentiate their lessons. Now more than ever, teachers need to offer extra support to students when they learn a new skill or concept. We need to think outside the box and implement different techniques besides the conventional methods that we've been using all the time. A great way to do this is to incorporate a lot of visual aids in the classroom. Another great way is to connect with students on a personal level. Students do not only need instructional guidance and tailored activities, they also need to know that teachers care about their well-being. Teachers thus need to provide all the extra support for students, not only academically, but also socially and emotionally. And to do this, they need to design activities in the classroom which spark their interests.
بعضی شاگردان که هستن اونا فقدان انگیزه دارن متاسفانه، یعنی انگیزشان پایین است و این ناشی از بعضی دلایل بسیار خاص مهم میتونه باشه که یکی از دلایل بسیار عمده که شاگردان نظر به همسالانشان، نظر به معلمینشان، نظر به مربیانشان دارای یک استرس هستند و در ضمن شاگردان متفاوت به روش‌های متفاوت انگیزه میگیرن کسایی که نقش بسیار مهم و اساسی دارند به خاطر انگیزه شاگردان 3 طبقه مردم هستند که اونا معلمین هستند، والدین هستند و همچنین مربیانشان. اینا نقش بسیار بسزایی دارند، میتونند انگیزه دهی شاگردان کمک بکنند. روش‌های بسیار زیاد وجود داره به خاطر از اینکه شاگردان ما انگیزه و تشویق بکنیم. روش اولی است که به شاگردان ما باید حق انتخاب بدیم. یعنی وقتی که یک استاد، یک مربی به شاگرد حق انتخاب میده، او میتونه که براحتی امو پروژه یا امو بخش را که خودش دوست داره بالای از امو کار بکنه. و موضوع بعدی که میتونیم در نظر بگیریم این است که ما باید به شاگردای خود اعتماد داشته باشیم. وقتی که اعتماد داشته باشیم به شاگردای خود، اونا بدون شک کوشش میکنن که ما رو ناامید نکنن. و این یک بخش بسیار اساسی و مهم میتونه باشه در انگیزه دهی شاگردا. منظم بودن شاید یک بخش خوب باشه، اما باعث خستگی و ناامیدی میشه در نهایت. بعضی تغییرات و کوچک، به طور مثال در روش تدریسی ما میتونیم اگر معلم هستیم فضایی را در نظر بگیریم که متفاوت از فضای صنفی باشه در تدریس و آموزش. بدون شک در خلاقیت شاگردا، در اعتماد به نفس اونا بسیار کمک میکنه. و روش اخیری که میخوایم بیان بکنم بدون شک ایجاد رقابت سالم بین شاگردا است. در حقیقت لیسه ها اینا فضاهایی هستند که یعنی استرس ها هستند. باید یک روش را در نظر بگیریم و او ایجاد رقابت سالم است. یعنی بعضی پروژه ها میشه ما برای شاگردا بتیم که گروهی کار بکنن و در کل اگر به این موضوع بسیار مهم اگر توجه نکنیم، یعنی این باعث میشه که شاگردای ما ناامید شوند. بنا به این دلیل پس باید که ما این موضوع مهم در نظر بگیریم و در شاگردای خود عملی بسازیم. تشکر.
Founded in 2016, Turkish Marif Foundation has taken its place within the world of international education. As a non-profit organization, Turkish Marif Foundation is authorized to open educational institutions abroad on behalf of the Republic of Turkey, along with the Turkish Ministry of National Education. Turkish Marif Foundation carries out activities in many countries at all levels of education, from preschool to higher, and vocational education, and it offers an accommodation services. With the vision of becoming a pioneering educational institution by training virtuous people who contribute to the peace of world, Turkish Marif Foundation offers an education that combines the wisdom of Anatolia with the common heritage of humanity. With the slogan, "Valuing Education," we give hand to everyone without distinction. Because we know that everything begins with reading, because we know that education goes beyond all boundaries, all colors and all distances, because we are aware of our role and responsibilities in this world, for a future with greater hopes, for the peace and serenity, for the solidarity and understanding, for the salvation of the humanity. Valuing education.
Istanbul Education Summit 2022, an international platform where developments and experiences in education are to be shared. Future perspectives, theoretical approaches, practices, and policies. With a different theme every year, the Istanbul Education Summit is the meeting point for institutions and actors in education. This year, we are gathering on the theme, The Future of School, Post-Pandemic Needs of Education. The Istanbul Education Summit 2022 is taking place in Istanbul on the 4th and 5th of November. Stay tuned.
Bugün size bir yolculuktan bahsetmek istiyorum. Her bir sayfası bizim hikayelerimize dolu bir yolculuk.
Yazıyor. Almanya'ya giden işçileri yazıyor.
Naim rekor denemesi için hazır. Hadi Naim.
Olimpiyat rekoru.
68 yıldır Türkiye'nin nice hikayelerinde beraberdik. Bundan sonra da Vakıfbank daima seninle, daima ülkesiyle. Birlikte nice 68 yıllara.
Küçükken çok kötü şeyler gördüm ben. Çocuklar yemek olmadığından dolayı uyuyorlar ya da bilgi sahibi olmayan aileler vardır kampta. Ve onlara yardım ya da tavsiye verecek bir kişi yokmuş. Benim adım Mahtum Abdallah Bakır. Sudanlıyım. Taş kampında duydum. 17 yaşındayım. Türkiye Maarif Vakfı'nda okuyorum. Gıda mühendisliği okumak istiyorum çünkü insanlara yardım etmek için bu mesleği seçtim. Sınav 8'de okuyorken en yüksek bir derece aldım. Vilayetin 4. oldum. Okumak istiyordum. Ben yeni dilleri öğrenmek çok istiyordum. Bunun için Türkiye Maarif Vakfı gittim. Biraz yabancı okulları seviyorum çünkü yeni insanlarla bir tanışabileceksiniz. ise yeni bilgiler alacaksınız. Gıda mühendisliği okuduğumda ise beslenme bölümü de okuyacağım. Ondan sonra Sudan'a dönüp hastanelere de çocuklara ya da annelere bilgiler vermek, beslenme hakkında. Bu şekilde Sudanlı insanlara bir yardım edeceğim.
After COVID, the learning process and behavior of our students are different. The COVID pandemic accelerated the transformational aspect of the fourth industrial revolution on education. Teachers learned how to teach online, students learned how to learn online, and the parents learned how to support the online learning of their children. The major challenges that we had to overcome was a steep learning curve and buying the necessary IT equipment. After the pandemic, things will never be the same again because the communities experience the many advantages of online education and they want more of it. Like everything in life, the decisive factor is how we react to the post-COVID educational challenges and opportunities. The solution to overcoming the post-COVID challenges and opportunities is to embrace this opportunity by following a hybrid education model that is better than just online or face-to-face. This combines the best from online education, flipped classrooms, and face-to-face education. Important design factors include more learner focus, education content, engaging content, opportunities for interaction with teachers and peers, fostering a sense of belonging, and support for learners and their teachers, including emotional support. It does not have to be expensive. Enormous success can be achieved with optimal use of resources we already have, like Google services and Microsoft Office. Every student and every teacher already have a smartphone and access to a computer and the internet. We are opening an exciting new chapter in education. The best is yet to be.
Because all students come from different backgrounds, their behavior and attitudes differ from each other. Mostly of the time, teachers face numbers of difficulties, which include indisciplined cases of older students. Irrelevant questions aimed to destructive appears, talking without teachers' permission, bringing their family issues into the class. To me especially, students bursting into strong laugh is the most destructive one. Method can differ from a teacher to teacher. Walking around the classroom is one of the most way of monitoring the classroom. Also keeping students busy, giving them something to do within allocated time, including attractive materials, stating the rules for the procedures and the activities, emphasizing the consequence of breaking the rules and arranging the personal time with interactive students are various ways of managing the classroom. Yes, as a teacher, I must have unique ways to maintain order in my classroom. I strive to build a strong bond with my students, state my expectations and the classroom rules clearer than before, while working closely with parents. Those are the methods that help me to maintain order in my classroom. There are plenty of ways of lessening classroom interruptions. On my side, I usually give clear instruction to avoid the classroom interruption. I speak to my students privately, and I always do my best to avoid a negative approach to the student. It is a challenge just for me to try to keep students' attention on myself throughout the lesson without boring them. To draw attention, I always do unexpected, play a game, vary participation structure and scenario. I also allow my students to regularly share their opinions on the subject within their group. Connecting the topic covered in the lesson with their daily life increase their attention and ensure that what they learn is permanent. The use of technology is another way to get the attention of the students. For example, warming up, display a riddle, work of art at the beginning of the lesson, and asking questions. It can engage and increase the students' interest.
I believe there is a change in language learning due to COVID. Students now face additional challenges in language acquisition because of the lack of social interaction during the pandemic. Also, the use of technology has caused a shift in language learning and in education in general. This digital environment is becoming the main means of communicating and interacting among students, which requires teachers to adopt their learning techniques so they're more easily and conveniently acquired by students. Some common issues we face when teaching language are the disparities in children's language skills, thus making it crucial for teachers to differentiate their lessons. Now more than ever, teachers need to offer extra support to students when they learn a new skill or concept. We need to think outside the box and implement different techniques besides the conventional methods that we've been using all the time. A great way to do this is to incorporate a lot of visual aids in the classroom. Another great way is to connect with students on a personal level. Students do not only need instructional guidance and tailored activities, they also need to know that teachers care about their well-being. Teachers thus need to provide all the extra support for students, not only academically, but also socially and emotionally. And to do this, they need to design activities in the classroom which spark their interests.
بعضی شاگردان که هستن اونا فقدان انگیزه دارن متاسفانه، یعنی انگیزشان پایین است و این ناشی از بعضی دلایل بسیار خاص و مهم میتونه باشه که یکی از دلایل بسیار عمده که شاگردان نظر به همسالانشان، نظر به معلمینشان، نظر به مربیانشان دارای یک استرس هستند و در ضمن شاگردان متفاوت به روش‌های متفاوت انگیزه میگیرن. کسایی که نقش بسیار مهم و اساسی دارند به خاطر انگیزه شاگردان سه طبقه مردم هستند که اونا معلمین هستند، والدین هستند و همچنین مربیانشان. اینا نقش بسیار بسزایی دارند، میتونند انگیزه دهی شاگردان کمک بکنن. روش‌های بسیار زیاد وجود داره به خاطر از اینکه شاگردان ما انگیزه بتیم تشویق بکنیم. روش اولی است که به شاگردان ما باید حق انتخاب بدیم. یعنی وقتی که یک استاد، یک مربی به شاگرد حق انتخاب میده، او میتونه که براحتی امو پروژه یا امو بخشی را که خودش دوست داره بالای از امو کار بکنه. و موضوع بعدی که میتونیم در نظر بگیریم این است که ما باید به شاگردای خود اعتماد داشته باشیم. وقتی که اعتماد داشته باشیم به شاگردای خود، اونا بدون شک کوشش میکنن که ما رو ناامید نکنن. و این یک بخش بسیار اساسی و مهم میتونه باشه در انگیزه دهی شاگردا. منظم بودن شاید یک بخش خوب باشه اما باعث خستگی و ناامیدی میشه در نهایت. بعضی تغییرات و کوچک به طور مثال در روش تدریسی ما میتونیم اگر معلم هستیم فضایی را در نظر بگیریم که متفاوت از فضای صنف باشه در تدریس و آموزش. بدون شک در خلاقیت شاگردا، در اعتماد به نفس اونا بسیار کمک میکنه. و روش اخیری که میخوایم بیان بکنم بدون شک ایجاد رقابت سالم بین شاگردا است. در حقیقت لیسه ها اینا فضاهایی هستند که یعنی استرس ها هستن. باید یک روش را در نظر بگیریم و او ایجاد رقابت سالم است. یعنی بعضی پروژه ها میشه ما برای شاگردا بتیم که گروهی کار بکنن و در کل اگر به این موضوع بسیار مهم اگر توجه نکنیم، یعنی این باعث میشه که شاگردای ما ناامید شوند. بنا به این دلیل پس باید که ما این موضوع مهم در نظر بگیریم و در شاگردای خود عملی بسازیم. تشکر.
Founded in 2016, Turkish Marif Foundation has taken its place within the world of international education. As a non-profit organization, Turkish Marif Foundation is authorized to open educational institutions abroad on behalf of the Republic of Turkey, along with the Turkish Ministry of National Education. Turkish Marif Foundation carries out activities in many countries at all levels of education, from preschool to higher, and vocational education, and it offers an accommodation services. With the vision of becoming a pioneering educational institution by training virtuous people who contribute to the peace of world, Turkish Marif Foundation offers an education that combines the wisdom of Anatolia with the common heritage of humanity. With the slogan, "Valuing Education," we give hand to everyone without distinction. Because we know that everything begins with reading, because we know that education goes beyond all boundaries, all colors and all distances, because we are aware of our role and responsibilities in this world, for a future with greater hopes, for the peace and serenity, for the solidarity and understanding, for the salvation of the humanity. Valuing education.
Istanbul Education Summit 2022, an international platform where developments and experiences in education are to be shared. Future perspectives, theoretical approaches, practices, and policies. With a different theme every year, the Istanbul Education Summit is the meeting point for institutions and actors in education. This year, we are gathering on the theme, "The Future of School, Post-Pandemic Needs of Education." The Istanbul Education Summit 2022 is taking place in Istanbul on the 4th and 5th of November. Stay tuned.
Bugün size bir yolculuktan bahsetmek istiyorum. Her bir sayfası bizim hikayelerimize dolu bir yolculuk.
Yazıyor. Almanya'ya giden işçileri yazıyor.
Naim rekor denemesi için hazır. Hadi Naim.
Olimpiyat rekoru.
68 yıldır Türkiye'nin nice hikayelerinde beraberdik. Bundan sonra da Vakıfbank daima seninle, daima ülkesiyle. Birlikte nice 68 yıllara.
Küçükken çok kötü şeyler gördüm ben. Çocuklar yemek olmadığından dolayı uyuyorlar ya da bilgi sahibi olmayan aileler vardır kampta. Ve onlara yardım ya da tavsiye verecek bir kişi yokmuş. Benim adım Mahmut Abdullah Bakır. Sudanlıyım. Baş kampında duydum. 17 yaşındayım. Türkiye Maarif Vakfı'nda okuyorum. Gıda mühendisliği okumak istiyorum çünkü insanlara yardım etmek için bu mesleği seçtim. Sınav 8'de okuyorken en yüksek bir derece aldım. Vilayetin 4. oldum. Okumak istiyordum. Ben yeni dilleri öğrenmek çok istiyordum. Bunun için Türkiye Maarif Vakfı'na gittim. Biraz yabancı okulları seviyorum çünkü yeni insanlarla bir tanışabileceksiniz. İse yeni bilgiler alacaksınız. Gıda mühendisliği okuduğumda ise beslenme bölümü de okuyacağım. Ondan sonra Sudan'a dönüp hastanelere de çocuklara ya da annelere bilgiler vermek, beslenme hakkında. Bu şekilde Sudanlı insanlara bir yardım edeceğim.
After COVID, the learning process and behavior of our students are different. The COVID pandemic accelerated the transformational aspect of the fourth industrial revolution on education. Teachers learned how to teach online, students learned how to learn online, and the parents learned how to support the online learning of their children. The major challenges that we had to overcome was a steep learning curve and buying the necessary IT equipment. After the pandemic, things will never be the same again because the communities experience the many advantages of online education and they want more of it. Like everything in life, the decisive factor is how we react to the post-COVID educational challenges and opportunities. The solution to overcoming the post-COVID challenges and opportunities is to embrace this opportunity by following a hybrid education model that is better than just online or face-to-face. This combines the best from online education, flipped classrooms, and face-to-face education. Important design factors include more learner focus, education content, engaging content, opportunities for interaction with teachers and peers, fostering a sense of belonging, and support for learners and their teachers, including emotional support. It does not have to be expensive. Enormous success can be achieved with optimal use of resources we already have, like Google services and Microsoft Office. Every student and every teacher already have a smartphone and access to a computer and the internet. We are opening an exciting new chapter in education. The best is yet to be.
Because all students come from different backgrounds, their behavior and attitudes differ from each other. Most of the time, teachers face numbers of difficulties, which include indisciplined cases of older students. Irrelevant questions aimed to distract peers, talking without teachers' permission, bringing their family issues into the class. To me especially, students bursting into strong laugh is the most destructive one. Method can differ from a teacher to teacher. Walking around the classroom is one of the most ways of monitoring the classroom. Also, keeping students busy, giving them something to do within allocated time, including attractive materials, stating the rules for the procedures and the activities, emphasizing the consequence of breaking the rules, and arranging the personal time with interactive students are various ways of managing the classroom. Yes, as a teacher, I must have unique ways to maintain order in my classroom. I strive to build a strong bond with my students, state my expectations and the classroom rules clearer than before, while working closely with parents. Those are the methods that help me to maintain order in my classroom. There are plenty of ways of lessening classroom interruptions. On my side, I usually give clear instruction to avoid the classroom interruption. I speak to my students privately, and I always do my best to avoid a negative approach to the student. It is a challenge task for me to try to keep students' attention on myself throughout the lesson without boring them. To draw attention, I always do unexpected, play a game, vary participation structure and scenario. I also allow my students to regularly share their opinions on the subject within their group. Connecting the topic covered in the lesson with their daily life increase their attention and ensure that what they have learned is permanent. The use of technology is another way to get the attention of the students. For example, Women Up display a riddle work of art at the beginning of the lesson and asking questions. It can engage and increase the students' interest.
I believe there is a change in language learning due to COVID. Students now face additional challenges in language acquisition because of the lack of social interaction during the pandemic. Also, the use of technology has caused a shift in language learning and in education in general. This digital environment is becoming the main mean of communicating and interacting among students, which requires teachers to adopt their learning techniques so they're more easily and conveniently acquired by students. Some common issues we face when teaching language are the disparities in children's language skills, thus making it crucial for teachers to differentiate their lessons. Now more than ever, teachers need to offer extra support to students when they learn a new skill or concept. We need to think outside the box and implement different techniques besides the conventional methods that we've been using all the time. A great way to do this is to incorporate a lot of visual aids in the classroom. Another great way is to connect with students on a personal level. Students do not only need instructional guidance and tailored activities, they also need to know that teachers care about their well-being. Teachers thus need to provide all the extra support for students, not only academically, but also socially and emotionally. And to do this, they need to design activities in the classroom which spark their interests.
بعضی شاگردان که هستن اونا فقدان انگیزه دارن متاسفانه، یعنی انگیزشون پایین است و این ناشی از بعضی دلایل بسیار خاص و مهم میتونه باشه که یکی از دلایل بسیار عمده که شاگردان نظر به همسالانشان، نظر به معلمینشان، نظر به مربیانشان دارای یک استرس هستند و در ضمن شاگردان متفاوت به روش‌های متفاوت انگیزه میگیرن. کسایی که نقش بسیار مهم و اساسی دارند به خاطر انگیزه شاگردان 3 طبقه مردم هستند که اونا معلمین هستند، والدین هستند و همچنین مربیانشان. اینا نقش بسیار بسزایی دارند، میتونند انگیزه دهی شاگردان کمک بکنند. روش‌های بسیار زیاد وجود داره به خاطر از اینکه شاگردان ما انگیزه بتیم تشویق بکنیم. روش اولی است که به شاگردان ما باید حق انتخاب بدیم. یعنی وقتی که یک استاد، یک مربی به شاگرد حق انتخاب میده، او میتونه که براحتی امو پروژه یا امو بخشی را که خودش دوست داره بالای از امو کار بکنه. و موضوع بعدی که میتونیم در نظر بگیریم این است که ما باید به شاگردای خود اعتماد داشته باشیم. وقتی که اعتماد داشته باشیم به شاگردای خود، اونا بدون شک کوشش میکنن که ما رو ناامید نکنن. و این یک بخش بسیار اساسی و مهم میتونه باشه در انگیزه دهی شاگردا. منظم بودن شاید یک بخش خوب باشه، اما باعث خستگی و ناامیدی میشه در نهایت. بعضی تغییرات و کوچک به طور مثال در روش تدریسی ما میتونیم اگر معلم هستیم فضایی را در نظر بگیریم که متفاوت از فضای صنفی باشه در تدریس و آموزش. بدون شک در خلاقیت شاگردا، در اعتماد به نفس اونا بسیار کمک میکنه. و روش اخیری که میخوایم بیان بکنم بدون شک ایجاد رقابت سالم بین شاگردا است. در حقیقت لیسه ها اینا فضاهایی هستند که یعنی استرس ها هستند. باید یک روش را در نظر بگیریم و او ایجاد رقابت سالم است. یعنی بعضی پروژه ها میشه ما برای شاگردا بتیم که گروهی کار بکنن و در کل اگر به این موضوع بسیار مهم اگر توجه نکنیم، یعنی این باعث میشه که شاگردای ما ناامید شوند. بنا به این دلیل پس باید که ما این موضوع مهم در نظر بگیریم و تا شاگردای خود عملی بسازیم. تشکر.
Founded in 2016, Turkish Marif Foundation has taken its place within the world of international education. As a non-profit organization, Turkish Marif Foundation is authorized to open educational institutions abroad on behalf of the Republic of Turkey, along with the Turkish Ministry of National Education. Turkish Marif Foundation carries out activities in many countries at all levels of education, from preschool to higher and vocational education, and it offers an accommodation services. With the vision of becoming a pioneering educational institution by training virtuous people who contribute to the peace of world, Turkish Marif Foundation offers an education that combines the wisdom of Anatolia with the common heritage of humanity. With the slogan, "Valuing Education," we give hand to everyone without distinction. Because we know that everything begins with reading, because we know that education goes beyond all boundaries, all colors and all distances, because we are aware of our role and responsibilities in this world, for a future with greater hopes, for the peace and serenity, for the solidarity and understanding, for the salvation of the humanity. Valuing education.
Istanbul Education Summit 2022, an international platform where developments and experiences in education are to be shared. Future perspectives, theoretical approaches, practices, and policies. With a different theme every year, the Istanbul Education Summit is the meeting point for institutions and actors in education. This year, we are gathering on the theme, The Future of School, Post-Pandemic Needs of Education. The Istanbul Education Summit 2022 is taking place in Istanbul on the 4th and 5th of November. Stay tuned.
Bugün size bir yolculuktan bahsetmek istiyorum. Her bir sayfası bizim hikayelerimize dolu bir yolculuk.
Yazıyor. Almanya'ya giden işçileri yazıyor.
Naim rekor denemesi için hazır. Hadi Naim.
Olimpiyat rekoru.
68 yıldır Türkiye'nin nice hikayelerinde beraberdik. Bundan sonra da Vakıfbank daima seninle, daima ülkesiyle. Birlikte nice 68 yıllara.
Küçükken çok kötü şeyler gördüm ben. Çocuklar yemek olmadığından dolayı uyuyorlar ya da bilgi sahibi olmayan aileler vardır kampta. Ve onlara yardım ya da tavsiye verecek bir kişi yokmuş. Benim adım Mahtum Abdullah Bakır. Sudanlıyım. Baş kampında duydum. 17 yaşındayım. Türkiye Maarif Vakfı'nda okuyorum. Gıda mühendisliği okumak istiyorum çünkü insanlara yardım etmek için bu mesleği seçtim. Sınav 8'de okuyorken en yüksek bir derece aldım. Vilayetin 4. oldum. Okumak istiyordum. Ben yeni dilleri öğrenmek çok istiyordum. Bunun için Türkiye Maarif Vakfı'na gittim. Biraz yabancı okulları seviyorum çünkü yeni insanlarla bir tanışabileceksiniz. ise yeni bilgiler alacaksınız. Gıda mühendisliği okuduğumda ise beslenme bölümü de okuyacağım. Ondan sonra Sudan'a dönüp hastanelere de çocuklara ya da annelere bir bilgiler vermek, beslenme hakkında. Bu şekilde Sudanlı insanlara bir yardım edeceğim.
After COVID, the learning process and behavior of our students are different. The COVID pandemic accelerated the transformational aspect of the fourth industrial revolution on education. Teachers learned how to teach online, students learned how to learn online, and the parents learned how to support the online learning of their children. The major challenges that we had to overcome was a steep learning curve and buying the necessary IT equipment. After the pandemic, things will never be the same again because the communities experience the many advantages of online education and they want more of it. Like everything in life, the decisive factor is how we react to the post-COVID educational challenges and opportunities. The solution to overcoming the post-COVID challenges and opportunities is to embrace this opportunity by following a hybrid education model that is better than just online or face-to-face. This combines the best from online education, flipped classrooms, and face-to-face education. Important design factors include more learner-focused, education content, engaging content, opportunities for interaction with teachers and peers, fostering a sense of belonging, and support for learners and their teachers, including emotional support. It does not have to be expensive. Enormous success can be achieved with optimal use of resources we already have, like Google services and Microsoft Office. Every student and every teacher already have a smartphone and access to a computer and the internet. We are opening an exciting new chapter in education. The best is yet to be.
Because all students come from different backgrounds, their behavior and attitudes differ from each other. Mostly all the time, teachers face numbers of difficulties, which include indisciplined cases of older students. Irrelevant questions aimed to distract appears, talking without teachers' permission, bringing their family issues into the class. To me especially, students bursting into strong laugh is the most destructive one. Method can differ from a teacher to teacher. Walking around the classroom is one of the most way of monitoring the classroom. Also keeping students busy, giving them something to do within allocated time, including attractive materials, stating the rules for the procedures and the activities, emphasizing the consequence of breaking the rules and arranging the personal time with interactive students are various ways of managing the classroom. Yes, as a teacher, I must have unique ways to maintain order in my classroom. I strive to build a strong bond with my students, state my expectations and the classroom rules clearer than before, while working closely with parents. Those are the methods help me to maintain order in my classroom. There are plenty of ways of lessening classroom interruptions. On my side, I usually give clear instruction to avoid the classroom interruption. I speak to my students privately, and I always do my best to avoid a negative approach to the student. It is a challenge task for me to try to keep students' attention on myself throughout the lesson without boring them. To draw attention, I always do unexpected, play again, vary participation structure and scenario. I also allow my students to regularly share their opinions on the subject within their group. Connect the topic covered in the lesson with their daily life, increase their attention and ensure that what they have learned is permanent. The use of technology is another way to get the attention of the students. For example, open up, display a riddle, work of art at the beginning of the lesson and ask the questions. It can engage and increase the students' interest.
I believe there is a change in language learning due to COVID. Students now face additional challenges in language acquisition because of the lack of social interaction during the pandemic. Also, the use of technology has caused a shift in language learning and in education in general. This digital environment is becoming the main means of communicating and interacting among students, which requires teachers to adopt their learning techniques so they're more easily and conveniently acquired by students. Some common issues we face when teaching language are the disparities in children's language skills, thus making it crucial for teachers to differentiate their lessons. Now more than ever, teachers need to offer extra support to students when they learn a new skill or concept. We need to think outside the box and implement different techniques besides the conventional methods that we've been using all the time. A great way to do this is to incorporate a lot of visual aids in the classroom. Another great way is to connect with students on a personal level. Students do not only need instructional guidance and tailored activities, they also need to know that teachers care about their well-being. Teachers thus need to provide all the extra support for students, not only academically, but also socially and emotionally. And to do this, they need to design activities in the classroom which spark their interests.
بعضی شاگردان که هستن اونا فقدان انگیزه دارن متاسفانه، یعنی انگیزشان پایین است و این ناشی از بعضی دلایل بسیار خاص و مهم میتونه باشه که یکی از دلایل بسیار عمده که شاگردان نظر به همسالانشان، نظر به معلمینشان، نظر به مربیانشان دارای یک استرس هستن و در ضمن شاگردان متفاوت به روش‌های متفاوت انگیزه میگیرن. کسایی که نقش بسیار مهم و اساسی دارند به خاطر انگیزه شاگردان سه طبقه مردم هستند که اونا معلمین هستند، والدین هستند و همچنین مربیانشان. اینا نقش بسیار بسزایی دارند، میتونند انگیزه دهی شاگردان کمک بکنن. روش‌های بسیار زیاد وجود داره به خاطر از اینکه شاگردان ما انگیزه بدیم، تشویق بکنیم. روش اولی است که به شاگردان ما باید حق انتخاب بدیم. یعنی وقتی که یک استاد، یک مربی به شاگرد حق انتخاب میده، او میتونه که براحتی امو پروژه یا امو بخش را که خودش دوست داره بالای از امو کار بکنه. و موضوع بعدی که میتونیم در نظر بگیریم این است که ما باید به شاگردای خود اعتماد داشته باشیم. وقتی که اعتماد داشته باشیم به شاگردای خود، اونا بدون شک کوشش میکنن که ما رو ناامید نکنن. و این یک بخش بسیار اساسی و مهم میتونه باشه در انگیزه دهی شاگردا. منظم بودن شاید یک بخش خوب باشه اما باعث خستگی و ناامیدی میشه در نهایت. بعضی تغییرات و کوشش به طور مثال در روش تدریسی ما میتونیم اگر معلم هستیم فضایی را در نظر بگیریم که متفاوت از فضای صنفی باشه در تدریس و آموزش. بدون شک در خلاقیت شاگردان، در اعتماد به نفس اونا بسیار کمک میکنه. و روش اخیری که میخوایم بیان بکنم بدون شک ایجاد رقابت سالم بین شاگردان است. در حقیقت لیسه ها اینا فضاهایی هستند که یعنی استرس ها هستن. باید یک روش را در نظر بگیریم و او ایجاد رقابت سالم است. یعنی بعضی پروژه ها میشه ما برای شاگردان بتیم که گروهی کار بکنن و در کل اگر به این موضوع بسیار مهم اگر توجه نکنیم، یعنی این باعث میشه که شاگردای ما ناامید شوند. بنا به این دلیل پس باید که ما این موضوع مهم در نظر بگیریم و تا شاگردای خود عملی بسازیم. تشکر.
Founded in 2016, Turkish Merit Foundation has taken its place within the world of international education. As a non-profit organization, Turkish Marif Foundation is authorized to open educational institutions abroad on behalf of the Republic of Turkey, along with the Turkish Ministry of National Education. Turkish Marif Foundation carries out activities in many countries at all levels of education, from preschool to higher, and vocational education, and it offers an accommodation services. With the vision of becoming a pioneering educational institution by training virtuous people who contribute to the peace of world, Turkish Marif Foundation offers an education that combines the wisdom of Anatolia with the common heritage of humanity. With the slogan, "Valuing Education," we give hand to everyone without distinction. Because we know that everything begins with reading, because we know that education goes beyond all boundaries, all colors and all distances, because we are aware of our role and responsibilities in this world, for a future with greater hopes, for the peace and serenity, for the solidarity and understanding, for the salvation of the humanity. Valuing education.
Istanbul Education Summit 2022, an international platform where developments and experiences in education are to be shared. Future perspectives, theoretical approaches, practices, and policies. With a different theme every year, the Istanbul Education Summit is the meeting point for institutions and actors in education. This year, we are gathering on the theme, The Future of School, Post-Pandemic Needs of Education. The Istanbul Education Summit 2022 is taking place in Istanbul on the 4th and 5th of November. Stay tuned.
Bugün size bir yolculuktan bahsetmek istiyorum. Her bir sayfası bizim hikayelerimize dolu bir yolculuk.
Yazıyor. Almanya'ya giden işçileri yazıyor.
Naim rekor denemesi için hazır. Hadi Naim.
Olimpiyat rekoru.
68 yıldır Türkiye'nin nice hikayelerinde beraberdik. Bundan sonra da Vakıfbank daima seninle, daima ülkesiyle. Birlikte nice 68 yıllara.
Küçükken çok kötü şeyler gördüm ben. Çocuklar yemek olmadığından dolayı ölüyorlar ya da bilgi sahibi olmayan aileler vardır kampta. Ve onlara yardım ya da tavsiye verecek bir kişi yokmuş. Benim adım Mahtum Abdallah Bakır. Sudanlıyım. Baş kampında duydum. 17 yaşındayım. Türkiye Maarif Vakfı'nda okuyorum. Gıda mühendisliği okumak istiyorum çünkü insanlara yardım etmek için bu mesleği seçtim. Sınav 8'de okuyorken en yüksek bir derece aldım. Vilayetin 4. oldum. Okumak istiyordum. Ben yeni dilleri öğrenmek çok istiyordum. Bunun için Türkiye Maarif Vakfı'na gittim. Biraz yabancı okulları seviyorum çünkü yeni insanlarla bir tanışabileceksiniz. İse yeni bilgiler alacaksınız. Gıda mühendisliği okuduğumda ise beslenme bölümü de okuyacağım. Ondan sonra Sudan'a dönüp hastanelere de çocuklara ya da annelere bilgiler vermek, beslenme hakkında. Bu şekilde Sudanlı insanlara bir yardım edeceğim.
After COVID, the learning process and behavior of our students are different. The COVID pandemic accelerated the transformational aspect of the fourth industrial revolution on education. Teachers learned how to teach online, students learned how to learn online, and the parents learned how to support the online learning of their children. The major challenges that we had to overcome was a steep learning curve and buying the necessary IT equipment. After the pandemic, things will never be the same again because the communities experience the many advantages of online education and they want more of it. Like everything in life, the decisive factor is how we react to the post-COVID educational challenges and opportunities. The solution to overcoming the post-COVID challenges and opportunities is to embrace this opportunity by following a hybrid education model that is better than just online or face-to-face. This combines the best from online education, flipped classrooms, and face-to-face education. Important design factors include more learner focus, education content, engaging content, opportunities for interaction with teachers and peers, fostering a sense of belonging, and support for learners and their teachers, including emotional support. It does not have to be expensive. Enormous success can be achieved with optimal use of resources we already have, like Google services and Microsoft Office. Every student and every teacher already have a smartphone and access to a computer and the internet. We are opening an exciting new chapter in education. The best is yet to be.
Because all students come from different backgrounds, their behavior and attitudes differ from each other. Mostly of the time, teachers face numbers of difficulties which include indisciplined cases of older students. Irrelevant questions aimed to distractive appears, talking without teachers' permission, bringing their family issues into the class. To me especially, students bursting into strong laugh is the most destructive one. Method can differ differ from a teacher to teacher. Walking around the classroom is one of the most ways of monitoring the classroom. Also, keeping students busy, giving them something to do within allocated time, including attractive materials, stating the rules for the procedures and the activities, emphasizing the consequence of breaking the rules and arranging the personal time with interactive students are various ways of managing the classroom. Yes, as a teacher, I must have unique ways to maintain order in my classroom. I strive to build a strong bond with my students, state my expectations and the classroom rules clearer than before, while working closely with parents. Those are the methods that help me to maintain order in my classroom. There are plenty of ways of lessening classroom interruptions. On my side, I usually give clear instruction to avoid the classroom interruption. I speak to my students privately, and I always do my best to avoid a negative approach to the student. It is a challenge task for me to try to keep students' attention on myself throughout the lesson without boring them. To draw attention, I always do unexpected, play a game, vary participation structure and scenario. I also allow my students to regularly share their opinions on the subject within their group. Connecting the topic covered in the lesson with their daily life increase their attention and ensure that what they have learned is permanent. The use of technology is another way to get the attention of the students. For example, warming up, display a riddle, work of art at the beginning of the lesson and asking questions. It can engage and increase the students' interest.
I believe there is a change in language learning due to COVID. Students now face additional challenges in language acquisition because of the lack of social interaction during the pandemic. Also, the use of technology has caused a shift in language learning and in education in general. This digital environment is becoming the main means of communicating and interacting among students, which requires teachers to adopt their learning techniques so they're more easily and conveniently acquired by students. Some common issues we face when teaching language are the disparities in children's language skills, thus making it crucial for teachers to differentiate their lessons. Now more than ever, teachers need to offer extra support to students when they learn a new skill or concept. We need to think outside the box and implement different techniques besides the conventional methods that we've been using all the time. A great way to do this is to incorporate a lot of visual aids in the classroom. Another great way is to connect with students on a personal level. Students do not only need instructional guidance and tailored activities, they also need to know that teachers care about their well-being. Teachers thus need to provide all the extra support for students, not only academically, but also socially and emotionally. And to do this, they need to design activities in the classroom which spark their interests.
بعضی شاگردان که هستن اونا فقدان انگیزه دارن متاسفانه، یعنی انگیزشان پایین است و این ناشی از بعضی دلایل بسیار خاص و مهم میتونه باشه که یکی از دلایل بسیار عمده که شاگردان نظر به همسالانشان، نظر به معلمینشان، نظر به مربیانشان دارای یک استرس هستن و در ضمن شاگردان متفاوت به روش‌های متفاوت انگیزه میگیرن. کسایی که نقش بسیار مهم و اساسی دارند به خاطر انگیزه شاگردان سه طبقه مردم هستند که اونا معلمین هستند، والدین هستند و همچنین مربیانشان. اینا نقش بسیار بسزایی دارند، میتونند انگیزه دهی شاگردان کمک بکنند. روش‌های بسیار زیاد وجود داره به خاطر از اینکه شاگردان ما انگیزه بدیم، تشویق بکنیم. روش اولی است که به شاگردان ما باید حق انتخاب بدیم. یعنی وقتی که یک استاد، یک مربی به شاگرد حق انتخاب میده، او میتونه که براحتی امو پروژه یا امو بخشی را که خودش دوست داره بالای از امو کار بکنه. و موضوع بعدی که میتونیم در نظر بگیریم این است که ما باید به شاگردای خود اعتماد داشته باشیم. وقتی که اعتماد داشته باشیم به شاگردای خود، اونا بدون شک کوشش میکنن که ما رو ناامید نکنن. و این یک بخش بسیار اساسی و مهم میتونه باشه در انگیزه‌دهی شاگردا. منظم بودن شاید یک بخش خوب باشه، اما باعث خستگی و ناامیدی میشه در نهایت. بعضی تغییرات و کوچک به طور مثال در روش تدریسی ما میتونیم اگر معلم هستیم فضایی را در نظر بگیریم که متفاوت از فضای صنفی باشه در تدریس و آموزش. بدون شک در خلاقیت شاگردا، در اعتماد به نفس اونا بسیار کمک میکنه. و روش اخیری که میخوایم بیان بکنم بدون شک ایجاد رقابت سالم بین شاگردا است. در حقیقت لیسه ها اینا فضاهایی هستند که یعنی استرس ها هستند. باید یک روش را در نظر بگیریم و او ایجاد رقابت سالم است. یعنی بعضی پروژه ها میشه ما برای شاگردا بدیم که گروهی کار بکنن و در کل اگر به این موضوع بسیار مهم اگر توجه نکنیم، یعنی این باعث میشه که شاگردای ما ناامید شوند. بنا به این دلیل پس باید که ما این موضوع مهم در نظر بگیریم و تا شاگردای خود عملی بسازیم. تشکر.
Founded in 2016, Turkish Marif Foundation has taken its place within the world of international education. As a non-profit organization, Turkish Marif Foundation is authorized to open educational institutions abroad on behalf of the Republic of Turkey, along with the Turkish Ministry of National Education. Turkish Marif Foundation carries out activities in many countries at all levels of education, from preschool to higher and vocational education, and it offers an accommodation services. With the vision of becoming a pioneering educational institution by training virtuous people who contribute to the peace of world, Turkish Marif Foundation offers an education that combines the wisdom of Anatolia with the common heritage of humanity. With the slogan, "Valuing Education," we give hand to everyone without distinction. Because we know that everything begins with reading, because we know that education goes beyond all boundaries, all colors and all distances, because we are aware of our role and responsibilities in this world, for a future with greater hopes, for the peace and serenity, for the solidarity and understanding, for the salvation of the humanity. Valuing education.
Istanbul Education Summit 2022, an international platform where developments and experiences in education are to be shared. Future perspectives, theoretical approaches, practices, and policies. With a different theme every year, the Istanbul Education Summit is the meeting point for institutions and actors in education. This year, we are gathering on the theme, The Future of School, Post-Pandemic Needs of Education. The Istanbul Education Summit 2022 is taking place in Istanbul on the 4th and 5th of November. Stay tuned.
Bugün size bir yolculuktan bahsetmek istiyorum. Her bir sayfası bizim hikayelerimize dolu bir yolculuk.
Yazıyor. Almanya'ya giden ismini yazıyor.
Naim rekor denemesi için hazır. Hadi Naim.
Olimpiyat rekoru.
68 yıldır Türkiye'nin nice hikayelerinde beraberdik. Bundan sonra da Vakıfbank daima seninle, daima ülkesiyle. Birlikte nice 68 yıllara.
Küçükken çok kötü şeyler gördüm ben. Çocuklar yemek olmadığından dolayı uyuyorlar ya da bilgi sahibi olmayan aileler vardır kampta. Ve onlara yardım ya da tavsiye verecek bir kişi yokmuş. Benim adım Mahmut Abdullah Bakır. Sudanlıyım. Baş kampında duydum. 17 yaşındayım. Türkiye Maarif Vakfı'nda okuyorum. Gıda mühendisliği okumak istiyorum çünkü insanlara yardım etmek için bu mesleği seçtim. Sınav 8'de okuyorken en yüksek bir derece aldım. Vilayetin 4. oldum. Okumak istiyordum. Ben yeni dilleri öğrenmek çok istiyordum. Bunun için Türkiye Maarif Vakfı gittim. Burası yabancı okulları seviyorum çünkü yeni insanlarla bir tanışabileceksiniz. İse yeni bilgiler alacaksınız. Gıda mühendisliği okuduğumda ise beslenme bölümü de okuyacağım. Ondan sonra Sudan'a dönüp hastanelere de çocuklara ya da annelere bilgiler vermek, beslenme hakkında. Bu şekilde Sudanlı insanlara bir yardım edeceğim.
After COVID, the learning process and behavior of our students are different. The COVID pandemic accelerated the transformational aspect of the fourth industrial revolution on education. Teachers learned how to teach online, students learned how to learn online, and the parents learned how to support the online learning of their children. The major challenges that we had to overcome was a steep learning curve and buying the necessary IT equipment. After the pandemic, things will never be the same again because the communities experience the many advantages of online education and they want more of it. Like everything in life, the decisive factor is how we react to the post-COVID educational challenges and opportunities. The solution to overcoming the post-COVID challenges and opportunities is to embrace this opportunity by following a hybrid education model that is better than just online or face-to-face. This combines the best from online education, flipped classrooms, and face-to-face education. Important design factors include more learner focus, education content, engaging content, opportunities for interaction with teachers and peers, fostering a sense of belonging, and support for learners and their teachers, including emotional support. It does not have to be expensive. Enormous success can be achieved with optimal use of resources we already have, like Google services and Microsoft Office. Every student and every teacher already have a smartphone and access to a computer and the internet. We are opening an exciting new chapter in education. The best is yet to be.
Because all students come from different backgrounds, their behavior and attitudes differ from each other. Most of the time, teachers face numbers of difficulties, which include indisciplined cases of older students. Irrelevant questions aimed to distract peers, talking without teachers' permission, bringing their family issues into the class. To me especially, students bursting into strong laugh is the most destructive one. Method can differ from a teacher to teacher. Walking around the classroom is one of the most ways of monitoring the classroom. Also, keeping students busy, giving them something to do within allocated time, including attractive materials, stating the rules for the procedures and the activities, emphasizing the consequence of breaking the rules, and arranging the personal time with interactive students are various ways of managing the classroom. Yes, as a teacher, I must have unique ways to maintain order in my classroom. I strive to build a strong bond with my students, state my expectations and the classroom rules clearer than before, while working closely with parents. Those are the methods help me to maintain order in my classroom. There are plenty of ways of lessening classroom interruptions. On my side, I usually give clear instruction to avoid the classroom interruption. I speak to my students privately, and I always do my best to avoid a negative approach to the student. It is a challenge task for me to try to keep students' attention on myself throughout the lesson without boring them. To draw attention, I always do unexpected, play a game, vary participation structure and scenario. I also allow my students to regularly share their opinions on the subject within their group. Connect the topic covered in the lesson with their daily life, increase their attention, and ensure that what they have learned is permanent. The use of technology is another way to get the attention of the students. For example, open up, display a riddle, work of art at the beginning of the lesson, and asking questions. It can engage and increase the students' interest.
I believe there is a change in language learning due to COVID. Students now face additional challenges in language acquisition because of the lack of social interaction during the pandemic. Also, the use of technology has caused a shift in language learning and in education in general. This digital environment is becoming the main means of communicating and interacting among students, which requires teachers to adapt their learning techniques so they're more easily and conveniently acquired by students. Some common issues we face when teaching language are the disparities in children's language skills, thus making it crucial for teachers to differentiate their lessons. Now more than ever, teachers need to offer extra support to students when they learn a new skill or concept. We need to think outside the box and implement different techniques besides the conventional methods that we've been using all the time. A great way to do this is to incorporate a lot of visual aids in the classroom. Another great way is to connect with students on a personal level. Students do not only need instructional guidance and tailored activities, they also need to know that teachers care about their well-being. Teachers thus need to provide all the extra support for students, not only academically, but also socially and emotionally. And to do this, they need to design activities in the classroom which spark their interests.
بعضی شاگردان که هستن اونا فقدان انگیزه دارن متاسفانه، یعنی انگیزشون پایین است و این ناشی از بعضی دلایل بسیار خاص و مهم میتونه باشه که یکی از دلایل بسیار عمده که شاگردان نظر به همسالانشان، نظر به معلمینشان، نظر به مربیانشان دارای یک استرس هستن و در ضمن شاگردان متفاوت به روش‌های متفاوت انگیزه میگیرن. کسایی که نقش بسیار مهم و اساسی دارند به خاطر انگیزه شاگردان سه طبقه مردم هستند که اونا معلمین هستند، والدین هستند و همچنین مربیانشان. اینا نقش بسیار بسزایی دارند، میتونند انگیزه دهی شاگردان کمک بکنن. روش‌های بسیار زیاد وجود داره به خاطر از اینکه شاگردان ما انگیزه بتیم تشویق بکنیم. روش اولی است که به شاگردان ما باید حق انتخاب بدیم. یعنی وقتی که یک استاد، یک مربی به شاگرد حق انتخاب میده، او میتونه که براحتی امو پروژه یا امو بخش را که خودش دوست داره بالای از امو کار بکنه. و موضوع بعدی که میتونیم در نظر بگیریم این است که ما باید به شاگردای خود اعتماد داشته باشیم. وقتی که اعتماد داشته باشیم به شاگردای خود، اونا بدون شک کوشش میکنن که ما رو ناامید نکنن. و این یک بخش بسیار اساسی و مهم میتونه باشه در انگیزه دهی شاگردا. منظم بودن شاید یک بخش خوب باشه اما باعث خستگی و ناامیدی میشه در نهایت. بعضی تغییرات و کوچک به طور مثال در روش تدریسی ما میتونیم اگر معلم هستیم فضایی را در نظر بگیریم که متفاوت از فضای صنفی باشه در تدریس و آموزش. بدون شک در خلاقیت شاگردان، در اعتماد به نفس اونا بسیار کمک میکنه. و روش اخیری که میخوایم بیان بکنم بدون شک ایجاد رقابت سالم بین شاگردان است. در حقیقت لیسه ها اینا فضاهایی هستند که یعنی استرس ها هستن. باید یک روش را در نظر بگیریم و او ایجاد رقابت سالم است. یعنی بعضی پروژه ها میشه ما برای شاگردان بتیم که گروهی کار بکنن و در کل اگر به این موضوع بسیار مهم اگر توجه نکنیم، یعنی این باعث میشه که شاگردای ما ناامید شوند. بنا به این دلیل پس باید که ما این موضوع مهم در نظر بگیریم و تا شاگردای خود عملی بسازیم. تشکر.
opens formal education institutions of all types and at all levels, from preschool to higher education. As a result of official contacts with 105 countries around the world, it carries out education activities in 67 countries. Turkish Maarif Foundation continues its activities with more than 50,000 students in 418 schools, 1 university, and 21 education centers in 51 countries. And this happened in just 6 years. I think it deserves a big round of applause. As an international brand in education, Turkish Maarif Foundation also works for developing a curriculum and program for preschool education. This is called IM, International Maarif. Currently, this program is being piloted in certain countries. Mali is among them, so let's see IM video together.
Markası olarak Türkiye Maarif Vakfı tarafından okul öncesi eğitim programı geliştirme çalışması yapıldı. Şu an belirli ülkelerde programımızın pilot uygulamalarını yapmaktayız.
Bu program Türkiye Maarif Vakfı öğrenen profilinde yer alan özelliklere sahip bireyler yetiştirmeyi hedeflemektedir. Oyun temelli öğrenmenin öne çıktığı bu programda öğretmen ve çocukların başlattığı etkinlikler süresince çocuklara yapılandırılmış destek sağlama ve sürekli düşünce uygulamalarına önem verilmiştir.
Je sais qu'ils sont bien équipés. Eux, ils sont là pour nous accompagner parce qu'ils prennent en charge les enfants de notre pays. Donc, il n'y a pas d'incongruence entre nous et ce qu'ils font. C'est pourquoi d'ailleurs on a créé un lien bilatéral où nous faisons le suivi et l'appui technique avec eux. Donc vraiment c'est une chose qui est salutaire et vraiment leur aide ne nous fait pas défaut. Donc c'est apprécié.
Le programme de la Fondation Maarif répond alors à la politique nationale de développement de la petite enfance. Quand vous prenez le programme, ils l'ont sorti en 4 axes, 4 domaines. Mais nous, notre programme, nous avons sorti ça en 3 domaines. Mais il n'y a pas de différence puisque les deux prennent en charge le développement cognitif, alors le développement socio-émotionnel, alors le développement physique. À la Fondation Maarif, ils ont augmenté le langage. Et nous, on a plus seulement, c'est ce que nous recherchons. Donc on a beaucoup apprécié le programme comparativement au nôtre et il répond au programme national de développement de la petite enfance au Mali.
Anaokullarımızı programımızda yer alan iç ve dış mekan özelliklerine göre dizayn ettik. Özellikle sınıflarımızda öğrenme merkezlerine çok önem veriyoruz. Matematik öğrenme merkezi, kitap okuma merkezi, dramatik oyun ve blok merkezi gibi birçok öğrenme merkezimiz var. Programımız çocuğun tüm gelişim alanlarını destekleyen, çocuk merkezli, oyun ve etkinlik temelli, yaparak, yaşayarak öğrenmeyi destekleyen bir program.
Ce programme, les enfants ont beaucoup aimé le nouveau programme parce que lors de nos activités, on a eu à faire beaucoup de jeux. Avec les matériels qu'on avait, les enfants ont appris en jouant et ils étaient beaucoup en activité.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Halima Tounaïga. J'ai 5 ans. Mon jardin s'appelle Maarif de Turquie. Si je suis venue à l'école, je suis contente parce qu'on travaille beaucoup et on s'amuse beaucoup. Merci.
Turkish Maarif Foundation prepares this very detailed program for the development of children from an early age. And game is a big part of preschool education, as we saw the happiness in 5-year-old Mayaga's face. She is so happy to be at school because they are having a lot of fun. Now it's time for the first panel of the day called Back to School. As all of you know, following the coronavirus pandemic, the online provision of education distance students from school. In order to resume face-to-face education effectively and without interruption, it's necessary to reconsider school. In this panel, the social and emotional development of students in face-to-face education, teacher cooperation, and parental participation will be discussed. Now, I would like to introduce our speakers of the first panel. Please welcome Lera Boroditsky, Professor of Cognitive Science from University of California. Her articles and lectures have influenced the fields of psychology, philosophy, and linguistics. She has received many awards, including NSF Career, Marr, and McDonald Scholar Awards. Welcome, Professor Boroditsky. Please welcome David Strope, Professor of Teacher Education and Science Education from Michigan State University. He is also the Associate Director of STEM Teacher Education at Create for STEM Institute, at the Director of Science and Society at Michigan State University. Welcome, Professor Strope. Please welcome Saadettin Ökten, Emeritus Professor and Writer from Mimar Sinan Fine Art University. Professor Ökten carries out many projects as well as educational and research activities in field of structural engineering. He also specializes in the history and philosophy of science, culture, civilization, and the arts. Welcome, Professor Ökten. Please welcome Dione Cross Francis, Professor of Educational Psychology and Mathematics Education from University of North Carolina. Dr. Francis has been awarded the National K-12 Promotion of Education Award, the American Psychological Association Division 15 Early Career Award, and the University of Georgia's Young Alumni Award. Please welcome Professor Francis. Davut Abdülmelik Al-Hidabi, Professor of Educational Sciences from International Islamic University. Founder and former president of the University of Science and Technology, Sana, also the founder and president of the International Association for Talent Development. He works at the International Institute for Muslim Unity as director. Welcome, Professor Al-Hidabi. And last but not least, to moderate this session, let's invite Semih Aktekin, Rector and Professor of History Education and Teacher Training from Nevşehir Hacı Bektaş Veli University. He served as the General Director of Higher and Foreign Education and General Director of Teacher Training and Development, UNESCO International Teacher Action Force Executive Board Member of the European Association of History Educators. Professor Aktekin, floor is yours. Wishing you a fruitful discussion.
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon. In the morning session, we had very fruitful and effective discussions from policymakers and ministers. We heard about their experiences during pandemic and what kind of problems they have and what kind of policies they implemented during the pandemic. Now we have distinguished guests to hear the academic view. As our presenter says, our session is about back to school. Now we hope that the pandemic is over. Now we are going to continue education by face-to-face education. So back to school means face-to-face education, because during the pandemic we had education only. So we are not saying back to education, but back to school. So face-to-face education. But when we start face-to-face education, we will face new problems, emotional problems, social problems. We need to change maybe our pedagogical aspects. We need to improve new pedagogical tools maybe. So our guests are experts from different fields. Today's our session, we are going to listen their comments on the issues. Our session, during the session, we prepared different questions for different speakers. I am going to ask my questions to speakers. They have 12 minutes or maybe 15 to answer those questions. After we finish the first session, we will have the second round to conclude, to hear their final remarks. Yeah? So now we are going to start with Lira Borodowski. She is professor of cognitive science. Lira, my questions will be mainly about language development because of your expertise. I'm going to ask, do you think the school closures during the pandemic impacted the students' language development? And how do you think multilingual environments affect children's thoughts? And what should be the role of schools in language acquisition?
Thank you so much. Is the microphone working? Can people hear me? So I had a chance to travel around Turkey in 2020, right as the pandemic was starting. And I noticed that all of the historical sites, all of the incredible sites that I was visiting were actually sites of learning. So mosques, temples, madrasas, everywhere I went that was a great historical site was a place where people had, for the last 12,000 years or so, come together. And usually the model was one person stood in front of the class and talked, and the other people listened, right? So that was the model. And in 2020, that model really broke for the first time. We weren't coming together into these places, physical places together. And so it struck me what an incredible aberration that was in our history of education. But of course, these aberrations also give us an opportunity to reflect in historical perspective on how resilient humans are. Because if you imagine what was likely being taught in these spaces, say 12,000 years ago, 4,000 years ago, well, a lot of the stuff that was being taught probably wouldn't be part of a modern curriculum. And yet, it got us humans here, right? Humans are incredibly resilient. So even though for many, many years we've been innovating, changing things, the things that we could look back on in history, we'd say, well, those things are irrelevant or silly or wrong, it got us here. And with language learning in particular, humans are very resilient. So if you look across the world's languages, there are about 7,000 languages spoken right now. The way that adults who speak those languages naturally teach or don't teach their children those languages varies tremendously. Now, we all have specific beliefs. So, for example, you'll see American English-speaking parents specifically trying to teach their children language, right? It's not just that they talk to their children. They will say things like, you see, Johnny, this is an elephant. Elephant. Elephant, Johnny. Can you say elephant? This is an elephant, right? And they do this over and over and over again. Now, lots of people don't do this. In some languages, adults don't speak directly to children because, well, the children don't even speak properly. Why would you talk to them, right? It's the other children that talk to children. And then eventually, once they can talk more properly, they can join the adult conversation. In some cultures, people believe that you can't possibly learn the language unless someone directly teaches you the language. I'll give you an anecdote from my family. My grandparents spoke Russian and Yiddish, and they decided when they had kids that they would speak Russian to the kids, but they would keep Yiddish as their secret language. So that's the language they would use to talk amongst themselves when there was something they didn't want the kids to understand. As a result, my father learned only the parts of Yiddish that you're not supposed to say in front of the kids. Because, of course, kids learn language just that they hear, not just language that adults want them to learn, right? So language learning is incredibly resilient. That's the good news. The bad news is that in the pandemic, there was likely a very large separation that happened between families where the adults who were home with the kids had time, had energy, had the education to invest in speaking with their children, spending time with their children, and those families where that wasn't possible for the adults. So the early data we have on what has happened with language learning over the pandemic is some kids actually benefited in their vocabulary learning by staying at home, because they were staying at home with smart, wonderful people who really invested in their education, and they were spending lots of time with them. but a lot of kids just didn't have that benefit. So the pandemic likely created quite a separation between those who had the resources at home and those that did not. And of course, going forward, the remedy is to try to meet students where they are in their language learning development and start their education at the level that they present when they come back to school. Now, you asked about multilingual environments and the role that multilingual environments have on kids' development. Now, often in language acquisition research, we treat bilinguals as a special case, that, you know, like it's normal to be monolingual, but bilingualism is a special case. That's absurd because most of the world is multilingual. More than half of the world speaks more than one language. Many children grow up speaking many languages. And one of the reasons I would urge caution in making conclusions too early about language development during the pandemic is that sometimes in language learning, experiencing a hardship early on can lead to good outcomes later on. And bilinguals are a great example of this. If you have a child that's learning 2 languages at the same time, if you test them early on in their language learning, you might say, oh, well, trying to learn 2 languages at the same time is bad for kids because they're falling behind in both languages. But if you test them later on in their development, they actually develop fluency, great fluency in both languages, and then they also benefit from all kinds of other things that come with being bilingual. And so if you test too early, you might conclude, oh, this is bad. And in fact, lots of curricula around the world have said, oh, we can't teach 2 languages at the same time, it's going to harm kids. But if you let that process play out and develop over time, it might actually lead to something good. So I think the science on what happened during the pandemic with language development will take time to really mature. The languages that we speak, and there's so many, teach us so much of the wisdom of the people who have developed those languages for thousands of years before us. Let me give you just one example from a language community I had a chance to work with. This is an Aboriginal community in Australia, and instead of using words like left and right, they use north, south, east, and west. And so to speak a language like this, you have to stay oriented. You just have to know which way is which at all times. So let's do a little experiment right now. Everyone close your eyes. And now point southeast. Okay, you can open your eyes. I see points, well, in all directions. I don't know which way southeast is myself, but you guys haven't been very helpful. Don't feel bad. This is very normal. But there are communities around the world where simply the language practices in that community, the fact that you have to use north, south, east, and west to talk about directions, mean that kids growing up in those languages will learn their directions, will be able to point southeast very easily. Now, sometimes teachers from outside of those communities who come into those schools will use standard tests for those kids, and they'll ask them to say, can you point left, can you point right, can you use these basic words? And the kids can't do that because they always use north, south, east, and west. And so the teachers put them in remedial education, and they say, these kids have spatial problems, they need to be put back a grade. When in fact, those kids are able to orient in a way that's better than this distinguished group of people here. They can orient better than professors and ministers from other places, right? And so that to me highlights the acute need for understanding culturally where you are, what the relative cultural ideas are in the place where you are, and creating educational programs specifically for where the kids are. Do I have another minute, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
You have 4 minutes.
Great.
Go. I asked about the role of the schools.
The role of the schools, yes. So, obviously kids do a lot of language learning at home. The the role of the schools can be to connect kids to the resources that they individually will benefit from for learning second languages or even developing skills in their first language, right? So there are lots and lots of resources available. There are apps that have gamified language learning. There's so many options now to learn if you want to learn. But it takes a curation process. A good teacher will point you in the right direction, will curate for you what is the experience that will benefit you, what are the skills that you need to work on. So I feel like the role of the schools in integrating the incredible richness of information that is available now is the teachers become experts on pointing children in the correct direction so that they can continue to develop the skills that are relevant for them. I had this experience recently. I was trying to learn Spanish. I was in Colombia, and I visited a classroom of students who were trying to learn English, and so we were trying to have this language exchange conversation. And to them, it was so incredible to speak to someone who spoke English, and to me, it was so fun to speak to a room full of students who spoke Spanish. And I thought, why is this so strange? I mean, there's so many people in the world who speak English, and there's so many people in the world who speak Spanish. Just the connection needs to happen. And I'm not inventing something new here. Obviously, these opportunities are possible, but they have to become more liquid. Our classrooms, like that classroom in Colombia of students, exists as its own little island. It's not connected to all of the other classrooms in the world that are learning languages. It's not connected to all of the other people who want to learn Spanish who would want to do a language exchange. So part of the role of the schools is to lubricate that process, is to take advantage of the incredible richness of interconnectedness that we now exist in. I guess I'd like to conclude by saying the pandemic, of course, was an incredibly disruptive event in education. But it's a disruptive event that allowed us to develop and to see opportunities for radically transforming the way that we teach. Winston Churchill says, never waste the opportunity of a good crisis. Something, that's not exactly the quote, but something like that. And this was the kind of crisis that I think created incredible opportunities for developing new ways of teaching and engaging in the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Laura. Actually, as you said, it was disruptive, but you emphasized the role of the family, actually, by if during the pandemic people have good dialogue with the family members, I think their language development continues. So it shows us how the parental involvement or the family role in the education, yeah? Thank you for reminding us this important issue as well. Thank you. Now we are going to David Stroop. He's a teacher educator, and during the pandemic, the role of the teachers are, let's say, questioned again, because we had digital education, online education. Some people questioned the role of the teacher, right. And even it reminded us the Ivan Illich's, the theory, the schooling to society, whether the next generation won't need the teacher. But the pandemic also shows us that we need schools, actually, and we need face-to-face education, and the teachers are the crucial element of the education. So now I'm going to ask you questions about about the teachers' professional development. How can teacher professional development programs help teachers so that they can better support students returning to school during this area? Yeah. And you are professor of science education. That's why I'm going to ask you another question. What are the possibilities for STEM post-pandemic? And what are your experiences motivating and engaging students in STEM education after the pandemic?
Yeah, thank you for those great questions. So to your point, I mean, one of the jokes in America became that some people would argue that teachers are no longer important, but maybe if you ask some families and parents who were really tired of trying to get their kids to stay on the computer, maybe teachers are very important, right? So there's always a role for the teacher. So to the first question about teacher professional development and the kinds of supports that teachers need, I think after the pandemic, there's sort of 3 big lessons that I think we could really implement when we think about supporting teachers. The first one is that we need to think of professional development for teachers as part of a web of support, as opposed to sort of a single source of change. So we know that teachers need better pay, they need better professional support, they need to be positioned differently in society and really valued. And professional development can help with that, but it's only one part of a larger solution that a lot of people in this room who are ministers of education, who are policymakers or administrators, you're in great positions of power to help create these better systems of support, of which professional development is a part. The second thing that we know from decades of research about professional development is that our sort of typical one-shot workshops, or maybe teachers come to some kind of intervention design for a few days, we know that those maybe last for 1 or 2 classes, maybe a week before teachers discard them and try something else. So if we really want professional development to work, if we really want the idea of supporting teachers to be something that teachers engage in regularly, teachers have to have a voice in what they're learning. They have to be part of a community of learners that's engaged in problem solving together. And we have to encourage them to take what I think about as pedagogical risks. So working with students, we've seen some wonderful videos already of students being asked to sort of take direction of their own, of taking charge of the content that they want to learn. That sounds really lovely in a video, but for teachers, that's a really scary thing to ask because there's a lot of uncertainty involved. So the professional development that we have to help support teachers with has to encourage them to take these kinds of risks in which they'll let children do the kinds of wonderful things that we see in the videos. The third piece is that we need administrative support, both locally, at sort of state levels and at national levels, to support teachers in changing what they think and learning together. So often teachers are required to engage in some sort of professional learning, and if we had administrative support to encourage them to learn together, to learn across institutions, to learn over time instead of just doing it very quickly, if we had that kind of administrative support, if teachers felt safe that they were allowed to engage in this kind of learning together, we might see some different results in terms of what professional learning allows teachers to engage in. So, the second question is a big one about sort of possibilities for STEM moving forward. And I have some big ideas, but I would like to engage with you in thinking about these as well. So to your point about you never waste a good crisis, right? So the first idea about some possibilities for STEM is that it's a really good chance for schools to imagine what STEM is and how schools fit into this broader picture of what counts as STEM. We are moving as sort of a society, we're encountering what some sociologists of education think of as wicked problems that can't just be solved by one person, one community, or one discipline. So think about COVID, think about the climate crisis. These are really big problems that even extend beyond STEM. And so thinking about moving STEM learning in schools away from an individual endeavor and towards a collective effort to create change could be really important, and schools can play a role in that, but I think that's one possibility. Another one is for schools to help students ask hard questions about what counts as STEM. So often when you're especially in my world of the science classroom, students are often told that these are the great scientists of the world, here's the work that they've done, but they're never really asked why those people are positioned as great scientists. Or they're never allowed to ask why are these people included in the pantheon of great scientists, but other people are not. And maybe people from my community are often excluded from these conversations. So schools offer a place for us to ask really complex questions about who's allowed to do STEM, what kind of impact should STEM have on communities, who's allowed to participate, who's allowed to create knowledge, and even moving forward, what is our relationship with the natural world? I think that's a really important question. The next sort of possibility, I think, for STEM is to learn with and from the communities of people who have been engaged in really fascinating, complex STEM work, who are not often recognized as doing professional science, quote unquote professional science. So a lot of the innovations that I think we'll need to have moving forward to encounter and solve some of these really looming problems that are these wicked problems in the world will come from local communities who are doing immediate problem solving to fix things or innovate things that they need done quickly to make sure that their community survives. And I think STEM has a lot to learn from those communities, because often professional STEM, as much as it likes to think it changes quickly, it doesn't. It takes a long time for sort of STEM to change. Even quick innovations that we imagine, like the COVID-19 vaccine, was a very fast sort of innovation in terms of professional STEM. But even that took a year or more to sort of develop, and it was built on knowledge that had been developing for years based on previous vaccines. So as a field, as a STEM field, we have a lot to learn from communities who are engaged in this very local work that matters to them, and that they can change quickly because they have the necessity to do so. So finally, to me, one of the big questions and one of the things that it makes me excited about working with teachers, especially STEM teachers moving forward, is that and a possibility for STEM is that they really get to empower the next generation of people who will have to work on these problems. So we're getting older, the people in this room, we're getting older, and at some point we're passing the responsibility for our mistakes onto the next generation. And so because we're asking them to take on these tasks and often the problems that we have created for them, I think the least we can do is help empower them to know that they can make change and to help us fix the mistakes that we've made. So I think a really interesting possibility for STEM, especially in science classrooms, is to help students see that change is possible, even at a very small level, and to really empower them, even at a small level, to know that they can take on the responsibility and that they have the power within them and within their communities to create the change that we're going to need. The third question to me is a really big one as well, which is about motivating students in this sort of new post-COVID era. To me also, this question really is at the intersection of my work, which is around science education and teacher education. Because I think we have to move beyond the idea that teaching is delivering content, that teaching is memorizing information, that teaching is engaging in these entertaining performances on a stage, and that as a teacher, I'm supposed to know everything about the world, and I'm supposed to impart my wisdom to you. So we've already heard from some panelists and from some videos that as a field, we're moving beyond the idea that teaching is any of those things, and more towards the idea of teaching as facilitating these powerful opportunities for students. So to me, that's a really important first step in helping to motivate students, is to help students see that schools and classrooms are different than what they've experienced and different than what they imagine, especially having been online most recently. When I work with my future science teachers, I think one of the most important lessons at a really fundamental level that I hope that they take away and that I work with them to develop is at the very most important thing they can do with students in schools is to help acknowledge the students' humanity and to see them as really important people. So everything else we want to accomplish in classrooms, in STEM classrooms, learning equations, learning about cells, doing any sort of the things that we think students should know and do in science classrooms, none of that matters if the students don't think that the teacher cares about them, if they don't think that the teacher values them as a human being, if they don't think the teacher sees them, their ideas, their experiences, and their communities as being foundational for the work. So I really try and work with my teachers to listen closely to children, to really value what children have to say, to think of children's ideas, experiences, cultures as resources to build on, and as the building blocks of school and STEM and science, as opposed to things that the teachers are supposed to fix or correct. Because if we block those avenues for students to make sense of the world and to engage in this learning together, they will never, ever want to participate in the STEM that we hope that they will, because they don't think that we care about them and their humanity. Another important thing that we can do to help students in STEM classrooms, especially around motivation, is to really disrupt and ask hard questions about equity and about who's been allowed to participate in STEM fields. So again, students see posters on the wall of often white men scientists as being held up as the norm and the great scientists. And they may not see themselves, or they may not see their communities as people who are allowed to participate in STEM fields. And so as a community, we have to ask questions about why they don't see themselves there, and how can we really shift what counts as science and what counts as who can be a scientist. And that helps motivate students to feel like they are allowed to participate in the fields at all. Finally, students want to do work that has meaning to them. And ideally, they want to do work that has sort of immediate and long-term benefits to both themselves as learners and some community that they feel a part of. So the community might be local. It might be when they walk outside their classroom, there's a science or STEM problem that they want to try and solve right there. The community for them might be something really far away. Maybe you're teaching students that want to design the next Mars rover, or want to design something that's going to go to Jupiter. Maybe that's the community that they want to be a part of. But they want to do work that they think matters, that they think will help solve a problem, and they don't want to do work that's artificial. They don't want to do work that's memorization. They don't want to do work that they only know will be assessed on some standardized measure that then gets discarded and they don't have to worry about anymore because the measure is over. So they want to do work that has meaning in their lives. And to me, that's where teachers become very important, because they provide students with these opportunities to engage in this work. Teachers can openly question the curriculum and standards that we think are really important for students. They can design opportunities with students and with STEM professionals to engage in data collection together. So in an example of that, I have a project right now where I'm working with a professional entomologist, so someone who studies insects. And we're going into classrooms with science teachers, and together we're designing insect research. None of us know the answers to the questions we're asking, not even the professional scientists. And that's part of the joy that the students are finding, is the scientists saying, I don't know the answer to this question. But we're going to do real science. We're going to engage in authentic work because real scientists ask questions that they don't know the answer to. So instead of having students memorize facts about animals, or having students take an assessment where we can gauge something that they know based on standards that we think are important, we're having them ask questions that are authentic for whatever the communities are that they think are important, and we're helping them learn how to design research and data collection and how to analyze the data, and none of us know what's happening, and it's beautiful to watch and engage in because we're participating in real science together.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you have important remarks. I mean, the teacher development and in-service training is very important in Turkey as well. Maybe in the morning session, you noticed, or Deputy Minister emphasized that Turkish Ministry of Education invests a lot on in-service training. In the modern literature, although we talk about teacher autonomy, as you emphasized, teachers are also human. They need support from either administrative level or from parents or students. They also need support, and we need to encourage them to solve the problems in the schools and to make the education more beneficial for students. As your recommendation on STEM also, I think, valid for all the subjects. Yeah, if we treat students as a human, if we value them, if we care about them, they will not learn STEM effectively. Also, they will learn other subjects as well, I think. Thank you, David. Now we go to psychological aspect of the education. Diana Cruz, she's a professor of educational psychology. Diana, I'm going to ask you questions about the emotional or social development of the students and teachers as well. So, what problems are commonly experienced in returning to school and adapting to face-to-face education after the pandemic, do you think? My another question is, what can be done to compensate for learning loss in mathematics after the pandemic, because she's also a professor of mathematics education. And what are the pandemic's impacts on teachers' social and emotional development, do you think? What are the responsibilities of education stakeholders in this regard? Yeah.
Thank you. So one of the first big problems, I think, one thing that I mentioned earlier in our conversation with a colleague was that the pandemic didn't just happen in Turkey, and it didn't just happen in the United States, but it was really a global experience. And I think all of our partners here and collaborators are coming, and they know one of the major things that we're struggling with is the learning loss of students over the time that they were not in face-to-face classrooms working with teachers. So even though there were accommodations being made for students who were not in classrooms with teachers virtually engaging with students, a lot of countries had model lessons that they provided access to students. There were a range of different things. There were parents calling students at home, doing lessons over the phone. All of them seem to have fallen short of what students would normally get in face-to-face interaction. And if we think about it, a lot of them required resources that not all students were able to access. So not all students had internet connection. Not all students had mobile devices that they could access those lessons, whether it's a computer or a tablet or an iPad. So even if those resources were provided through the schools or the districts, there were still students who were not able to access those learning resources. In addition to not being able to access the resources where they were provided, some of those resources were just not appropriate for particular students at particular grade levels. For example, at the time, I had a 4-year-old. And if anyone had a preschooler or a kindergartner, you know how the thrilling experience it was trying to have them sit in front of a computer for even 30 minutes. So even the resources that were provided were inadequate for particular groups of students. And even for those, and even if you had a teenager, no one, not even us, wanted to be on those Zoom meetings for more than 45 minutes at a time, much less all-day schooling. So there was tremendous learning loss across multiple subjects, but for mathematics and science and reading, which are the ones that tend to be, elevated to the top, there was particularly significant learning loss because they spend a lot of time in schools working on those particular subjects. So going back to schools, teachers now had to face the typical issues that they have with supporting students in these subjects, but having lost a year to a year and a half of learning, and then now in this, this new space, transitioning from a virtual environment to a face-to-face one. In addition to just learning loss, the learning loss was particularly significant too because we oftentimes have these achievement gaps. So in the US, we have significant achievement gaps between students who are affluent, who are usually white, and students of color who are often in schools and communities that are underserved or on the lower socioeconomic spectrum. And so in this particular time, those who had the resources and had the means had opportunities to access those means, whether it was through getting tutors in the home or their parents could provide that support. And for the students who typically struggle and who are underserved in our education system, they did not have access to those resources. So not only was there learning loss overall, you found that there was a widening of the gap. Teachers generally have to differentiate in classrooms because if you're an educator, you never get students at the same grade level in any class. But we are taught how to kind of differentiate to attend to the needs of the range of academic experiences of students. Now imagine that that has doubled or tripled in terms of the diversity of where students are when they come into your classroom, depending on the subject that you're teaching. That means that the way that you have to structure and teach your class is different from what you were experiencing before before they were shut down and students went to virtual spaces to learn. Another thing is dropout rates. So some students are returning to school, but because of the economic challenges that were experienced by some families, some students, they didn't go to school or they didn't attempt virtual learning spaces because they had to become support systems for their families. So they stopped engaging with school, stopped going to school, and in returning to a face-to-face platform, they just did not return to school. And so it's now dealing with how do schools and teachers now try to re-engage students who have now had to deal with economic challenges faced by the pandemic. It seems like a non-school issue, but it really is because those students are still within school age, and the school has a responsibility to try to pull them back into the community, the school community, and then to educate them where they have been disconnected from that environment for a year or more than a year. A third and significant issue that has, I think, always been there, but we have not necessarily attended to it in a really systematic way, are the social emotional needs of our students. I would say over the last 3 to 5 years, even prior to the pandemic, the social emotional learning and social emotional needs of students have become, we've had greater awareness around those issues in North America and in other countries as well. The pandemic and recognizing that students' social and emotional development was very connected to the experiences that they had in school, there became this real heightened awareness around the mental health of students and how to actually address that. So students coming back into school, that's a particular significant challenge in terms of dealing with what are the social and emotional challenges that they're having re-engaging with school. There's the idea that school is the best place for them. It supports their social emotional needs, but imagine young children who've been at home with their parents for the last year and a half, and the attachment that they have bonding with their families and their parents at home, and now being pulled apart to now trying to re-engage in this space where they're all these strange new people. So although we think that it's more beneficial for kids, we also have to be aware of the challenges of what that means to now be taken away from a space that is now your home space, but also your school space, into this other space that is now quite foreign for those young children. Another issue is the data would tell us that there was a lot of there was an increase in traumatic experiences in the home in terms of abuse, et cetera, with parents and students and children being at home for these long periods of time. And the children were there and experiencing those particular traumatic events. So they're coming now to school with a range of different kinds of experiences that they had while they weren't in school that were for many exacerbated because they were in their homes for extended periods of time. And now teachers and the school system now have to deal with reacclimatizing students into the school environment, also coming back to attend to some of the experiences or residue of that trauma that they experienced in the environments that they were in while they were out of school. This is also kind of connected to the third question, and I think I'll just integrate both of them. In terms of thinking about the social and emotional needs of teachers as they are also coming back to school. So one of the reasons that the mental health of student is a particularly significant challenge is that a lot of teachers aren't supported in developing in their own social emotional development. They're not really supported in how to handle and deal with crises for themselves, and therefore are not necessarily well-trained or supported in how to re-engage or deal with students who are going through particular kinds of trauma, extreme anxiety, panic attacks, stress, etc. So teachers are coming back to school, and in the US, a lot of them were particularly stressed out because they were being expected to return to school when they didn't feel like it was safe to do so. And that's not only experienced in North America. I spent some time in Ghana, and it was a similar situation in West Africa, where teachers were being mandated to come back to school, and they still felt like it was really hazardous to their health and their families to have to re-engage and connect in a space where they were still having surge of COVID-19. And so that was particularly stressful for them, as well as having to deal with, again, the learning loss and dealing with dropout of students, et cetera, coming back into that space. So what are some of the things that we can do to kind of, or what we should be doing to support teachers in their social emotional development? One of the reasons it's really important is that the data would suggest that if students in classes of teachers who are socially emotionally healthy and who have had that training tend to do better. Teachers and students in schools where their leaders have social emotional training also tend to do better and have are better adjusted, and they have healthier experiences in school. So in general, having a community where the individuals who are supporting the children have had this kind of training and support, it tends to create better spaces for learning, not only for students, but also for teachers to work. So it's important if we want to have really engaging and safe spaces for students to learn and where they can learn most effectively. So we want to also think about this as in short-term ways and also long-term, the benefits of this. We had one global pandemic. Unfortunately, it won't be our last. And it's not only, this is not only the only crisis that we might see in North America, not so much in other spaces, but we're also dealing with school shootings and a range of different crises. And so we also have to think about that, you know, the pandemic, if we're gonna make use of it, I'm gonna draw from here, in terms of thinking about the long term, that we need to try to create an infrastructure where we're supporting teachers in developing the skills that they won't just need now, but that they'll continue to need in order to support themselves, in order to create spaces that are going to be beneficial for their students. So we want to provide support for school staff and teachers to be able to identify, interpret, and respond to the personal crises of students in terms of their anxiety, their stress, suicidal ideation, abuse, neglect, all of those things. And it can't just be the one or two professionals in the school space. It can't just be the school counselor or the school psychologist who is responsible for this, because we are seeing more and more incidences of students coming in who need this kind of support. We also want to invest in teachers developing their own social emotional skills. So not only learning about how to support students, but also in terms of their own identity development, their ways of emotional regulation and management. Teachers who are stressed out often pass on that stress and burnout to their children. So we want to create spaces not just for them to be able to manage and to regulate that, but to be able to interact with students in ways that do not pass on those kind of unproductive emotions to them. Some ways of thinking about doing that are provide spaces for students, for teachers to actually engage and talk about whatever crises they're going through. So that might be peer support groups where they're talking to other teachers about the experiences, and they can come up with solutions that will benefit not just them, but the school community as a whole. In particular communities, affinity groups are useful. So teachers who are of particular religious affiliation, that might be particularly helpful. Teachers who identify ethnically in similar ways because they're going through similar trauma. For example, again, in the US for Black teachers, while they were going through the global pandemic, there was also the murder of George Floyd, which for a lot of people, it felt like there was a double pandemic going on. Creating those affinity groups where teachers can actually get together and talk about their experiences are ways for them to help to manage the trauma that they're experiencing, and also create a support system for them within the school environment. Another thing that's really important is sometimes we think about, and I'll pick up on what David said, in that sometimes there's like this one-time treatment whenever there's an issue. So there's a crisis, there's a pandemic, let's kind of put a Band-Aid on it. But recognizing that we have to think about long-term solutions for long-term problems, and that when we provide support for teachers, we also need to check in so what we've provided is really actually addressing the problem. So there are these programs that come in, we support teachers for 2 weeks or 3 weeks, and then it's done and they move on. But no one comes back at the end of the semester to say, how is that working for you? Are there other issues that are arising? Coming back at the end of the year and doing regular check-ins, and then modifying the program if it's not really meeting the goal in terms of supporting teachers. There has been a mass exodus in several places. I was just visiting West Africa and in North America of teachers leaving the classroom. It's not that teachers have stopped loving kids or have stopped loving teaching, but they really don't find classrooms and schools as healthy places for them for a range of reasons. And so this is not an optional issue. It really is an issue that is another crisis that has developed that is really important that we focus and really attend to if we want capable and competent people in classrooms supporting our students.
Okay.
Another thing that can be really helpful for teachers in this space is to get support in thinking about how to actually care for themselves. So what does self-care mean? I think sometimes when individuals are going through trauma, they feel like they need help, but they don't really know where to get the help or what that help looks like. And sometimes that information is really useful to not only necessarily work in the professional space, but how is it that I take care of myself holistically? So not only making them aware of what it is that they're experiencing, but also making them aware of what are some of the resources available and how they can actually engage in ways of caring for themselves. And then also, how does that work within the professional space and outside of the professional space? I think one thing that sometimes we forget, and I'll put this in an experience that I used to have when I would teach high school, and for the educators in here, you may have had a similar experience when you would go into a space that was not school, like a supermarket, and your students would see you and they would be shocked because how could you be in a supermarket? You live at the school. So sometimes we forget that teachers are not only professionals in the school, but they also have personal lives that they are trying to balance and manage with their professional experiences. And so the stress that they're experiencing, the burnout that they're experiencing, it's not only related to the school environment, but remember, teachers were also at school with their own children and with the children, with your children, and having to navigate that as well. And then transitioning back into school, they're now having their own children in spaces with learning loss as well, and then having an exacerbated experience with students coming in. And so providing the resources where they can help to manage and balance those experiences overall is going to be really important. And we have to keep sight of that we can't just be concerned about them in the spaces where they benefit us, but also consider them as the humanity of the teachers, and that we also have to care for them holistically. I want to kind of focus a little bit now on mathematics education. And the second question, what can be done to compensate for learning loss in mathematics as students transition back into face-to-face environment, and for teachers as well? I think one thing that's really important is to not pretend that there wasn't learning loss, that we didn't actually lose a semester up to a year. I think a lot of spaces have continued to just move along. So if they were in third grade when they were at home, then they come back and they're in fourth grade. Well, not really. Or fourth grade can't really be fourth grade as it was before. If we want to make sure that we have space for new students coming in, then fourth grade has to look a little bit differently than what fourth grade looked like before the pandemic. It was really interesting when I was in West Africa, and there were countries there that had actually acknowledged that and decided that they were going to act on it. So in January of this year, they were actually starting their fall semester. So they didn't pretend that students weren't out of school for the whole year. They were like, well, we lost the whole semester, so let's just start as if this is a new semester. And it disrupted everything. They had to create an entire new exam structure. They had to redo the entire calendar, and that was not just K-12 schools, it was also the university as well. And what they did was that they created a calendar where they shortened the time off for students. So they would have less breaks, and then they had year-round schooling. So over the course of the next 3 to 4 years, that's what they will do in order to get back on track with the typical term or semester system. And I thought that that was particularly, well, brilliant, because it really, in some ways, accounted for what they knew happened and what they knew they wouldn't be able to address meaningfully if they continued as it was. So I think that's something that we want to not only say happened, but actually acknowledge that in practice, and see how it is that we're going to attend to that. And it means changing particular structures, right? It can't just continue with, they're gonna come back in school, and we're gonna have the semester in the same way, and they're gonna go on the same breaks, and we're gonna have our exam schedules in the same way. That benefits a system, but not necessarily one that has the best interests of teachers and students in mind. Because what that does is that it creates unrealistic expectations for what they can achieve over the course of a year. I speak specifically about, in this case, about mathematics because that's my area, but I think that it also probably transcends into other subjects as well. And one of the ways it becomes particularly salient in mathematics is because a lot of the foundation ideas are needed in order to move to the next level. So the way mathematics is structured, it's hierarchical in a lot of ways, and so it builds. So if you've really missed a lot of concepts in third grade, like multiplication, and building multiplicative reasoning, it's gonna be really difficult for you to start working on fractional ideas and algebraic ideas as you get into 5th and 6th grade. And so, like, missing a year of instruction is going to have repercussions long-term for you as you get into higher level math, which becomes then a major issue not only for the student and their ability to achieve, but also strengthening the STEM pipeline, which is also always a big issue in terms of what we want to do.
Okay, Diana, maybe you want to continue in second turn?
I will wrap up right now. Yes.
Okay.
So I just wanted to leave with just a couple of things that we can think about in terms of addressing the learning loss that we have and how we can support mathematics. So one of the things that the data has shown us that's been really useful for mathematics, not so much reading, is to provide tutoring. And I think when we think about tutoring, we're thinking about, okay, this one person who is, particularly sharp at math working with one student. It really just means someone who has greater knowledge and competence in mathematics supporting students in a smaller, more intimate space where they can support their needs. And I think there are ways that we can structure schools so that students can have that additional time, not additional time with a whole class, but additional time where they have more focused learning experiences around the needs that they need to be attended to.
Okay. Thank you, Diana. Actually, I mean, the socioeconomic level of, you reminded us that the level of the students, differentiation and diversity is key issues also in Turkey as well, because different people have different needs and the pandemic affected people differently. So that's why I think the inclusive education policies are very necessary in everywhere, in Turkey also as well. So our ministry recently initiated a lot of projects on inclusive education because people have different needs, as you mentioned. And as you emphasized, the self-care is also very important. Unless we help ourselves, we cannot help others. So that's why in order to help the students, teachers should have a healthy, personality, and their emotional and social and psychological and mental health also very important. Thank you for reminding us this as well. Now, I'm going to ask the similar questions to Dawood. He's also professor of educational psychology. I think, Dawood, you will also going to talk about how can the learning losses due to pandemic be compensated? What is the solutions? What are the alternatives?
Yes.
And what are the pandemic's impacts on students' social and emotional development?
Yes.
Do you want to mention about teachers' social and emotional development? I think we are going to ask you about the students' social and emotional development. What are the responsibilities of stakeholders in this regard, do you think? And very important, what's the family's role in lessening the pandemic's adverse effect on students? What do you think?
Okay. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man wala. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm quite happy to participate in this conference, but let me create a balance because my colleagues were talking more on the United States. I'll be talking about 80% of the world population, including the country I came from, Malaysia and other countries. Yes, I heard from our colleague that even in America, there is a digital divide between particularly those who are at disadvantage, like the black people. But I will be talking about those who are not even black, who are at disadvantage everywhere in the world. And the pandemic disclosed the unethical dimension of world people because they have not paid attention to those who are suffering. I could hear that Elon Musk was ready to zoom in the satellite to offer internet to certain countries for political reasons. But I cannot find Elon Musk zoom the satellite to offer access to infrastructure in the internet for the poor people. I think what I would say that our children in schools in the most of the developing world deprived of their own freedom and education human rights. It is a must to offer and to access education equally to everybody. And you could see that this unfair environment in the world, even at the level of those what they call themselves, United Nations countries and others, who claim to serve everybody in the world, but they serve only a minority. So we have to look for fair and equal access, democratization of education. This pandemic has disclosed the selfishness and the lack of human rights in this world. We could see that our children face neglect, abuse, and gender-biased violence. They contribute to the greater anxiety and emotional distress, not at the level of the students, teachers, parents, neighborhood, everywhere. Everybody is suffering. All stakeholders are suffering. And also, there is no easy access for any therapeutic and social work services, particularly for those who are in need. Let alone if we talk about these children with disabilities, let alone if we talk about the children of immigrants who do not have enough education or even language proficiency. They cannot access information or resources. So we are talking about something which is great, which need a global partnership. Yes, local, national could help, but it will never ever be sufficient to bridge the gap and the deficiency in offering quality education. So people physically, mentally, socially, emotionally, and in general well-being of people, I'm not worried really about the academic and learning alone. We have to care for the holistic development of people. We need people to be happy and successful in their life, not only to achieve certain scores and results. We are looking for human touch, human care, not only thinking about academic achievement and let people suffer in this world. Even families, as you know, and research has shown that challenges like divorce, violence, family conflict, mental and psychological problems, drugs, health, lack of income, stress and anxiety, all of this affected every family in the world. So we have to restructure policies. We have to restructure even curriculum, because it is unprecedented, it is unexpected for all of us. And I'm sure, whether we like it or not, we are going to face more crises and more risk. We have to have inbuilt mechanism of crisis and risk management in our education institutions and in our societies, so that we can help our societies. And we have to create awareness among the whole world to work together to help our own people. We are living on the same planet Earth. Everything is affected by our decisions, wherever we are, regardless of our culture, religion, languages, or what have you. Our children become uneasy to deal with. They become more aggressive. They have problem of maltreatment from even their home. They have social isolation, intimate partner violence, and parental substance abuse. Domestic violence become common. Children are physically abused, neglected, emotional abuse. So all these kind of suffering, I'm talking about social, emotional, psychological, mental well-being. So what is how to compensate it? It is a must to mitigate, to reduce the intensity and the level of suffering through offering services to families, teachers, and students. We have to support educators to acquire social skills, relationships, and how to manage behavior management. Educators also want to be trained for providing effective online instruction, support special learning language and behavioral needs. We need to improve access to mental health resources and consultants to improve physical and social well-being of our students, teachers, and families. In fact, we are all a learning community, whether at home or students or teachers. We have to work together as one family. Parents and caregivers are stretched thin between managing their own work and their children online learning. So I think also even employers should adopt flexible policies for working parents so that they can spend quality time with their children. And we have to train them how to manage their children, how to help them. State and local partners should develop culturally sensitive assessment also on academic and social emotional development so that we can offer services to fulfill the exact needs of our people. We have also globally worked together to develop research, to develop open source applications and platforms and resources in different languages so that we can help the world. There are a lot of NGOs in the world. We can work together, let alone if the states are not working, but there are international NGOs. We have to work and to realize and shoulder the social responsibility towards human beings by offering free access to internet, develop materials, train teachers, provide open source software and application platform so that people can minimize the impact, the negative impact of such kind of epidemic or pandemic or even for future crises. Also, we have to create new ways of assessment across the different subjects, school subjects. Maybe focus more on authentic and alternative assessment rather than knowledge-based assessment. So we have to think also the school curriculum to focus more on the most core things which would help people to become better citizens and also pursue their education in the future. We have to train parents. We have to do research and innovation in the area of more effective learning, more effective technology. We have to motivate non-government organization and private sector to help globally people to develop resources. And we have to also establish and help integrate internship and training into organization in the field. We have to adopt holistic and integrated balanced approach to mitigate the great negative effect to improve the well-being of our students. And if we care about that, we have to adopt also global approach into developing whatever needs to be developed to improve the well-being of our students. Also, I think we have to conduct research on digital technology to facilitate virtual learning. We have also to provide more therapeutic counseling services. We have to fight unfair discrimination, marginalization based on ethnicity, religion, language, and income. We have to adopt hybrid modes of learning and also to focus more on what is needed in the market, like something related to professional certification with some of my friends in the next maybe panel discussion will be talking about it. We have, in short, to restructure the system in general. Finally, regarding the role of the family, I think we have to help them how to reduce risk of physical and psychological harm for their children, more effective social interaction and active listening to their children, ensure access to good food and nutrition, the provision of immediate care and protection to children to ensure well-balanced and integrated personality development and effective learning, plan and implement social activities, engage in open conversation to release student feelings, listen and give full attention to their concern, be alert to the prolonged online connection and ensure to protect them from any digital harm, keep in touch with kids' education institutions for coordination and collaboration, and ensuring access to therapeutic and consultation services for all, and attending training program to improve parents' care and support, and forming neighborhood parent support groups to exchange experiences of effective children care and support, giving more quality time with the children. By doing so, hopefully, we can work together globally and try to reduce and mitigate the negative impact of today's post-pandemic problem, as well as the future crises and risk. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thank you very much, Dawood. for reminding us the importance of social justice.
Thank you.
As you mentioned, the pandemic disclosure of the problems, but also it shows us we should fight together to have a fair world. Yeah, the education is one of the main tools of this fight. Yeah, thank you. Now we have Turkish speaker, Emeritus Professor Saadettin Ökten. Hocam.
Professor, I'm leaving the word to you. Our professor will speak about the humanitarian issue of the education. He will give us certain examples. As a teacher, I have a text, I will read it to you. It's the what three teacher taught us. So it was that what I taught about three teachers, but I tried to use passive sentences. Then maybe we will have chance for my memories. So for a long time I haven't been attending to scientific meetings there. I will mention the as education will be presented and muallim is used specifically instead of teacher. It's for the Mahmut Ökten 1882-1961, finished Darul Funun in Istanbul in 1912 and started in the Istanbul Sultanisi in 1913. They graduated from the madrasa in 1918 and he had a literature and Kalam certificate in Darul Funun and became an expert on Hadith and Tafsir in madrasa. His high school teachership ended when he retired from the he received teachings about classical Eastern style. He has graduated of Haydarpaşa Lisesi, and the third one is Osman Nuri, but as is known, he is Nurettin Topçu, 1909-1975. He finished Istanbul Erkek Lisesi, then got doctorate from Sorbonne University. After they returned to Turkey, when he got he became postdoc in Istanbul University. By combining them, we tried to make them as that according to these three scholars, knowledge, science, and knowledge over hierarchical order. All three of these phenomena are peculiar to man and are blessed by Allah. In the verse of ancient, Jesus Christ, the only subject and address of this phenomenon. Knowledge, science, and knowledge are the manifestation of the name of Allah's scholar name on earth, emphasized in Islamic civilization as expressed by this person. Therefore, starting from knowledge, science, and other thing, and moving towards the name of Alim is an opportunity for human beings. At the same time, I believe Muallim is the name given to one who teaches knowledge. In Islamic civilization, knowledge is attributed to Allah. As mentioned above, it originates from the name Alim. Divine knowledge, that is the knowledge of God, encompasses and knows the world beyond the senses and thoughts. He knows the truth and nature of everything. He knows everything and every event that is hidden, both big and small, without the limit of time and space. And as the out of the name of the Alim, he informs some of his servants as much as he wishes. The three scholars mentioned above understood the knowledge, science, and spiritual knowledge within this framework. Knowledge, science, and spiritual knowledge show the hierarchical allegiance, and it was passed to it from this point of view. There's no difference between systematic knowledge and morality, which is the knowledge of the heart. This is how the three scholars understood knowledge, science, and spiritual knowledge in their own training and training activities, and gave their students the training and knowledge of morality and as they take their knowledge and morality, which includes material and spiritual integrity, are the essence and source of existence. For human actions exist as much as thought, including emotion. These actions are also limited to limits of the human knowledge. It is useful to remind again that the knowledge of the mind and the heart enter into phenomena of knowing here together with systematic knowledge and morality. For the three teachers mentioned above, teaching and learning is a sacred act. They have both taught and learned throughout their lives because these two qualities were reserved only for people and were provided by Allah, and it also forms the path to Him. They addressed the disciples who came before them, which were young, clean, and innocent, and had such minds and hearts with this understanding and sensuality. They saw the students and the time, that is, the course of time, as a trust, and trusted to them. The school was a temple to them. The classroom was also a place of worship with young mice and hunts in a corner of this temple. They had the sacred duty to teach the knowledge entrusted to them and to be moral example. They bore the responsibility and sensitivity to convey teaching knowledge and being moral example to the young, clean, and innocent minds and hearts in front of them in a pure, innocent, and decent way. In such a sacred spirit, diametrically fulfilled, whatever the prerequisites of a worship process were before beginning classes. During the lesson, they obeyed the rules of worship with care and sensitivity. Although the young minds and hearts in front of them could not name it, they recognized their sensitivity and attached to them wholeheartedly with great respect. The disciple was entrusted to them in a limited time frame and certain space. It had to be equipped with a scientific accumulation and moral equipment as possible. On the other hand, every student and of course every class that consisted of them had a certain ignorance, comprehension, and ignorance. The three scholars have always chosen moderation in their training and upbringing. It was the duty of the teachers to find and reveal the mental talent and depth of heart of the aforementioned individual students and classes, so much that a student who was taught by this teacher were to discover the hidden them in their own existence. After a while, like a treasure seeker, they pursued the game that was hidden in themselves with a divine grace. From time to time, they would be very excited to see striking brightness and herald this finding to each other. To them, every class had a mediocrity, and that mediocrity would have to be limited. The task of the master was to find this mediocrity and to determine the limit. If the teacher fell short of this mediocrity and his training activities, he would have been lazy, he would have neglected his job, and would be underestimating it. To demand something from this disciple above this mediocrity was to give them trouble and put them in a tight position. What was important was the students' diligence, hard work, and stubbornness, and the direction that the three teachers put a lot of emphasis on. However, with the teaching method tried to be defined above, the teacher had to be an example to the student together in science and morality. They expected from students a counterpart of this example together in science and morality. There was a constant control of the students' behavior, both in out of class. Sometimes they were working the mechanism of learning with a simple look and sometimes with a word. However, it is necessary to say that all three masters have an inconspicuous tolerance at first glance from the outside, which is glazed with a grain of seriousness and meticulousness. Additionally to the above mentioned points, according to Tom, a teacher had another very important duty. This in every class was to discover to rail the minds and hearts above mediocrity, to establish affinity with them, and to cultivate as many virgin, pure, innocent, and powerful people as possible. They were very careful with time, because the relationship between the teacher and student usually ended after graduation. They would express this excitement and enthusiasm. They would express the nuts within this with amazing, and in fact they try to equip all of their students, especially those of our mediocrity, by meticulousness and effort. So, regardless of the place, library, a village, they used any place they could possible under these roofs. Special training and education were carried out. In terms of time, this activity continued in every season, especially in the months when nature was generous. They continued that in the suburbs of the city, in the civilization. They walked together in knowledge and morality, according to the era and evolution of the student whom they were addressed to, just like an adult holding a small child's hand and walking him. In this way, they have enabled the opening of the mind, that is, the evolution of thought, and deepening of the heart, and open them to the horizons of the emotions. They have introduced them to works and names that the young man above mediocre couldn't have reached mentally and heartily. They partially considered these works together, and my joins about these names. Another activity of the three masters was to introduce these young minds to masters and elite circles that they could not have reached on their own means. Thus, the young man who came into contact with these masters and circles would open up and ascend into another realm. They are very special and cumulative events in the field of civilization and culture in the city. The three masters involved young and bright mind and heart in these activities. They even participate in some of these activities together. Then, as in all things, this process would end. The young man would graduate from school and continue their life in another direction. The master and the student would no longer be in common space and common time, but there would remain special times, emotions that were remembered in feelings of peace and confidence. The most beautiful of these for the three teachers was the holiness entrusted to them and what that was given to them. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So, I would like to thank for his perspective in the knowledge and spiritual knowledge in our civilization. I would like to thank our professor.
20 minutes to finish our session. So I'm going to give you 2 minutes each to have your final remarks. Yeah? We can go by turn again. Sure. We start from you, Lira, please.
Thank you so much. There's so many interesting ideas that I resonate with. I want to end by pointing out a few ideas that my students have come to me with post-pandemic, and also things I hear a lot when people are trying to learn language. And I don't have solutions for these problems, but I'm putting them out here because there are a lot of brilliant minds in this room, and I think if we all think about these problems, good things will happen. So the first kind of ill-formed idea that students come to me with is the idea of being already behind. They say, well, I've lost all this time, I'm already behind, and they feel discouraged because they feel like they've lost all this time. With respect to language learning, for example, people might say, oh, it's too late for me to start learning a new language because, you know, you have to learn when you're a kid and it gets so much harder when you're an adult. And that's true, it does get harder to learn as you get older with respect to language. However, unless you have a time machine, there's no better solution than to start now, right? The very best time to start learning is now. And so there's this idea of being already behind that is completely unhelpful in learning, right? It's just something that you have to throw away and say, well, I'm just gonna start where I am, I'm gonna start now. And so whichever way we can support students in that idea, in just kind of throwing away this idea of being already behind, I think we liberate them to start learning from wherever they are. The other problem students come to me often with are goals that are ill-formed. So they'll say, if I start learning this language now, which is they've decided is too late, I'll never be native-like. So what's the point? I'll never be native-like. And I always say, well, why do you want to be native-like? Are you trying to become an international spy? What reason could you possibly have for that to be the only goal, perfection, right? Because there's so many other levels of mastery that you could achieve in any subject that would be wonderful, would be great. So again, freeing our students and ourselves from these impossible goals or striving for perfection in a way that prevents us from even starting to do things. So how do we free our students from those kind of ill-formed goals? The other idea that my students come to me with is kind of related. They say, well, I've lost 2 years. So it almost feels like they want to give up because they've lost 2 years. But these timelines we have are completely arbitrary, right? So I tell them, when you're 45, you're not going to care if it took you an extra 2 years to do this coursework. It's not going to matter. In my own experience, I started school in the Soviet Union. I did 5 grades of school in the Soviet Union. Then I didn't go to school for a while my family and I were refugees. And I started in 8th grade in America, in a completely different educational system, in a new language. Everything was weird. I'd missed everything, right? But now it doesn't matter. Now when I look back on it, I say, well, yeah, I lost years, but who cares now? I learned things in the end. The point is not to have stayed on some fixed curriculum. The point is to arrive at some set of goals that you like, to master the set of things that you want to master. So how do we help our students not feel like oh, they've lost 2 years or they have to stick to some particular timeline. How do we free them from that? And the last are the barriers that institutions create, you know, and we're part of these institutions where we have these fixed curricula, and you say, well, you have to pass this test, and if you pass the test, then you go on to the next class. Well, that's a problem in two ways. One is passing, okay, let's say you got 70% right on an exam. Well, that means that you didn't get 30% of it. Maybe you need that 30% to go on to the next part. You know, I learned to sail recently. Now, I want to know that when I go out on the boat, I don't just know 70% of how to sail a boat. I want to make sure I don't die at sea, right? So how do we, as institutions, create curricula that are tailored specifically to the goals, not just about passing or failing, holding people back, but actually encouraging people to think about mastery of the stuff that's important, and not worrying about fulfilling arbitrary goals that may not be important to them. So I hope you think about some of these things, and I know that brilliant ideas will come if you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. David, would you like to add any?
Yeah. Thanks to everyone. And I think I'm going to echo some thoughts of people, and it's always interesting to hear from you. So I'm going to conclude with 4 thoughts. 2 of them are for, I think, so the people who most immediately live in schools. So teachers, administrators, folks who interact with children on a daily basis. And the first one is, I know we have important work ahead, and we really need to sort of disrupt entrenched notions about who can learn, who can be successful, but really also whose forms of knowledge and whose experiences are important in school. So again, we've set up these sort of artificial standards, we set up these artificial timelines, we set up these artificial ways of measuring what we think we want to know from students, and post-COVID is a good time for us to question those assumptions and to really welcome students into classrooms differently than we have in the past. The second sort of thought for people who most immediately interact with kids is we even just sort of thinking about the physical classroom or the physical school space, we really need to think about how and who we invite in, who we support and how we support them, and who we exclude, whether we explicitly or purposely exclude people, which many schools across the world have done in the past, or whether maybe more problematically we implicitly or tacitly exclude people. And I think we're having some important conversations here and elsewhere about how we need to make sure that we welcome students, their lives, their communities, their cultures into school as the foundation of the work. So those are the first 2. I cannot also pass up an opportunity. I don't always get to talk with policy people, and I don't always get to talk with ministers of education. So I have 2 sort of concluding thoughts if you're in sort of those positions of power, and they're more pleas or more begging than they are thoughts. So the first one is we really need, and this is to build on your point, we really need new ways to collect evidence of student learning. And internationally, we like to rely on these standardized measures like the PISA exam. In the United States, we have something called the NAEP exam, but really they are under the umbrella of standardized testing that some policy person or some group of policy people think are important. But we know from decades and decades of research that they simply don't reflect what kids know. They simply don't reflect what teachers are capable of helping students learn in classrooms. So my plea to you is, if you're in a position of power to do something about this, to please have conversations, to please reimagine how you want to gauge and provide evidence of student learning locally, nationally, and internationally. And I know that's a sticky question, and I'd be happy to help think with you about that question. The second sort of plea to people in positions of power sort of in policy land is we know that rhetorically we are asking for big solutions to complex problems. And as someone who lives in classrooms with students, as someone who prepares teachers for this kind of work, my plea to you is if you ask for big solutions to big problems, we need big resources and big funding to get it done. So instead of hoping that we'll generate research on our own, instead of asking or wanting to support projects that you think will be successful, take risks. Take risks in funding. Ask teachers and students and communities to innovate together and fund that work. Instead of knowing the outcome ahead of time or worrying about whether those will increase the standardized test scores, which I don't think measure anything anyway, take a risk as a funding agency, take a risk as a government, and help us on the ground do the work in communities with students, with teachers that will have an impact, and use it as a case of, an exciting example of, that might generate future funding. But don't just fund projects that you know will be successful in the end. Help us take on these complex problems in communities by taking risks in terms of funding. So thank you.
Thank you, David. Thank you. Diana?
Thank you. I just want to thank all the panelists. Really, really good ideas for us to ponder and think about. And I want to give a special shout out to all the teachers who are here today. You are probably my favorite people in the world, and I'm glad that you're here. And I'm excited to see you and to listen to your panel when it comes. One of the things that I try to do sometimes when I do speak with others is to center myself and kind of talk a little bit about my identity. And I promise I'll do this in a very, very short span of time, because I think it allows you to see the lens with which I look at things from and probably understand my perspective. So I'm Jamaican, I'm an immigrant, I live in the US, but I've also had the opportunity to visit several countries during the pandemic. I was in several states in the US, I was also in Ghana, I was in Jamaica, and I was also in South Africa. And also seeing these countries as they transition to having kids back in school. And although very different countries, very different cultures, struggling with the same problem, right? Trying to stay on a similar trajectory for most of the spaces. And what do you see with all the countries that are trying to stay on the same trajectory of learning is that there are some who benefit and some who don't. And so my question is, who benefits if we continue on this trajectory? In some ways, talking about the fact that there are issues related to pandemic, but not really actively addressing the issues that were related to the pandemic. And it's those who have always not benefited from education, right? And across our countries, those people probably look different. In the spaces that I'm in, they're generally students of color who look like me or of dark skin. When I go to the continent, it is on the continent of Africa, it is those who have means and those who do not have means, right? In other spaces, it is immigrant population. So across your terrain, there are a lot of immigrants coming in. They're the ones now who are not really going to be the ones who benefit if we continue on a similar trajectory. All over the world, those who are disabled are also the ones who tend to get left behind. So when we think about if we don't modify things, if we don't address and deal with students where they are, who benefits and who loses, and it's those who have always benefited that will continue to benefit, and the ones who really need us to serve them get left behind. I had a child at home during the pandemic, and she had a reverse effect. She didn't fall behind, she went ahead, because she had 4 grown-ups, 2 retired grandparents, and an educator, and a father who's very interested in education, who she had all their attention. So she was actually propelled ahead. That is not the typical household, right? I mean, there were students who were in different kinds of spaces and didn't really have those resources to draw on. So again, I'm thinking those are the ones we want to think about. How can we modify and change the trajectory so that we're serving them? If we put the student at the center when we're making decisions, then we think about those who are closest to the student, right? So it's the teacher. Teachers have to show up in spaces where they are also able to be healthy, where they want to be there. So we have to make sure that in the same way that we're attending to the needs of the students, that we're also attending to the needs of the teachers. And they also need to have and be supported in developing the knowledge, skills, capacities, and competencies that they need to work with the students in really progressive and healthy ways. So again, I'm gonna draw on what 2 of the panelists talked about, we need different kinds of resources, right? We need a different way of supporting teachers. The old kind of professional development, not going to work. The way that we're distributing our resources and the kinds of resources that we're providing, we're in a different trajectory now. So those have to show up and look differently. So we want to start to kind of rethink. We're in a different space. I think that's where we all landed today. That's where we are. We're in a different time that we haven't navigated before. And so we might want to think differently about the solutions that we're trying to address and not try to import old solutions that were designed to address different kinds of problems, but think about innovative ways of using the resources that we have, generating different kinds of resources, and thinking about the health and support and development of our students and teachers in ways that are going to benefit those who have oftentimes been left behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Daud.
Well, I've got only 3 concepts. Number 1 is more support. When I say support, it is emotional, social, academic, technological, everything, for the family, the student, and teachers. So support. Number 2, global partnership, sharing and learning to help and to make our offering more effective. Number 3, adopting a holistic approach to the well-being and learning of our students. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Today you became the voice of Daud and disadvantaged people. Thank you. Hocam son olarak eklemek istediğiniz?
Yok. My teacher, would you like anything to add? Thank you, Professor.
Finish the session. Before I finish the session, I would like to thank all of our distinguished speakers for their great contribution. What I learned today, just if I summarize, after post-pandemic era, we have long way to go, yeah? I mean, to create mentally, emotionally, psychologically, socially healthy condition and environment for our students, all stakeholders, policymakers, academics, teachers, families, politicians, all of us, we need to cooperate, we need to work together for our future. Together, we are stronger. You agree? Yeah, also thank you for... We don't have question session, so... No, sorry. We have to close... Do we have... I think we have to finish the session, but you can ask your question after the session to our speakers. Sorry? Yeah? Okay. Also, thank you for your patience and active listening. We have... Also, thank you for Maarif Foundation to organize this excellent event, to give us opportunity to share our ideas for all of you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I also would like to thank to our moderator and speakers. It was really illuminating. Obviously, there is a lot of work to be done and issues to be resolved for the post-pandemic back-to-school process. Before you leave, we will have special gifts for you. I would like to invite the member of Board of Trustees and the Vice President of Turkish Maarif Foundation, Professor Dr. Ahmet Emre Bilgili, present the gifts to our President. Panelists. Hepinize. Professor, please. Professor Strope. Buyurun Sayın Ökten.
Güzel şey yapıyorsun.
Evet. Hı hı. Professor Francis. And now we can take a family picture. Please, professors. Thank you. Now we will have 30 minutes coffee break. After that, we will continue with last panel of the first day of Istanbul Education Summit. The teachers panel will be hosted by my colleague Rumeysa Chodar. Hope to see you again in 30 minutes.
I hope you enjoy your coffee break. We have Marif teachers from 418 schools in different parts of the world. They are playing key role in supporting children raised in a healthy, practical, and educational environment. They are not only giving lessons, teaching the curriculum, but they are also supporting their students to manage situations, cope with challenges, to be a virtuous person like Mahtum Abdullah, as we watched earlier. And just not inside the school, but also outside within their community. That's why it's not an easy task. Marif teachers should cover a lot of ground in order to be a good teacher. And our next video is about teachers' long way in training. Let's have a look all together.
We had experienced a 5-day teacher development program, which was really effective for us, and we had experienced many practical works here. And I'm very thankful for the Turkish Marif Foundation for organizing such great programs.
From Afghanistan. This is Taiba Satori, the physics instructor of Afghan Turk Marif Girls High School. I've attended 5 days of seminar which was held by Turkish Foundation by the name of Fan Mathematics Teachers Professional Development Program. I have found this seminar such an extraordinary one because I have considering such a seminar for a while to go and boost my knowledge with the technology. At the end, I would like to thank Turkish Marif Foundation for holding such a great seminar. Thank you.
Thank you. It's really great to see the developments and teachers' hard work and the passion for education and science. We wish them success on their long journey. Now it's time for teachers' panel, and some of Marif teachers are among us today. Like the previous panel, we'll also discuss back to school now. For the last panel of the first day of the Istanbul Education Summit, I'll kindly introduce the Marif teachers to the stage. Please welcome Christopher Ayu, Information Technologies teacher from Tanzania International Marif School. He is skilled in child protection as he went through the training and awarded certificates. Welcome, Ms. Ayu. Mr. Ayu, please take a seat there. And I'll kindly invite Education Coordinator from Pakistan International Marif School, Uzma Shabi. Ms. Shabi is the school principal of Pak Turk International Marif Schools. She has been among the advisors of many national and international students and school projects with the student groups. Welcome, Ms. Shabi. And please welcome social science teacher from Bosnia and Herzegovina International Marif Schools, Vladimir Lasica. Teacher Lasica studied philosophy and sociology at the University of Sarajevo. He has translated 2 books from English to Bosnian, teaches philosophy, history, and global politics at the Sarajevo Marif Schools. Welcome, Ms. Lasica, Mr. Lasica. And lastly, to moderate this panel, please welcome Wafa Sharabati, Education Coordinator from International Marif School at Iraq. Teacher Sharabati is the General Manager of Baghdad Marif Schools. Welcome, Ms. Sharabati.
Thank you.
It's a big pleasure to have you here in Istanbul Education Summit, and it's also so excited to be hearing you and Marif teachers from the field. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, and welcome to our last panel for today. It's the teachers panel. You know, the panelists, they really enlightened us with a lot of experiences that they shared with us. And now we would like to go more into details from a teacher's perspective to talk about this experience and how the pandemic affected our schools. Before I start, and as kind of warm up, I would like to ask our guests just to give me a phrase that describes their experience about the pandemic. So yeah, let's start with Christopher.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. For me, COVID, it was a turning point. It's just a turning point. Thank you.
Okay, and what about you, Uzma?
Well, I believe unprecedented times require unprecedented solutions.
Great. Vladimir?
Very interesting.
It is indeed. Yeah, yes, it was interesting, and for me it was a great learning opportunity, in fact. Before I start, since I'm taking both roles as a panelist and also like moderator, so I would like to start talking about the experience that we had in Iraq. And I think Iraq's experience in this pandemic was very special. And what made it special is that we were the first school to start the online education. So to give you a brief idea about the whole image so that you can understand what we are going to talk about, let me start with a brief introduction about Marif Schools of Baghdad. Marif Schools of Baghdad started in 2019 with the beginning of the academic year, with a high number of international teachers who just arrived into the country. And they were just still trying to adjust themselves to the new situation, the new culture, the new style of students. And you know, these kind of challenges at the beginning of the academic year. And almost by the end of the first term, when things settled and started getting really better, it was the time when the pandemic hit Iraq. So Iraq was the first among the neighboring countries to be affected by the virus. And that put us in front of a real challenge. Like, we were a new school who just started, and we were in the spotlight. So it was a matter of to be or not to be. We need to find solution to this. Now, all of us were talking about online education as a very normal thing. It's not something different. But that time, none of the schools, Marif schools or other schools in Iraq, started online education. So, sorry. So we thought we need to do something, and we need to take initiation. And that was the right decision. We contacted the head office, the headquarters. The headquarters responded in a very incredible way. And it was just a matter of 1 week or so. The platform was ready, the accounts of the students were ready, and everything was ready for the students. And we announced that we are going to start the online education. Yes. So here, when you are bringing a change to people's life, it's not an easy process. There was a great resistance. The resistance comes from some teachers who were not really confident with the platform or were not really confident with the technology in general. And then they need to change their teaching style. They need to find alternative tools to be able to handle the new situation. On the behalf of the parents, there was kind of resistance because, again, they are not confident with the technology. If you also take into consideration the infrastructure of the internet in Iraq is a little bit poor, and it's not easy to apply such kind of thing. So there was kind of, how can we do it? Besides, there was another factor. For working parents, the school is not just a place where they go and learn math and science and other subjects. It's a child care. So for these working parents, it was really hard for them to keep the kids at school, at home, and then they need to seek help from a friend or a family member to stay with their kids during the time when they are logging into their accounts because they are working, they are not with them all the time. So this was another challenge. It has a lot of change in their private life. So this change that we're bringing to people's life, we need to give them tools how to handle it. We need to help them find ways to be successful in it. So we need to empower them. We started the training for the teachers, online training and face-to-face training, but it was like in a big conference hall like this one or half of it. So we were a little bit away from each other. We also had a training for the parents, the digital support 24 hours almost. So we put lots of efforts to make this happen in Iraq, and it happened. And it was really successful story that I'm really thrilled to talk about today. So this was our story in short, and now I would like to move on to our guests, and I would like to ask Uzma, how did your school respond to the changing situation when the pandemic hit your country, Pakistan?
All right. I'll initially begin with the situation during the pandemic in Pakistan, in reference and in context to Pakistan. Well, Pakistan was severely hit by pandemic, and the reason was that there are stark differences between the public sector education and the private sector education. Not only that, there is a huge, you can say, in Pakistan there are low learning literacy rates as well. That's why, due to pandemic and due to the school closures, the Pakistani students had faced a lot of learning loss during those 2 years. And as per the experts, there was a learning loss of more than 40 million students all across Pakistan. So yes, at that time, immediate measures had to be taken up. Something that could revive back the education system, the entire education system. At that time, the government of Pakistan, there was a policy by NCOC, National Command and Operational Center in Pakistan, that the schools could reopen after 8 months of the first COVID wave. And even if they had to open up, then they would follow the policy of 50% attendance and with alternate on alternate days. So that was again another learning loss, because even if the students had to come back after 8 months, they could join school hardly 2 days or maximum 3 days in a week. And when they did, we figured out that they had missed out. I mean, whatever was taught before or previously was all lost because they were disconnected from this education system. So then, at that moment, then Pak Turk Marif International Schools and colleges, that stepped in actually. It was the main pioneer of introducing digital education in Pakistan. The kind of education that they introduced was a conducive and ideal kind of learning management system, which was customized, where synchronous and asynchronous, both methods and teaching approaches were being followed up. It was kind of a hybrid system as well. where our education department actually, back in head office, we have over here, let me mention that there are 27 plus schools in Pakistan and more than 13,000 students that are part of Pak Tak Marif International Schools and Colleges. At this moment, our education department, back in head office, together with our country director, our education coordinator, our executive managers of K8 Education, International Qualifications Education, and the Pakistani Board Education as well, all of them had jotted down and figured out certain requisites and prerequisites of how this system could be launched. Because Pakistan is an area, is a place or a country where not every child can afford or has the facility of this digital apps and digital tools. And even if they have, then the main stake at that point was to train those students, and not just the students, the parents, and yes, the teachers as well. We had to train our teachers to be able to deliver through this medium, through this new digitalized system. So immediate measures were taken, and within 10 days, our learning management system started off. Like I said, that's why I'm calling it that it was the pioneer of starting digital education system in Pakistan. For that, the teachers were being trained. There were specific programs for the teachers how to inculcate different digital apps into the system, because the curriculum actually had to be revised. We could not go or follow up with the regular schedules, with the regular curriculum as well, because we're talking about a new system, a different system. For that, the teachers were trained, and then later on, there were sessions and webinars and seminars for the parents as well, how to opt the system, how to regulate the system, how to provide a convenient kind of a gadget for the students to go ahead with it, and how can students use it, how to upload different assignments that were assigned to them, how could they learn and observe different ideas. On the back end, there was a team of education department that was working for the syllabus, for the curriculum, a new kind of a syllabus, because if it was digital, then digital resources were supposed to be provided. Different kinds of videos and things and activities were supposed to be provided, not like the regular school system. So that was introduced, and alhamdulillah, all our students in Pakistan, they took it so conveniently. Alhamdulillah, the parents did too. Although yes, I believe that the initial start was tough on everyone, on the teachers, on the management, the school management, the head management, everyone. They had to work day and night, almost 24 hours to cope up with these things, because we had to manage how to handle these areas and these things. Alongside, then at that time, our education department realized that since this pandemic could go a long way, and we need to see the prerequisites of the future needs as well. For that, certain areas need to be addressed. For example, certain key points need to be addressed. If I talk about mathematics, let me give you an example. If I start teaching...
This is about the needs of the education in the after post-pandemic.
Yes.
We'll come back to this point.
Sure.
I would like now to ask Christopher, how did you manage the teaching and learning process during the pandemic, and what were the challenges that you faced as a teacher? Of course, we're talking now all from the perspective of a teacher.
Thank you so much. I will start by telling a very short story. One day in my school, I lost a very close friend, actually a member of my family. It was 1 year before COVID, and then when I came back to school after the holiday of funeral, my students asked me, how do you feel losing a very close friend? I would say, like, what a question. How does it feel to lose a friend? And I say, don't mind, say. Second, after a month again, I lost a very close relative. Again, I came back to school. One of my students asked me, the same student, how does it feel? I say, man, you don't know how it hurt. He say, I'm happy because now you are the part of how we feel every day. A particular student had no two parents, passed away. So he wanted me to, when he's explained to me how he feels that he doesn't have a parent, he was not sure, like, I can feel the same pain. So what we did in our school, the first things, we became part of the majority, like a school, feeling like a other member of the community they are feeling, the way they are doing, the way they are following the instructions. Same to us, we did it. And then after being part of them, we assess the situation. The parents were receiving a lot of information from different people. Some of the information was correct, and some information were not correct. So the first or second thing we did, we assess the situation. How is the situation in our community? How is the situation with our parents? How did the parents took the COVID and the information seriously? After having all the required information, what we did, we checked the resources we had in school. What do we have, and what we heard, how can it help or support our community? After being aware of what we have, and then we started the program now of recording. We analyzed and we called the teachers, we talked to the teachers. It was very hard for the teacher to accept it. Recording them, their video while they're teaching, and send them. They were so nervous, like this is the first time, and it's not all that our students gonna watch it, and everyone gonna see it. So it was very hard, but I'm glad for our management. They managed to talk to the teachers, conducted the training, and the teachers was ready. In fact, we had very limited resources. For example, we needed cameras, we needed strong laptops to do addition, because some teacher was teaching 80 minutes, and they want you to upload everything. We needed the internet, we needed to edit, and in fact, it's only one person recording, editing, and uploading. So you can find doing it over and over and over again. But alhamdulillah, we managed it. We recorded it and uploading all the videos. The second, now I'm going to talk a bit about the challenges. It was not easy for the parents also to receive this. The only story they wanted to hear is how are we going to overcome the COVID-19. It's not about education anymore. No, the only story that could sound and you can convince the parents and the students is how are we going to pass through this. We reminded the parents, like, it's not the first things in their life. All the problems comes and go. So we must learn how to move with COVID without distracting other programs. At least some of the parents, they agreed to go online, providing their phone. Because in my country, there is some age. The student not allowed to own the phone, and the parents believe, like, if you give electronic devices, you are distracting the kids. Their behavior will change. They will use some content online which is not allowed. So it was another problem. But after a long discussion, the parents agreed to pass their electronic devices to the kids. They started watching, and this was better for the first time in Tanzania. A lot of citizens, a lot of parents, not only those belongs to Marif, but every citizen get our content online. They started calling, and in fact, it helped us to get more students after COVID.
Great.
So another challenge that we face is, like, also the number of the parents who are on those digital content are very few. The phone and the laptops are very few. So some kids, like 75 to 80%, couldn't access it. So we came again with another measure of printing the hard copies, and they try now to make sure that the parents are picking those hard copy and printed material, taking them to the students. The problem came back again, like the Ministry of Education said that maybe if you touch those paper, can spray the. So how are we preparing? They start evaluating. How are we preparing those digital, those printed? And we explained, and it was safe. So it was accepted again. The last problem we face is, like, okay, we have prepared online, uploading, making sure that the kids are having it, sending the hard copy. But how are we going to evaluate those students? Did they go through those, did they understood? How are we going to evaluate them? When they come back to school, are we going to continue where we ended, or we are going to start afresh? We tried this, calling, talking to the student. What we came to realize, the students were honest, studying hard, but due to too much information about the COVID, about how many people have died, they lose everything again, and we were starting over and over. But alhamdulillah, now we are moving after COVID. Thank you.
Yeah, as you mentioned, I think in each crisis there's always an opportunity that is waiting for someone to take it. And I think you could take this opportunity in the right way so that the school was a successful one by the end of the day. So this is similar to what we had also in Baghdad. So the number of students the year after the coronavirus, despite the ambiguity of the situation, increased a lot because people saw that there is seriousness about education. And you pointed something, which is the follow-up. So your school gave you the way that we are going to go online with all the materials, but you didn't just wait for them to give this. You tried to search for yourself. You tried to find the resources for yourself. And I think the follow-up that the schools do has a big deal with the success of this experience. I know many examples in Baghdad as well. They started the online education for the first month. The second month, the number of teachers who were doing the sessions dropped, and they preferred just to prepare some videos and send it on the social media applications. So there was no seriousness about this online education. And that made the people see the differences among the schools. And it was a very good opportunity for our school. And I see that it's the same story being repeated here. Great. Now, for Vladimir, I would like to ask you about how did you adapt yourself to the virtual education as a teacher, and how did this new way of teaching impact your students?
Thank you very much for the interesting question. During the pandemics, I had dual experience. I'm going to focus on my teaching in the high school, but I would like to mention first experience because it's kind of important for the point. So first thing is, I was a PhD candidate, and it was a great opportunity. Well, if we put aside all the dangers of the virus itself, that it's exposed to human health. But in a scientific sense, strictly scientific sense, it was a great opportunity because so many conferences were organized online. Mm-hmm. And we had opportunity to listen to professors and authorities in my field, which is philosophy primarily, from all over the world, and which otherwise I would have to pay the ticket and go to London, to Leuven, to Berlin. I could afford to go to one. Yeah. Maybe none. But in this way, I could attend most of them and meet wonderful people and learn so many things. Now, the point for high school education, why is such a problem, is that students in high schools are naturally not as interested in school, in learning, as students that are at the university, master or PhD. So it works the opposite. They want to escape the responsibilities, and in the final instance, as a Christian mentioned at one point, they want to cheat. Mm-hmm. Now, that's a completely different matter, and it is a big problem. And of course, during the online attendance, it's so easy to cheat. So they tried, and they tried to avoid the responsibilities, blaming all kind of things that you can actually you cannot prove against them. So this is where the mess started, and I must say, it was at the beginning a disaster. I lost 2 weeks in order to adapt. So it was a catastrophe. They don't want to switch on the camera. blaming internet connection and blaming that their camera is not working. Imagine the whole class camera is not working. Some of them even playing video games. And I know that because one of them actually clicked share screen. So I saw it. So, well, when I recall how I was when I was a teenager in high school, I would probably do the same, so I don't blame them. But I mean, I obviously had to do something, and I try few things like giving them assignments, but they just copy-paste from internet. And then I notify them that I actually find the source where they copy-paste from, because it's such an easy thing to do. But they then blame the whole situation. They said, "Oh, what do you mean we are unable to write in our own words, and we have to write from the source," and yeah, all kind of discussion occur. So eventually, I figure out, or you give one assignment to all of them, and then one person who is hardworking, the most hardworking among them, do the assignment and give it to the others. So eventually, after approximately two weeks, I figure out, okay, good God, there are so many books in this world and so many articles, and so many of them difficultly written in a very hard language, but so many of them written in a very simple language. So I picked a few of them and I gave to every student a different assignment. And I picked the books where they cannot find a summary on the internet. So they cannot help each other in doing the assignment, and they cannot find the summary, so they eventually have to do it themselves. So some of them didn't do it, some of them did, so I mean, there is a mark for every level of their effort, but the situation improved drastically because they started coming to the classroom, online classroom, much better prepared, and guess what? They even started to switch their cameras on, because they actually wanted to have a conversation, you know, and establish the proper contact. So starting from something that looked like a radio show, where I wondered, is anyone listening over there in the ether, we eventually established a proper working atmosphere. And
yeah, I see the style of tasks that teachers are assigning to the students should be also different. As you mentioned, you're giving each one a different task. So
we should change it constantly. And I think this is the key. And well, the thing is, the education started with books in the most general sense. I mean, with tablets, papyrus, paper, it doesn't matter. It started with books and with a human spiritual attachment to books. And no pandemic and no catastrophe can actually stop that. The only thing that can stop that is that we gradually detach ourselves from books. So this is fundamentally to teach them not to be scared, to engage themselves in science, to find something that interests them. But there's so many things, and to work regularly. And when you work regularly, you actually have time to do many things that you want to do. And it worked, and it proved after the pandemics, when we came back to the school and physically attended the lectures, it went even better. They had a solid preparation, well, most of them, anyway, but they had solid preparation, and I could continue to give the similar assignments, and we could have proper discussion in person. which, because of this experience, it occurred to me that what the fundamental problem is actually more in teachers, because this is what we very often do. We finish our university and we get our degree, and in many cases, this is where our learning process stops. And if this is the point where your learning process stops, you are enabled to pick from the many, such a huge number of books and topics because you're ignorant about them. First of all, we as teachers have to adopt the attitude of constant learning until we die. And then we share with them how beautiful life that is, how beautiful lifestyle that is. And then, I mean, the future pandemics can come and go, and maybe they will not come, maybe they will, maybe it will be better, maybe it will be, God forbid, worse, but education will survive. And this is fundamental, our attachment to books. And rather than various sophisticated, I would dare to say, various sophisticated didactic methods, I mean, let's think about interesting phenomena here. Didactics improving constantly, but students are worse and worse. What's going on? I mean, in general, I mean, I was not very good student in high school, but I was better than the average high school students today. And my parents were better than me, and my grandparents were better than them. So, but they were following this, from today's perspective, so old didactic methods. It's not so much, I mean, didactics should improve, and it's improving, and it's a good thing, but it's not the fundamental. The fundamental is that we are students, and we should discover ourselves as students constantly, always, and then we share that with them. And then pandemic shouldn't be that much of a problem, because we will find a solution.
Yeah, in fact, this pandemic helped us. The pandemic helped us to unlock our potential as teachers. But to be able to do this, we needed to leave our comfort zone. So as they mentioned, they were working day and night trying to find new approaches and new ways and new methods. So yeah, it was a very rich experience for us too. So talking about the future needs of education in the post-pandemic period, I would like to start with you, Uzma, as you were just to start talking about this.
All right, yes. Talking about the future needs in education, I'd again begin with the Pakistan scenario in the education sector. We realized that at this moment when the pandemic had struck and people started realizing that there's a learning loss and a huge chaotic kind of a learning loss that is going on. So some measures need to be taken up. At that moment, even the government of Pakistan, they initiated a tele-school system in which students from everywhere, even the urban areas or the rural areas, wherever there are, because television is something that's available or placed everywhere in every home. So every student could connect to this digital learning system. So some recorded lessons were being presented to them, which were content-based lessons. Students started taking interest in it initially because it was launched on a huge scale. But then the experts said, from the government themselves, they realized that due to the long screen time hours, students started losing interest within just a few months. Meaning it did not actually pay off or did not respond back to the way we thought that it would respond back, or it would help the students out in the Pakistani education system. At that moment, even in our school system, we realized that the curriculum has been intervented, remediated. Lots of new teaching approaches and teaching methodologies were being trained to the teachers. The teachers were being trained for these kind of teaching approaches. But still, there were certain results which were not being met. And as per my experience, the teachers used to come up and said that we're making every effort that could be made to inculcate these ideas into the students, but they're still unable to comprehend to those ideas. And we're unable to figure out why. Then at that point, we speculated that let's go for certain data analysis. Let's calculate that what are the areas, identify what are the immediate areas that need to be met. And we figured out that it was mainly the core subjects that required certain attention, like English, like mathematics, or simple reading, or simple comprehension texts of English. And the students were unable to meet. And like I said, I started off at that moment. For example, in mathematics, if they're trying to teach Algebra 2 to the students, they figured out that the students did not even knew about Algebra 1. So if a student lagged behind there, I mean, because of that certain learning loss, how could he actually comprehend to Algebra 2, no matter what kind of a teaching methodology or approach that you take up? Then in English as well, even according to, we actually started researching. Me and some of the teachers, we said, let's figure out what is going on and why we are unable to actually bring the students back towards this education system, bring their focus back into this education system and scenario. So we figured out, even UNICEF pointed out, they said that due to the learning loss, there are, if we look into the entire global scenario, there are 2/3 of just the 10-year-olds who are unable to read or write simple English text or comprehend to simple mathematics operations, such as addition, subtraction, or division. So this was the area where a grade 4 teacher comes up to me and she says, I'm trying my level best to teach them addition of fractions, but they're unable to get it. So we figured out, let's analyze it, let's collect the data. Let's collect the data from the high achievers, the ones who still need certain improvement as well. And we figured out that the students fail to even understand how to simplify a fraction or just equalize a fraction. So how would they move on to the next step? So at that moment, there are certain other measures that need to be taken. For example, we took out some research documents from the internet as well, that how can we meet up to those challenges. And I would actually relate it with Ms. Diana. She also mentioned that maybe certain extra classes or certain extra tutoring classes may be required for certain number of students to be able to bring them back to the point where the teacher requires them, or maybe to certain targets that we had set up, or for those students who can meet up according to their age level. If they are in grade 4, they at least need to cover up to those areas. But then again, there was another question. Okay, let's give them some extra classes, let's give them some extra support, some extra help for the areas where they're lacking behind. But even if we try to do that, there would be still another area. And that is if the students really do come up to those areas, they would still not be able to reach up to the levels which was previously set up universally. So at this moment, it wasn't just our school systems or just Pakistan, it's the universal syllabus or the universal curriculum that needs to be revised after the COVID. Right. I mean, instead of setting up certain targets or certain goals or certain framework, we need to let the students learn at their certain pace. and at their own convenience. Maybe they would require certain more time to reach up to those areas. Yes, instead of forcibly making them learn, and then again, if we are forcibly making them learn those areas, then that would turn into rote learning, which was pretty common before the COVID in the education of Pakistan. And we would be again enforcing that same criteria, which we did not want to meet at this moment, because our teaching approach had been entirely changed. It was more of a practical approach. Let them go out, let them observe, let them take up certain challenges themselves, independently be able to respond to certain things that they have seen or experienced. So yes, there were certain factors that had to be met at that time. So eventually, I'll further add up, some measures were taken up by our senior management as well, by the education department. They said that, okay, of course, everyone was working for this. Everyone required that we need to meet the future challenges. We need to see how we can cope up with this, because people said that, yes, we all know, the experts speculated that this generation, even in the future, would always be known as a COVID generation, a chaotic kind of generation, which had undergone these challenges. So they initiated certain programs, such as teachers' development programs, in which the main aim was to produce strong content subject teachers. Strong content teachers means someone who could, within the classroom, could improvise and see through areas which were required at that time for that specific learner group. What is required and what is to be comprehended at that time, immediate measures. So yes, we started off TDP1, then TDP2, and then currently TDP3 is going on in collaboration with the International University of Chera Pasha and some international trainers. Mr. Polat is already in Pakistan right now training our Pakistani teachers for these courses that are made up, which was again a huge initiative by Paktak Marif International Schools and Colleges, and we're so proud of that, that our teachers are being trained by international trainers to cope up and meet up to these challenges as well. And it's a continuous learning process, which would be going on further. And every new teacher who is enrolled into our system is already informed about the system, that if you are a part of our system, then the major thing is the continuous growth and continuous development of a teacher, which is our first priority, to be a part of our system, to be able to meet these challenges.
Great, thank you so much. In fact, after the pandemic, there were many negative effects on the students on different levels. One of them was the social and emotional level, and also the drop in the academic level of the students. And basically, as you mentioned, basically the drop was in the core subjects, the math and reading skills. Realizing this, as Marif Baghdad, we started last year we prioritized mathematical skills. We said, let's work on mathematics this year, and then we tried to make a long-term plan. So this year will be for mathematics, the next year might be for reading and other goals. So with mathematics, what we did first, we extended the time given to math, and we also tried to do deep preparation. So the teacher, before starting any unit, we're going back to see the prerequisites of this unit. What are the things that students need to know before they dig into a new unit? As I mentioned, some students were attending the online education, but some they didn't. So when they came back to the school and they were mixed together in the same classroom, that was a very big challenge to the teacher. Half of the class is on level, half of them below the level, so they need to build strong bases before they go on with the syllabus in their hands. The mathematics took lots of time from us And we need also to convince the teacher, the parents as well, because, you know, there is a book. This is the mentality of some parents, unfortunately. Why the teacher didn't start yet, what the teacher is doing. So to make them understand that there is a preparation before we go on to the book was not an easy job. But once they got the idea and they understood what we are doing and they saw also the results after like 2-3 months, the things went really well. And there was a very high level of satisfaction with what we have been doing. Regarding the social and emotional issues, the students were isolated for more than 1 year. So when they came back to the classroom and again in the context of a school, there was kind of attitude problems. So they became more self-centered, unwilling to share. So we needed to run activities that support the teamwork, the team spirit. More activities, outdoor, indoor, just to have them working together, to put things together and work collaboratively. So yeah, I agree with you. This point was very important to tackle in the schools and to bring the students back on track in terms of social and academic level. Sorry. Christopher. Sorry, Christopher. Yes. So talking about Tanzania experience in this, how do you see the future of the pandemic generation?
In fact, it is bright with scars. That's what I believe. We have talked to the kids, students, and we have teach them it's okay not to be okay. They have to learn to cope up with some situations. Because when they came back, it was a lot of complaint from themselves. You have lost a lot of time, that and this, I'm going to fail. So the first thing we did is to calm them, to make sure that they are cool, and also sitting to ask them first, what do they think? How can we handle the situation? So they were the part of bringing the solution. We didn't want to ask them or to give them directions or to make a decision for them, because we believe they are the owner of the future. So they have to learn on how to handle some matters. They came up with a lot of ideas. First, we had those students who could, they managed to learn online, and some they had relatives who had the background of teaching. So we see we get a good number of those who had parents who teach them at home, but also we heard those who had no privileges. So each students, those who had the privileges, they devoted their time. Like, I'm gonna using 2 hours daily to help my colleague. I'm gonna use my 30 minutes or this time to make sure that what I heard from home, my colleagues also is going to have it. But that way we found within very short period of time, most of the students were good and happy. We had
that was happening at school, yes, when they came back.
Yes, they were happy after having the simple solution on how they're going to cover some stuff in which they didn't cover previously. Secondly, we started training ourselves. We went back to school with a lot of stress, So just a small things can be enough to make a teacher burst into the anger. So we started recollecting ourselves, reminding ourselves, like all these kids are looking at us. So regardless of what happened, we have to move on. And we agreed to move on. Thankful to the government, we had some meetings with the Ministry of Education. They changed the timetable. The calendar changed permanently. So the number of holidays at home was reduced, so the students stay at the school for more time. So we covered. Alhamdulillah, now we are moving in a great way. Only I have like a suggestion. The world in general, not only Marif, we have to invest a lot in research. we don't have to rely in one particular way of or model of teaching. We have a lot of alternatives in different aspects, but in education it was face-to-face. The digital content or online or distance was just alternatives which was not considered. But now I think the world should now research and invest much in education, especially in technology. You know, we are investing in much of stuff like robots, like artificial intelligence, but we are investing less on the context in which it will help us in education. So I think we have to fund researchers. Also, we have to look for more alternatives and teach our kids also to look after, to be flexible, to be creative, and not only the students, but also the teachers and the parents. And when we do so, in case we face a pandemic or another problem, it will be easy much to move on instead of sticking and looking how we're going to solve this, because we will have much alternatives, so we can just pick one and move on. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. So it was very important to take action. And yeah, how did you take action in Bosnia, Vladimir, to deal with the students when they came back to school? And you see the impact of the pandemic or of the isolation on the students?
Well, the action is, as I mentioned, we continue with the process that we started during the online education, and with the addition of more interactive approach, and even more conversation, and well, eventually they admitted that they really miss school very, very much. So yeah, that's the. We think that the fundamental thing is to focus on the fact that we are about to teach them not information, but principles. We are teaching them principles. Informations are there to be forgotten in time. They will forget so many things we learn in the high school and even university that we forgot, right? So focus is on the principles, to explain them in every science how things are related to each other, right? Not to enumerate things, but to figure out the principle behind things, not to enumerate physical things, but to understand physical laws behind the things, not to enumerate numbers, but to understand relations between numbers, right? So not to enumerate the animals and living beings, but understand principles and natures according to which living beings are categorized in biology, right? Principles, always. So we continue in that direction. In terms of philosophy, it's the relationship between ideas. They will forget who said what. But there's so many philosophers that we're mentioning. But the relations between ideas and the implications, how certain ideas imply other ideas, in order to grasp how human thought developed throughout history. And in terms of teaching history, that I teach history at IB program, not the events, but events, how events impacted other events, what caused certain events and what that events caused further on, in order to grasp the world in general and how it functions. So so far it's proving successful. We started it during pandemics, and thanks to this whole negative situation, I think we figure out the way to grasp new knowledge in a new way that is from various different sources that we can then share in the classroom, and that will help us grasp fundamental principles. And this is something that once they understand, they will not forget. Facts, they will forget.
Yeah.
Principles, they will not. So.
Because they are embedded in their own behavior.
Once understood, you cannot get them out of your head even if you want to. Sure.
Yeah, thank you so much. I don't know if you have anything to add about your experience. We are almost about to finish our panel. So thank you so much for you, and thank you for the kind listening. And hopefully we'll meet tomorrow, inshallah, in the other panels. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I would like to thank all our speakers, but we are not leaving you. I would like to invite Selim Cerrah to the stage to present the gifts. Thank you.
Teşekkür ederim. Hoş geldiniz. Ne var ne?
Olduğunuz. Now Selim Cerrah will present the gifts to Wafa Sharabati. Thank you. Now we'll invite the second gift to our one of Marif teacher, Christopher Ayu. Bunları okumam lazım. And another gift to one of our esteemed speaker, Uzma Shabi. And the final gift goes to one of our esteemed speakers, Vladimir Lasica. Dear teachers, please don't leave the stage. We'll take a family picture. Thank you.
And we came to the end. Istanbul Education Summit will continue tomorrow on its second day. We will discuss the issues of post-pandemic needs of education. Like today, we will host very distinguished guests and academics here.
Hope to see you again tomorrow on its second day of Istanbul Education Summit. Have a nice evening.